We have two achsanias for today. The overall larger achsania is Yeshiva's Rabbi RIETS, part of Yeshiva University. And I want to express my gratitude to Rabbi Yosef Kalinsky for putting together this entire program and allowing it to happen under the auspices of RIETS. Thank Rabbi Rob Shor, Menachem Lewin, and Rabbi Menachem Jevahari, who's here to do the live stream. I also want to thank the two sponsors. Their names appear on the first page, the front page of the handout. To thank Avi and Shuli Rocco for their very kind words, and Michael and Judy Kaiser, Le'ilu Nishmas, their parents. We're also being co-sponsored by the Mizrachi World Movement. I want to thank Rabbi Yossi Golden for reaching out and making that shidduch. But Be'ikar, our physical achsanya, is Congregation Rinat Yisrael, and I want to acknowledge the presence of our rabbis, Rabbi Schacter, Rabbi Gerson. We also want to thank Alyssa Urowitz, who worked very hard to put all the details in place. Ad kedei kach that at 7:19 this morning, she emailed me with more sponsors. I want to thank Ranon Mann, our indefatigable Gabbai, for all of his attention, and all of the many sponsors on Rinat's end who have participated in arranging for this program. Be'ikar, my Hakaras HaTov and the Hakaras HaTov of the Jewish people goes to Rabbi Soloveitchik. I want to begin every year by noting that he was the one who was groundbreaking in opening up the world of KINNOT to the Jewish people. The world of KINNOT was the Sefer HaChasam. Nobody really understood it. We just sort of davened it up and we said it, but we didn't really understand it. And he opened it up, and I had the real privilege for many years to sit with him in Boston in the Maimonides School in the 1970s for many, many hours, and to listen to him analyze all of the keynotes. Many years he repeated what he said in previous years. After all, the text is the same. Many years he had chidushim. He would generally comment on the same, recite and comment on the same set of keynotes. He skipped from here to there. Every year he pretty much skipped the same ones. One year he threw in a keynote that he had not said before, and that was the only year that he focused on that. So we have his Torah on that keynote. But what I learned from him is not only this notion of opening it up, and I try to follow this over the course now of many, many years, but also the definition of the Talmud Torah that's allowed on TISHA B'Av. So I want to make a disclaimer at the very beginning that Rabbi Soloveitchik had a very loose constructionist interpretation of what kind of Talmud Torah was mutter on TISHA B'Av. So we know the Gemara at the end of Tainus, we know the Shulchan Aruch. We're limited to only a certain number of sources and texts. Devarim Hara'im, Mefarshim add also Gemara in Masaches Gittin, in Hanizaken, the Kamtza Bar Kamtza story. But even if you want to put it all together, it comes out to be a rather limited amount of material. But Rabbi Soloveitchik exploded that. And in his teachings, he ranged far and wide throughout pretty much the totality of rabbinic literature. And the underlying common denominator was that had to do somehow with trying to explain something that somewhere had to do with what he was talking about, taking the point of departure from the KINNOT. So I learned from him to be able to feel comfortable doing that. Everything that I hope to share with you is related to today, but on the face of it may also not necessarily be perceived of as being related to today. So we owe Rabbi Soloveitchik an enormous amount for everything, and this for sure should belong in the list of his contributions. I took notes, I sat there, and then I was commissioned by the family to put out a book of the keynotes of teachings of the Rav's keynotes, and I did. Until then, I used to teach what I heard from the Rav, but once the book was published, then it was available to everybody, so I had to move away. And in the last many years already, I'm planning to present and have presented material that has come across my learning schedule over the course of all of these years. Yesterday morning in his drasha, Rabbi Schacter began by saying that this year we don't really need an explanation of why are we sitting on the floor and why are we mourning and why are we thinking about Tisha B'Av. And I think that is a very clear and correct assessment of where we find ourselves. Joseph Kaplan dropped off yesterday in my mailbox a sermon from Dr. Norman Lamb that he delivered in August 11, 1951. So we're blessed with the sermons of Dr. Lamb. And Dr. Lamb, he told me that he typed up his sermons after he gave them because they read pretty clearly, and I couldn't imagine that he walked into the pulpit and he was reading the sermon. He always had notes, but he didn't read the sermon, and he wrote it up on Motzei Shabbos. But I'm assuming it was an accurate representation, although this one is like 12 pages, and I'm trying to understand how it was shayach for his audience at the Jewish Center, with whom I was quite familiar, to sit there for, 40 minutes to listen to this drasha. So maybe elaborate a little bit. But I'm sure the beginning is correct. And I want to read to you the beginning of the sermon from August 11, 1951. It's a while ago. For the last 3 years, ever since the creation of the State of Israel, many of our fellow Jews, good synagogue-going Jews, have been coming to me with a very intelligent complaint. Why, they ask, must we observe days of national mourning such as Tisha B'Av when we already have a State of Israel? Why cry and mourn over some catastrophe which occurred almost 2,000 years ago when today God has helped us and the ingathering of our exiles has begun? And this, my friends, is a query which is difficult to answer. Why, after all, will it be necessary for us to fast tonight and tomorrow? It was also Shabbos Erev Tisha B'Av. Why, after all, will it be necessary for us to fast tonight and tomorrow and observe the other laws of Tisha B'Av when the Jews in Israel now have a healthy, progressive government, which is something for which we have dreamed so long? Of what use is it to remember a past tragedy? In short, what is the meaning? What meaning does Tisha B'Av have for a Jew of today? And he goes on and he gives 3 approaches. He has a mahalach, 3 approaches, and tries to explain the kasha is a good kasha, and he tries to explain why it's still relevant. So today I wonder whether even if the kasha is a good kasha, as Rabbi Schacter pointed out, it's pretty self-evident given what's going on in the world around us, given what's going on in Rinat Yisrael and in America, that we are feeling bereft. We're feeling sad. We're feeling, or at least let me speak for myself, I am feeling the distance of God. You will notice as we go through the keynotes over the course of today, there's very little, there's shockingly very little about the Chorbanos themselves. Read through, study them, listen to them, read them in English. There's kimat nothing. There's one kina that talks about Titus, Zocher asher asa tsar b'fninim. There's one kina that talks about explicitly what happened during Churban Bayesheni, but it's really, there's really virtually nothing. A little bit po v'sham. And that's striking when you think about it, because Chamisha Dvar Miras Avosenu, B'Shavos B'Tammuz v'Chamisha B'Tisha B'Av, and the two main ones on Tisha B'Av were Charav Habayis Barishono B'Shniya. And if you ask anybody what's Tisha B'Av about, that's what it's about. And we refer during Mincha, and I'm going to come back to this, to the Tefillah of Nachem. We refer to Yerushalayim, Mispalel for Nechama. But yet, the text doesn't really have that much about the destructions of both Batei Mikdash. What it does have, and the key central theme, is a sense of feeling distant from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's the core of what we articulate today. That because of these tragedies, we feel no longer blessed by the imminent presence of the Rabbanu Shalom. And that is the essence of what this day is. And the keynotes bemoan that fact and go to great lengths to try to make an argument that in spite of all of the difficulties and what would appear to be Hester Panim, Rabbi Soloveitchik referred to the Shoah as Hester Panim Muchlat, absolute Hester Panim. In spite of that fact, we should absolutely believe, and we must believe, and I do believe, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Chas v'Sholom, has not turned his back on us. And it just seems like HaKadosh Baruch Hu is far from us. But that the connection, the rock-solid core connection between the Rabbanu Shalom and Knesset Yisrael remains intact and remains solid as it always was. But we're feeling the distance. I remember in past years, I also would ask, try to make a case. Baruch Hashem, things are looking pretty good in America. Things are, Baruch Hashem, amazing what's going on in Israel. So, Takavas felt mirois, like what in the core. Rabbi Soloveitchik taught that Tisha B'Av is Avodah Shebelev. Just like Tefillah, we're familiar with the fact that Tefillah is Avodah Shebelev. You don't just daven it up, you don't just say words, but you have to feel it. It's an inner experience. It's a core sensibility on the part of every human being when we're mispalel, that we're feeling the need to be able to pray to Hashem and recognize that Hashem is the only one who can help us. So too, Kinos is Avodah Shebelev. The Avelos Yeshana is Avodah Shebelev. I can't hold this. This is not working?
That's for the live stream.
This is not working?
You can't hear the women's section.
I'm sorry. Is this better? I'm sorry, I apologize. I apologize. I forgot what I said, so I can't repeat from the beginning. I'll try to summarize my feeling that, quoting from our Rabbi Schacter, that this year we really don't need a build-up for Tisha B'Av. And that Rabbi Soloveitchik said that KINNOT is avoda shebelev. So I used to try to help those to whom I was speaking to feel the avoda shebelev, but now it's obvious. I had a text exchange with a friend from Yerushalayim. She texted me to find out when I'm speaking and what the link is, and I sent her the link and I said, I hope you're well. And then she responded the following: it's all rather depressing here. She lives in Yerushalayim. We seem to be spiraling in the wrong direction, Rahmana litzlan. But life goes on. Children born, engagements, happy people in the streets, coffee shops are full, mi ka'amcha. So this is what we feel. I think here, being away from Medinat Yisrael, we feel the former more than the latter. Whenever my wife Yocheved and I are in Israel, we feel stronger and we feel the chizuk more. Here it's harder. And what I'm going to try to do in the opening shir is to create a space for both feelings. The first feeling, which is obvious and which doesn't require a lot of bolstering, it's a Yom Avelus and it's a Yom Tainis. Rabbi Soloveitchik spoke about the fact that it's Tvei Dinim on Tisha B'Av, and I used this for the beginning of my book. Themes of Tisha B'Av. Tisha B'Av is a Yom Tainis and a Yom Avelus. It's Tvei Dinim on Tisha B'Av. Tisha B'Av has a double identity, two personalities, two qualities that distinguish it as a unique day. It's a Tainis Tzibur and it's a Yom Avelus. And he goes through the different halachos that pertain to Tisha B'Av as a Yom Tainis and as a Tainis Tzibur, the ultimate Tainis Tzibur. We have other Tanios Tzibur, but this one is in a category all by itself. And he explains why, and it's also perceived of and understood, and we recognize that it's a Yom Avelus. It's a Yom Avelus, not Avelus Chadosha. The Gemara in Yevamos distinguishes between Rahmana litzlan, if somebody loses a relative, it's Avelus Chadasha, and it's Avelus Yeshana, which is the Avelus of Tisha B'Av. Shulchan Aruch says on page 1 of the packet, Shulchan Aruch paskins in Siman Tov Kuf Nun Dalid, Tisha B'Av Asar Berechitza V'Sicha Neilas Hasandal V'Tashmish Hamita V'Asar Likros. First, it's the inuyim that we're not allowed to, that we have to follow. We're not allowed to engage in behavior on Tisha B'Av. Rechitza Sicha Neilas Hasandal Tashmish Hamita, V'asar, and then it goes on to the halacha that I quoted earlier. V'asar likros b'Torah neviim ksuvim, v'lishnos b'mishnah b'medrash, b'gemara b'halachos, u'ba'agodos, mishum shenemar, pigudei Hashem yishar mesamchei lev. V'tinoko shel beis rabban b'teilin bo. Avol korehu b'iyov b'dvarim haram shebe'yirmiyah. Ad kedei kach, is this a day of Avelus? Ad kedei kach, is this a day of Avelus? V'im yesh b'neim sukei nechama tzarech ledalgam. You have to skip. You can't have any smidgen of nechama. Im yesh b'neihem sukei nechama. You have to skip them, and that's actually problematic because we do have psukim of nechama even in the Kriyas HaTorah of this morning. The point, overall point is, however, well taken. We should try to avoid Nechama as much as possible, even though there are examples. I mean, let me just give you just one example. Last night, we generally don't darshan the kinos from Leil Tisha B'Av. But if you turn to the kina of Shomron Kol Titain, Shomron Kol Titain is a dialogue between Shomron, is the capital of the northern kingdom of Israel, which was expelled way, way, way back, long before even Churban Bayis Rishon, and Oholiva. Oholiva is my tent is in it, namely it's a description of Yerushalayim, and there's a dialogue, who suffers more? Which one is having a harder time? Shomron says, I'm having a harder time. Oholiva says, I'm having a harder time. And then after the back and the forth, there's a final concluding paragraph. And we turn to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. After we allow the two geographic places to make their cases, Hachomel al dal, Chamol al dalusam, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu has pity on the poor person, should have Rachmanis. Re'esham mamusam va'orech galusam. He should take a look at our destruction and how long our galus is. He shouldn't be so angry at us. He shouldn't remember all of our sins forever. And last night already, we're 7.5 minutes into Tisha B'Av. Rafano as Shivram, please heal their broken. V'achem avelusam. V'achem avelusam. Ki ata Shivram, you are their hope. V'ata eyolusam. Come back to this. Is built the, you can't just have tragedy. You need to hold on to something, even though the Shulchan Aruch Paskins on the top of page 1, Tov Kuf Nun Daled Seif Aleph, you have to skip Sukei Necham. But it's understand what Tisha B'Av is. There's a Magen Avram in Siman Tov Kuf Nun Tes, Sif Cotton Hay, the second half of page 1. The Magen Avram says, B'shachris mashkimim k'tzas lebeis hakneses. That you should get to shul a little. Do you have a handout? That you should get to shul a little bit earlier on Tisha B'Av. Quotes from a Mata Moshe, Mem Tes Mem. Ve'ein korin lebeis hakneses elahim ba'am me'atzman. So in the olden days, they used to have the shamus used to go knock on everybody's door and wake them up and schlep them to come to shul. So we don't have that these days. But not on Tisha B'Av. Ve'ein korin lebeis hakneses. You don't want to invite people to come to shul on Tisha B'Av. You should know yourself to show up. Ub'medina seinu no again likros lebeis hakneses. But by us, we call. I don't know if it's because otherwise people are going to oversleep or people aren't so erlich. So we're going to keep the same practice. Now he says something amazing. Noagim levarech baruch dain ha'emes kodem shekorei b'torah. I've never seen anybody make a bracha before Kriyas HaTorah. I didn't see it this morning. Never saw it. I don't know anybody who does it. It's an amazing minhag. I mean, could just imagine for a second. I want to extrapolate here the incredible intensity of the avelus of Tisha B'Av before we start to lane. We associate Baruch Dain Emes with what we associate it with. And there's a discussion here, is it, should we do it, should we not do it? He continues, B'darkei Moshe Kosav, she'ein noagin kein. We don't make a bracha, Baruch Dain Emes. And what's the compromise? V'tov, says the Magen Avram, she'hakorei yom eroso below shemu malchus. Okay, so you're going to give me a compromise. You shouldn't say the way Nebuch Rachman al-Itzlan and Onaim, when somebody hears the shmua of a passing of a close relative, you say it in the fullness of Shemu Malchus. So you know what? Don't say Shemu Malchus. So just say just say Baruch Dayan Emes before you start to read, because clearly what we're now embarking on is something that is appropriate and is worthy of Baruch Dayan Emes. On page 2, I found a tshuva from Reb Shmuel Abuav in the Dvar Shmuel. Reb Shmuel Abuav lived in the middle of the 17th century, died in 1694. I lived in Venice. He was an Italian, Abuab, and he's known historically as being a very strong anti-Sabbatian. So in 1665, 1666, Shabtai Tzvi, the Sabbatian movement, Ruba the Ruba of Klal Yisrael jumped onto the bandwagon. Virtually all Jews from London to Livorno, from Poland to Persia, they all jumped on and went ahead and, for whatever reason, felt that Shabtai Tzvi was in fact the Mashiach. There were a few lone voices in opposition, and he was one of them. And he has a tshuva called Dvar Shmuel. His name was Shmuel Abuav. And in Siman Sheila Reish Mem Aleph, L'Rav Hanal. L'Rav Hanal is Reish Mem should be Reish Mem Tes, not Reish Mem Aleph, because the one before it is Reish Mem Ches, and the next one is Reish Nun. It's to Rabbi Binyamin HaKohen of Reggio. Reggio is a city in Italy, so Binyamin HaKohen, he's known as a prominent rabbi, so he's here in the middle of writing tshuvas to the rabbi of Reggio. L'Harav Hanal, Pikpuk al Minhag Kila Kedosha Echad, Shebiyom Tisha B'Av. Here's another minhag. And I bring it to buttress the obvious sensibilities that we have that it's a Yom Avelus. Not only Yom Tainus, but on top of it being a Yom Tainus. It's a Yom Avelus. It's a terrible day. It's a terrible day. Pikbuk al Minhag Kila Kedosha Echad Shebiyom Tisha B'Av. Listen to what they did in Kila Kedosha Echad. Losim HaSefer Torah Be'ez Kriyaso B'tzibur Al Gab Ish HaShamesh HaKofuf Upanav Lamata. Here's such a thing, that somebody, shamus, I don't know, somebody, some volunteer, somebody, sprawls out on the floor and is on his knees, and he puts his hands down, and his back is up, and we put the Sefer Torah on the guy's back, and that's how we lay in the Sefer Torah. That's this morning's Kriyas HaTorah. So, I don't know, survey shows that it's limited to Kila Kedosha Echad, an unknown Kila Kedosha Echad. And so he has a very interesting mahalach. He writes at the top of the second column, Shamati Atainos v'hatshuva shekosvu l'tzadze tzidodim bibitulo v'kiyuma. Apparently this was a controversial custom, that there were people in favor and there were people who were opposed. V'im ki gam be'enai yifle minhag kazeh v'lo matzasi botam. Even though I also think this is a strange custom and I don't have any reason for it, I can't find any explanation for it. But nevertheless, he goes on to say that if being mevatel this is going to cause machlokas in the community, it's just better not to go that direction. That the value of maintaining community unity is more important than anything. A couple of lines down, V'im chas v'shalom, the line beginning b'kisveihem, towards the end of the line. V'im chas v'shalom yisavev bitulo, beginning of the next line, hav oras eish ketota umachlokes ben yechidei hakehila, that if, apparently this was being done, and then maybe Rabbi Binyamin HaKohen or somebody came and said, this is strange. They wanted to be mevatel the minig. And he says, but there's really no basis to it. I don't think it has any validity. But, chas v'shalom, and this is also very relevant to Tisha B'Av. Chas v'shalom yisavev bitulo, to stop this to no longer allow this will cause havaras eish ketoto machlokes ben yechidi akila. Hadavar moser lelev yirei Hashem haholchim b'darcheihem darchei noam lachshov hefsed mitzvah keneged schar hashalom v'livchor hora b'miuto. You know what? It's better. Let it go. Let it go. Be supportive of this custom, but to show ad kedei kach that there was such a minig. Somebody actually was a minig in Kila Kedosha Echad, I'm assuming somewhere in Italy, that the sadness and the avelus ad kedei kach. I mean, just picture it in your mind. Picture in your mind the degradation. The Sefer Torah is being taken out of the Aron instead of being put on the bima. It's put 3 feet from the ground on somebody's back who's bent over because it's horrible. Because that's what Tisha B'Av is, and that's what we want to conjure up. And that's why we say Baruch Dayan Emes. You say Baruch Dayan Emes. Baruch Dayan Emes means one thing for us. Now it means something else, that the whole Tisha B'Av is Baruch Dayan Emes. Baruch Dayan Emes, it's Avelus. You think it's only for Avelus Chadasha? Baruch Dayan Emes. It's for Avelus Yishana. Baruch Dayan Emes. So this doesn't require this year a great deal of elaboration. In past years, I used to go find texts of people who would describe the mourning that they engaged in different parts of Europe, different communities in the 17th century, 18th century, 19th century, from memoirs describing the intensity of the mourning to try to get in the mood. But this year, regretfully, that's not necessary. But I want to focus on the other side because we are feeling two things. We're feeling the sadness spiraling, and we're feeling, Baruch Hashem, even though we don't feel it, but we know. I don't feel it, even though I don't feel it, but I know the presence of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And Tisha B'Av also has a lot of positive associations with it that we need to acknowledge and recognize from the get-go. Starting from the Nachem that I read to you from last night. Already last night, there's already a reference to Nachem. So the Gemara, there are 2 Gemaras on page 3. It's the Gemara in Teaneck and the Gemara in Psachim that quotes a pasuk in Eicha. We said last night, Kara alai moed lishbor bachurai. Kara alai moed, Kadosh Baruch Hu proclaimed, called a moed. A moed means a appointed time, a designated time. Lishbor, to break, to crush my young men. Kadosh Baruch Hu determined a special time when there's going to be destruction. That's the Pashup Pshat in the pasuk. The Gemara in Teaneck on Daf Chav Tes has here a discussion about trying to explain the 5 events that happened on Tisha B'Av. So I mentioned earlier, the Mishnah says, Chamisha Dvar Miras Avosenu B'Shavasa B'Tamuz V'Chamisha B'Tisha B'Av. And the first one is Nigzara Al Avosenu Shalo Yechnesu La'aretz, is the story of the Meraglim. The pasuk says, quoted here in the Gemara, Teaneck Chav Tes Amud Aleph, next to the last narrow line, what was the result? What happened because the Meraglim came with their report? Vatisa kol ha'eda vayitnu es kolam vayifku ha'am balayla hahu, says the Gemara. Balayla hahu was Tisha B'Av. They cried. They were not optimistic. They were not faithful. They did not believe the report of Yoshua and Kalev and did not adopt the optimism that they evinced and also channeling God's will. They just gave up. What's Layla Hu? Tisha B'Av Haya Amar Lahem HaKadosh Baruch Hu Atem B'chisim B'chiyah Shel Chinam Ani Kovei Lachem B'chiyah L'Doros. You cried for no reason. You had no reason to cry. You had no right to cry. You should have believed in me, so I'm going to show you. You're going to have what to cry. So that means that the Meraglim report was followed on the night of Tisha B'Av. The Gemara makes the whole cheshbon here at the top of Chav Tesem at Aleph and Tainis, that in fact it turns out that the 40th day, turns out they were away for 40 days. The 40th day turns out to be on Tisha B'Av. There's a whole arichas here in the Gemara, not for now. If it turned out to be on Tisha B'Av, that means then the day they started to cry the night after Tisha B'Av. So the Gemara says, underline Tammuz da'i shaita miluye, that they added an extra day to Tammuz. So Memele, it ended up that the 40th day was on Erev Tisha B'Av, so the night of Tisha B'Av is when they started to cry. And quotes this pasuk, Kara alai mo'ed lishbar bachurai. Mo'ed here is quoted in the context of Rosh Chodesh, that they added an extra day to Rosh Chodesh. Kara alai mo'ed lishbar bachurai in the context of Rosh Chodesh is the Gemara in Pesachim and Dafayin Zayin, the bottom of the page. Rosh Chodesh Ikrei Moed. The Amar Abaya, the Gemara in Pesachim makes reference to the Gemara in Tainis. The Amar Abaye, Tammuz Dahaishata Miluya was added an extra day. The Chsiv Kara Alai Moed Lishbar Bachurai. So Rosh Chodesh is Ikrei Moed. So Moed now has come to mean not an appointed time, a designated time, which is the Pashib Shad in the Pasuk, that God designated a time Lishbar Bachurai. But Moed, we know colloquially, Moed means not just a designated time, but a designated time Latov, a designated time as a celebration. And in fact, Tisha B'Av is called a Moed. If you turn to page 4, a number of years ago, I found an article in a journal called Amayan. This goes back to Tafshin Pei, where a whole list of nafkaminis, where we see that Tisha B'Av is treated paradoxically, ironically, is treated as a moed in the sense of we don't do sad things. It's just dialectically intense. So here there are 7 examples I just copied from the beginning of this article, and each one of them, the reason given in the Mefarshim, and here in the list of the notes, the Agos Mamunios, the Tur, the Ravya, Rashi, Sefer Apardes, all these Mefarshim explain that the reason why we don't do whatever it is that I'm going to mention to you is because it's called a Moed. Ein omrim tachnun be'erev Tisha B'Av. Ein omrim tzid koscha tzedek last night, ka'asher Tisha B'Av chal b'yom rishon, because it's a Moed. Ein omrim v'inoam b'motzoi Shabbos last night. It's a Moed. Ein omrim tachnun be'Tisha B'Av. Take a look at the Shulchan Aruch on the left-hand side with the arrow. In Siman Tav Kuf Nun Tes, Seif Dalid, Ein omrim tachnun v'lo slichos b'Tisha B'Av ve'ein noflim al pneihem mishum dikrei moed. So you don't say tachnun on a moed. Let's substitute the word yomtiv for moed. We don't say tachnun next. We don't say slichos. Number 5, number 6. We don't say lamnatseach shelifnei uval Tzion. We don't say tziduk adin. Achar haniftar b'Tisha B'Av. Tisha B'Av is ikrei moed. And the article goes on to try to explain how this could be and what this could be. But in fact, we do see this dialectical character. And for me, it's odd because we're so ingrained to see the sadness, to be deeply involved in the sadness of Tisha B'Av, but the notion that we carry multiple and even mutually exclusive emotions is the story of our lives. We do that all the time. I mean, each one of us, we have wonderful, Baruch Hashem, Shechianu v'Kiyimanu things, wonderful things to be grateful for. And on the other hand, we have stuff. We carry around peklach, whether it's the Parnasa peklach, or Tzar Gidul Banim peklach, or health peklach. We carry around serious stuff that, that make us feel very upset and anxious and frightened. While at the same time, mamish, hainu hach, there's so much to be grateful for. And that's bigadol what we're feeling now in terms of the larger canvas of the Jewish people. The blessings, the tremendous blessings. Shechiyanu v'kiyamanu v'giyanu lazman hazeh, we have Medinat Yisrael. It's unbelievable. I was born after the founding of the State of Israel. I have no idea what our world looked like without it. Just do a thought experiment for a second and imagine if the State of Israel was founded 10 years before it was founded. Just 10 years. What's 10 years in the scope of history? It's a blip. It's a chatzi blip. The State of Israel was founded in 1938 instead of 1948. So we appreciate what we have, Baruch Hashem. But yet the challenges are enormous, enormous. So on the one hand, there's this blessing. On the other hand, there's this challenge. So we hold on to both. And I'm trying to provide a grounding in our Mesorah for the holding on to both simultaneously, dafka in the context of TISHA. There is another source to go to that I started to examine more and more, and that is that there is a Mesorah that Mashiach was born. Mashiach was born on Tisha B'Av. So Thursday night, Ben Nilchel of Lieber Cohen stood at this podium, and he gave a 4-minute shir on Inyane Tisha B'Av, and he made reference to this Mesorah. So I want to unpack this Mesorah a little bit because it's very relevant. Now, we're going to see, I'm going to show you in the Barcelona disputation, the Ramban. The Ramban says, I don't know if I really believe it. Does the Ramban believe it, not believe it? I would frame it as, I don't know if it's to be taken literally. Yeah, do I believe it? Of course I believe it because that, Chazal say it, so I believe it. But okay, now that I believe it, what do I believe? I don't know exactly what I believe. So I don't know if it's literal or it's more metaphorical. So I'll take the metaphorical for now. And that's very profound. That mamish, that means that in the depth of Tisha B'Av, where we're on the floor, and we're fasting, and we're embarking on a day of sadness. So you know what? Hang in there. Mashiach is born today. Here's the Medrash Eicha Rabbah, page 5. Mashmo shel Melech HaMashiach. Medrash tells a very strange story that I really don't understand, and I've spent a lot of time trying to get at the core of it, and I'm not happy yet. I don't understand it. Maybe I shouldn't be happy, but I don't understand it. Mashmo shel Melech HaMashiach. So the Medrash here, this is in Siman Nun Aleph. In Siman Nun Aleph, in Medrash Eicha Rabbah. What's the Mashiach's name? So Abba Bar Kahana says Hashem Shmo. His name is Hashem. And then there's a whole discussion about what do you mean his name is Hashem. Skip a few lines. Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi Omar, Tzemach Shmo. The Mashiach's name is Tzemach. Quotes Pasuk. Rabbi Yudin b'Shem Rabbi Evu Omar, Menachem Shmo. Menachem Shmo. And quotes a Pasuk. Amar Rabbi Chanina, v'lo pligi, there's no machlokes between Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi and Rabbi Yudan b'Shem Rabbi Evo. Chushbena didain, ke chushbena didain, hu menachem hu tzemach. You know what? Take off your shoes and socks and start to count. The gematria of tzemach and the gematria of menachem is the same. It's like who thought this up? 138, Menachem. So therefore, it's not a machlekes. Don't worry, we're all good. Chushbena didain, chushbena didain, v'lo pligi. No, it seems to me there's still a pligi just because they have the same gematria. One says tzemach, and one says menachem. V'hada Messiah lahada, and each one strengthens the other. The Rabbi Yehuda b'shem Rabbi Evo, and I'm going to bring you Rabbi Yehuda. I'm going to bring you a proof for Rabbi Yehuda and b'shem Rabbi Evo. Uvdahava. Here's the story, and it's in Aramaic. Uvdahava bahar barnash. Barnash. It's a very strange formulation. Normally we'd say ba'adam echad. Barnash, I don't know how to translate bar. I would translate it as a humanoid, like some human being. Barnash, a guy, somebody. The Havakaradi was plowing. So he's in his field and he's got his ox, and he's got a plow and he's plowing. Go'as chada tortaye. So one of his oxen begins to low, begins to krechts, begins to make noise. Avar aloi chad aravi, an Arab passes by. Amar le, the Arab says to the Barnash, ma'at, what are you? Amar le Yehudoy ana, I'm a Jew. Oh, you're a Jew. So the Arab says to the Jew, now that he determined that apparently he wasn't wearing a yarmulke, I don't know what he was doing, he couldn't tell he was a Jew. Oh, Surei Torach Usrei Padnach, you should unharness your ox and unharness your plow, stop plowing. Amar le lama, Amar le, the base Mikdashon de Yehuda Yicharev, because the Jewish temple is destroyed. So this Arab somehow got the memo that there was basically the Jew didn't get the memo. The Arab got the memo that the base of Mikdash is destroyed. So he tells the Jew, you can't work, you can't be productive, you should be crying, you should be so depressed, you should be sad. Stop working. What are you doing? The whole world is just, your whole world is just turned over. Who's the Arab? Why does the Arab know? How does the Arab know? Who's the Jew? Continues the Medrash. Amar le mino yodat. So the Jew asks the Arab, how do you know the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed? Amar le yod is min ga'ayasa de turach. I know it because of the krechts of your ox. I could tell from your ox's krechts that this is like a transcendental krechts. It's not stamazaya krechts. This is like a wow krechts. And I know, Arab me knows, muzayin, that this krechts is telegraphing that the Beis HaMikdash is destroyed. The Jew didn't hear it from the krechts. The Arab heard it from the krechts. Okay. Adahava asikime. Now the Jew listens to the Arab and he starts untying. As he's in the middle of untying, listen to this. I mean, the Medrash is Maval al Arayin. It's an amazing Medrash. Adava asikime, ge'as zimna achriti. So the ox krechts a second time. Amar le, at which point the Arab tells the Jew, asar torach, asar padnach, harness it, go back, harness your ox and harness your plow. The isyaled prakhon de Yehudai, because the Savior of the Jews was just born. Because Mashiach was just born. So go back to work. We're good to go. The Mashiach was just born. The isyaled prakhon, Yakum Porkan. Porkan means redemption. The Redeemer, the Savior of the Jews was born. So you know what? It's okay. You can go back to work. There's a Churban Beis HaMikdash. It's okay. Help is on the way. The Mashiach is born. Amar leo mashmei. So he asked the Arab, what's the name? What's his name? Amar leo Menachem Shmei. His name is Menachem. So that's why the Medrash is quoting this story as a Tanya the Messiah for Rabbi Yudan B'Shem Rabbi Evo, who said that the name of the Mashiach is Menachem. Va'avoy mashmei, what's his father's name? Amalei Chizkiah. Amalei Ve'echon Sharian, where do they live? They live in Birat Arva B'Debeis Lechem Yehuda. And then the Medrash goes on. Originally I was thinking I would go through page 5, I would go through page 6. Medrash goes on, a whole story, he tries to go to find him and visit him. Okay. But for now, what's important for us for now is to note that the Medrash says, the Arab and the ox, it's a very complicated Medrash. I'm not holding clearly. I don't really have an understanding of this Medrash. Maybe someday. But there is such a Mesorah, mamish, a clear Medrash, that the Mashiach was born today. And the Mashiach's name is Menachem. Menachem is comfort. The fact that the Mashiach is born is comfort. So there's an Ibn Ezra in Yeshaya on page 7, on the pasuk of Hine Yaskil Avdi. Hine Yaskil Avdi. Yorum Venisa Vegova Ma'od. Behold, Hine Yaskil Avdi, my servant will succeed. In Yirmiyah, in Perek Nun Beis, Pasuk Yud Gimel, Hine Yaskil Avdi, Yorum Venisa Vegova Ma'od, that my servant will succeed, will become exalted, will become very high. And obviously the question is, who's Avdi? So in Christian Jewish polemic, Avdi referred to the person to whom they thought it referred. Rashi here says, Avdi is Yaakov, Ba'achris hayomim yatzliach Avdi Yaakov, tzadikim shebo. It's referring to Yaakov as a stand-in for the Jewish people, that at the end of days they will be successful. And the Ibn Ezra, on the right side of page 7, V'rabim pirshu al Moshiach. Hine yaskel avdi b'avur she'amru kadmonenu zal, ki b'yom shechorav beis hamikdash nolad Moshiach. And he quotes this Medrash, and this Medrash is found in many different places. The left side of page 7 is probably the most interesting place where this is found. And again, my goal here is to try to inject some measure of, I'm finding the need to hold on to positivity during a time that I'm finding to be incredibly overwhelmingly challenging. So there's a disputation that takes place between the Ramban and Pablo Cristiani in Barcelona in 1263. So Jewish-Christian disputations has a history. The one before that was equally famous, the Vikuach in Paris in 1240 between Nicolas Donin and the Rabbi Chiel of Paris. Rabbi Chiel of Paris represented the Jews. Nicolas Donin was an apostate. He had been a Jew. He converted to Christianity. Same thing with Pablo Cristiani. These were originally Jews. They convert to Christianity, and they want to show off to their new co-religionists how erlich they are and how frum they are. So they go after the Jews, and they know from the inside because they went to Cheder. They know Jewish sources. So here there is a debate, 1263, the Ramban in Barcelona. We have a shtickle sense where the debate took place in the palace of King James I. You can go to Barcelona today, you can go to the palace, and they're actually outside, on the outside wall, there's, if you look all the way up, there's a brick that has some kind of Jewish-looking, Hebrew-looking letters. It was never good news for the Jews to have a disputation because it was a lose-lose. If they lost, they lost. If they won, they lost. It is told that Jews used to go to the disputations wearing their tachrichim because who knows what was going to happen to them, no matter what. If they lost, they lost. If they won, it's a big bazayin. How could they have won? They mamish wore their, just imagine, they wore their tachrichim under their clothes because they didn't know where they were going to end up. So there is this debate, and here, in the middle of this debate, we have the Vikuach of the Ramban, we have Christian sources, we have the Ramban's version. A lot of discussion about, is this an accurate version? Is this a redacted version? And here, in the middle of the Vikuach, his Pablo Cristiani says, It's a Beferish Gemara. Ki betalmud amru in Sifkat Yutes, left side, page 7. Shekvar ba Mashiach. The Messiah came already, right? 1263, right? Last I checked, for Jews, the Messiah hasn't come yet. We're still waiting. And imamin be'emunah shlema b'viyas Mashiach. Alpha pish yismamea. But for Christians, the Messiah came. The Messiah came in the 1st century. And Pablo said it's a Beferish Gemara, it's a Beferish Maimer Chazal, that the Messiah arrived already. Because he quotes our Medrash. Ve'hevi oso hagoda shebe Medrash eicha bahahu gavra, goes through the whole story with the Jew, with the Arab, with the ox, with the plow, with the untie and the tie and retie. This Yaled Meshichon. Schacter Ramban in Sivkot and Chaf. Eini mamin bahagoda zu, klal in brackets. Avol raya hi lidvarai. I don't believe it, but actually it's a proof to me. How is it a proof to me? Because it shows that he was born later. He wasn't necessarily born when you say he was born later. So it's not mukhrach that the person who you claim to be the Messiah is the Messiah. Back and forth, the whole discussion. What interests me here is the use of this medrash and the Ramban's rejection. So this has elicited a monsoon of discussion and debate among medieval Jewish historians as to did the Ramban believe it, did he not believe it. Mori Rabbi, Professor David Berger, weighed in on this subject. He wrote a review of a book by Robert Chazen. Robert Chazen, a very eminent, preeminent professor of medieval Jewish history, wrote a book on the Barcelona disputation. He has a whole chapter on this. And Professor Berger wrote a review that appeared again in his collected essays and also in his book on the Lubavitch Messianism. He has a little section on this. So did the Rambam believe it? Did the Rambam not believe it? Do we believe Agadah literally? Do we not believe Agadah literally? When I was in graduate school, my teacher, Professor Tversky, we had a whole seminar for a whole semester on attitudes towards Agadah in rabbinic literature and in medieval Jewish literature. But whether you take it literally or whether you don't take it literally, it clearly conveys something of enormous significance to us that we need to understand and that we need to appreciate. Page 8. The Beis Yosef says as follows. Kosav Harosh, on the Beis Yosef in Siman Tov Kuf Nun Dalet. Siman Tov Kuf Nun Dalet. The arrow on the left side. Kosav Harosh B'tshuva. Shesha Alta. In B'tisha B'av men ha-mincha l'mayla u'samach l'mincha ktana. Im yochol adam lirchotz panav yadav v'raglav lahakar. So Tisha B'av afternoon, so we know that the number of nihuge avelus become more minimized after the afternoon. So what about washing? What about washing? And the rationale is, I amrinon miktsas hayom kekulo, kivin dahava avelus yeshana. Because there is such a concept of miktsas hayom kekulo, by Avelus Chadasha, right? You get up from Shiva in the morning. You don't sit Shiva for the whole entire 7 days. The morning, Miktsas Hayom, a little bit into the day already is considered enough, and then you're good to go. Well, what about Tisha B'av? Tisha B'av is also Avelus. It's not Avelus Chadasha, it's Avelus Yeshana. So, can you say Miktsas Hayom Kukulo and then take a shower? Zok the Rush, Chalila V'chas. Absolutely not. Ela Kol Hayom Aser. There is no concept of Miktsas Hayom Kukulo. The reason why we have certain Nihuge Avelus that become minimized is for another reason. It's not related at all to this. There is no such principle, and it doesn't apply here. Because of Akolbo, Misha Mekel Lirchotz Min HaMincha L'mayla Raglov, over al Divrei Chachamim. That's a bad thing. You shouldn't even wash your feet on Tisha B'Av because there's no such thing. Zmikza Siyam Kukulo, you're over al Divrei Chachamim, Kol HaYom Asu. Ach, Minhag Kodum, Shehanoshim Rochtzos Roshan, Min HaMincha L'mayla B'Yom Tisha B'Av. That the women, there is a minhag, an old minhag, that women do wash their hair after in the afternoon of Tisha B'Av. V'ziknei harishonim hinhigu zeh. And it got the support of ziknei harishonim. V'asu smach l'davar, what basis is there such a minhag? V'asu smach l'davar, ma shomer b'Haggadah, ki HaMashiach nolad b'yom Tisha B'Av. V'tzarech laso zecher legoel ulenachamam kedei shelo yisyashu min hageulah. And we need to have a reminder to remind us of the redemption. And then I'm not going to read the next few words because they're utterly irrelevant, Baruch Hashem, today. But it appears that having a zecher for and nechama for the Geula is important on Tisha B'Av. Why? Because the Mashiach was born. V'ani omer, second line, ki aminag hahu nishtaka, v'lo nomar, v'chol haba lahakel b'davar, bein ish, bein isha, kofino so shelo yavra al divrei chachamim. Gone, forget about it, utterly unacceptable. It's a sweet minhag. It did have some support. I understand the rationale. We have to give chizuk and not forget and overlook the fact that Amir Hashem, we're going to have a geula. So we lock it in on Tisha B'Av by a minhag to remind us of that. Because, after all, the Mashiach was born on Tisha B'Av. But no, this is not going to happen. I mentioned Lieber Cohen's shir last Thursday night. Lieber Cohen said that he's got family members who are Iraqi Jews via India who told him, and I checked it with him after the shir, that on Tisha B'Av afternoon they go out and they buy jewelry. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I'm floored. I believe it. He's a Erlich Yid, and he knows what he's saying, and I'm sure it's true. But to me, it's ad kedei kach. Ad kedei kach on Tisha B'Av in the afternoon. It's after Chatzos. Okay, I get it. It's after Chatzos. To go buy jewelry. Here, the Beis Yosef went ballistic against washing hair after Chatzos on Tisha B'Av. But these sweet, wonderful Erlich Vayla Yidden, they buy jewelry because the Mashiach was born. So think about it. I draw a lot of, nechama from that, and nechama is central. Mashiach was born today. Like, let's not lose sight of that. So there is a auction house. So we're now on page 9. There's an auction house called Zaydis. So I don't know why it's named Zaydi. But there's an auction house called Zaydi. And it's pretty robust, and I'm on their email list. So on July 22nd, I got a email from Zaydi that they're having an auction, or maybe the auction was going to take place on July 22nd. So I'm a curious guy. I'm not holding in the parsha of buying anything, but I'm holding in the parsha of being curious. And they're selling a letter from the Lubavitcher Rebbe. We're on page 9. An original letter from the Lubavitcher Rebbe for hundreds of dollars is the asking price. I don't know how much it went for. So I look at the letter. I'm curious. I'm scrolling through. And sure enough, here's a letter from the Rebbe. Motzai Tisha B'Av. Yehafech, I'm on the top part. Yehafech Bekar of Mamish. V'chol atzomos. He's writing Motzai Tisha B'Av that it should turn soon, right? The Rav Soloveitchik, Rav Schneerson would always say, they had a relationship, so I got mixed up a little bit. Karav mamish, that they should turn into a simcha. Yom Revi, Parshas Panim Befanim Diber Havaya Imochem in 1984. And he has a whole bunch of Rashi Tevis. So I'm holding a little bit in Chabad, but not really. So I have a childhood friend by the name of Rabbi Label Altine. Rabbi Label Altine and I went to elementary school together from first grade. So we know each other 70 years. And he is a big mumcha in the Torah of Chabad. He's a huge Talmid Chacham. He lives in Crown Heights. And he was charged with writing the sichos up after the Rebbe gave them. So the Rebbe, as I'm sure you know, used to give sichos on Yom Tov in the evening, but it was still Yom Tov for him. And he would go way, 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 way late at night. I remember going with my father to 770, Motzoi Yom Tov, and we got in, and my father was very well known by the Rebbe, so there was like Kriyas Yam Suf when my father came in, and I tagged after him, and we got pretty close. And he would just go on and on and on. It was just mesmerizing and unbelievable. But it wasn't recorded because he didn't even have a microphone. I mean, it was Yom Tov. So my childhood friend, Rabbi Altine, like memorized the whole thing. I mean, it was just mind-boggling. And ran home and wrote it up. And the Likutei Sichos of the Rebbe is based on what people remembered from what the Rebbe said. The Rebbe didn't write the Likutei Sichos. It was written by others. So I called him up and I said, help me. So he told me what this means. Harav HaChasid, Havosek v'Chasid, Ish Yirei Elokim, Nechmad V'Noim, Osek. The next one I figured out myself, that I didn't need my beloved friend to help me. Osek B'Tzorchei Tzibur, that I got. But the others I had no idea. And then he said, Mem Vav Beis is a typo. That's pretty gutsy. He said it really should be Mem Vav Hey. It should be Moreno Harav Dov. So I don't know who Dov is. So Lezain Gesund and Stark. He got a big Mishaberach from the Rebbe. Harav HaChasid, Vosek v'Chasid, Ishrei Elokim. And he writes the letter. He said, I got your letter. Al pi minig Yisrael asher Torah hi lekadosh halavona dafka b'motzoi Tisha B'Av. Umefurish hatam bekama makomos. Ki besura tova hi. Why is there an Inyan to do Kiddush Levana Dafka Motzoi Tisha B'Av? Ki besura tovi, it's good news. Ki Yisrael v'ashchina asiden le'eschadesh kamosa. V'gam ki b'minchas Tisha B'Av nolad HaMashiach. So here it is. Sos anoiche elim rasecha kemotzei shalol rav. Like fell into my email from Zaydi's, a letter from the Rebbe. This is exactly the point that I'm trying to make. And I guess my overall point is to try to show that how clear this tradition is. Mitzad echad it's a yom tainis, mitzad echad it's a yom avelos, mitzad sheni, stop your mourning and fix your ox and go back to work. This doesn't really do the trick for me this year. It doesn't really, it helps me a little bit. There's a Tashbates on page 10 to wrap up Mashiach and Tisha B'Av. Tashbates has a very interesting, Tashbates lived through the middle of the 15th century. He lived through the terrible pogroms that took place in the Iberian Peninsula in 1391. 1391, there was no such thing as Spain yet. There were two separate kingdoms. There were actually 5 kingdoms in the Iberian Peninsula. There was Castile and Aragon, and then there was Navarre, and then there was Portugal, and then there was Granada. There were 5 mamish separate kings, separate queens. Spain only became Spain much later on when Ferdinand and Isabella married one another at the end of the 15th century, and there was a union between Castile and Aragon. But there was no Spain. There were Iberian Peninsula, but in 1391, both in Castile and in Aragon, there were terrible, terrible pogroms, and he lived through them, and he left, and he went to Algeria, and he became the Rosh HaKol, he became the rabbi, the Av Bezdin, chief rabbi of Algeria. He was very interesting because he was a sort of an open rabbi. He was a philosopher, he knew math, he knew astronomy, he knew medicine. It's very interesting, the openness of some medieval massive Talmidei Chachamim to the culture of the world around them. They were not only Torah-only Jews, they were Torah and Jews already then. In the Middle Ages, we're now in the middle of the 15th century. So he has tshuvas, a lot of tshuvas, called the Tashbeitz, Shimon ben Tzemach, Tshuvos Shimon Tashbeitz, Shimon ben Tzemach Duran, his name was Duran, and a Chela Gimel, Simin Ches, he has the following. Ma'aseh Mekomchem. So I don't know, but there's no date on it, but he died in 1444, so figure somewhere in the 15th century. Shenolad ben Yom Rishon, Beis Yomim L'Chodesh Av. So that's actually this year. This year, Rosh Chodesh Av was last Shabbos, a week ago Shabbos. So Sunday was the second day of Av, and a boy was born. Yom Shmini L'Leidaso, right? So if he was born on a Sunday, so the 8th day is going to be on a Sunday. Yom Shmini L'Leidaso Yom Tisha B'Av, Shehu Yom Tzom. V'oviv Mishas Leidaso, somewhere in Algeria, I don't know, in the Iberian Peninsula, some guy decided from the time his son was born, V'oviv Mishas Leidaso Amar, Shalo Yomul Oso Ad Machras Hatzol. You know what? We're not going to do a bris on Tisha B'Av. You know, you can't. There's no bagels and lox and kishkis and they're gonna wait till the next day and then we're gonna do it right. Shehu Yom Chi L'Leidaso Kedei Sheyuchal L'Smoach U'Lesamech B'Seuda Samila. I'm not going to do a bris when I can't eat. I'm going to do a bris when you can throw a party. V'atem amartem lo, ki efsher l'taken ha'seuda min ha'mincha u'lamayla, ki efsher l'taken ha'seuda min ha'mincha u'lamayla v'lecha lo sabalayla. One of the things that you're allowed to do after chatzos on Tisha B'Av is you can prepare the meal for the night. Talmud Torah is not in that category. That's one of the things that does not change. There's no difference after chatzos. But we don't sit on low chairs anymore after chatzos. We tefillin, nachem, all kinds of things go on. So one of the things you could prepare, so don't relax. You can already start preparing. As soon as the tainus is over, you'll have your shmear, you'll have whatever you want. V'lo shama aleichem. It's not a 21st century American phenomenon that a guy does what he wants and doesn't listen to anybody. V'lo shama aleichem. V'nimol hayeled b'yom sh'i l'leida. And in fact, the bris happened on the next day. V'lo aza olav kol ha-medina. And everybody's chayin gewalt. V'yesh omrim, ki hamila nasis be'isr, shekofar b'torah, v'chayev lekabel cherem v'nidui. You hear such a thing? What kind of mechutza for you? You're told that you're not allowed to do it. Don't worry about it. Just wait, hold on till the fast is over, and then boom, you jump right into the locks, and you don't have to wait, and you don't have to wait to prepare, but you couldn't hold yourself back, and you had to have it, and you did it. Cherem v'nidui. V'ata, now the rabbi who's writing to Rabbi Duran, V'ata chipasta b'sfarim yesh alav onesh. So Taka, is this guy worthy of some kind of a punishment? Not sure exactly what authority the community had in that particular place to impose some kind of an einish on this guy, but whatever it is, cherem, nidui, something. V'lo matzasa, you didn't really find. Elo ma shekosvu Shemisha lo mol biyom hashmini b'chol yom over ba'aseh. There is an implication if you don't do it on the day you're supposed to, so every subsequent day, you're already over on an aseh, you should be doing it, so it's not a happy thing. After Yoni, you're not going to get, but you know, it's not a good thing. But v'lo motzoso she'ha'over ba'aseh hu nidon b'chol elu adinim. But if you're over ba'aseh, so it's not a good thing, but it doesn't mean you get cherem and nidu if you're over in Isser aseh. Elu hein toref dvorecha. This is the gist of what you wrote me. So very often in Chuvos, you don't have the letter to, you have a summary of the letter to written by the recipient and then the response. V'ato ma oshiv. So Rabbi Duran says, you know, at this point, what am I going to say? Achar shenasa ma'aseh be'isser. It was done already. And you're right, there's really nothing at this point that you could do. Avol kedei shelo yurgelu lasos kain, echtov ma shenira li bozeh. But I want to make a macha, and so that nobody else should ever do this again, I'm going to tell you what I think. Tchila yesh ledas. Ki mi she'eno baki b'dinim mipnei miot hergel haTalmud u'mipnei heder asfarim, yesh lo lolechas achar haminhag. If you don't know, because you don't know, because you're not smart enough, and you don't have enough books, and you don't know where to look, and you're not used to learning, and you're not holding and learning, you have to do what the minhag is. And he quotes a Yerushalmi, a couple of Yerushalmis. Im halacha hi rofefes biyadcha. It's a Yerushalmi in Meiser Sheni. It's a Yerushalmi in Peah. It's a Yerushalmi in Perek Amana L'Kayin Gadol. If you don't know what to do, re'ei ei chatzibur noeg v'noeg kamosam. Ume'olam lo nishma shetesakev hamila liyom chi'i mipnei su'udas hamila shelo te'aseh biyom tzom. We never heard of such a thing. So if you don't know what to do, you should do what everybody does, namely nobody pushes it off. V'adarabba. This is why I'm quoting you this tshuva. Noagim kishehamila hi ba'oso yom. You got to do it on Tisha B'Av. Mechanin shem hayeled menachem. So if you have a bris on Tisha B'Av, so I know you had a beautiful bubby and an Elta Zaidi was a tzaddik yesod olam. So, you know, you'll name after them too, but you stick in Menachem. Menachem is the name. Now we know why the name should be Menachem. Kamo, we're not done yet. She'im tia mila b'yom Purim, mechanen oso Mordechai. Baby's born on Purim, you stick Mordechai in. Baby's born, or the bris. If the bris is on Yom HaMilah, is on Purim, the name is Mordechai. There's a bris today. The baby's name is Menachem. Because we paskined in the Medrash Eicha that I read to you a few minutes ago. I know somebody says Tzemach, somebody says Menachem, don't sweat, it's the same gematria, it's the same thing. And we have a raya that his name is Menachem because the Arab told the Jew that the name of Mashiach is Menachem. Once again, I leave you with homework, a lot of homework. I leave myself with homework. Vos tutzach in Yena Medrash, I don't really understand. But the Iker I want to focus on is Nachem. And I want to focus on the recital of Nachem, particularly in the context of 2025. And I want to ask you to think about the relevance of a particular text of Nachem for the situation in which we find ourselves. So, page 11, the Torah in Siman Tov Kuf Nun Zayin. The Torah says as follows: B'Tisha B'Av, tzarich lahaskir me'ein ha'ma'ora. In Tisha B'Av, we have to mention a passage that's relevant to what's going on during the time in which we find ourselves. Me'ein ha'ma'ora. Ma'hi, Nachem Hashem Elokeinu esavei le'tzion. V'omer osa b'bonei Yerushalayim, l'fi shehi me'ein yana. Where do we say Nachem? Where do we insert Nachem in the Shmona Esrei? We insert Nachem, as you know, in the Bracha of Bonei Yerushalayim. Because of Adonai Yavi Orosh Thal, Kol Yomai Timhesi, the Tur, Rabbi Yaakov, Balaturim, is the son of the Rosh, Rabbeinu Asher. Rabbeinu Asher had, we know, 3 sons. 2 are more well-known. This is the most well-known, Rabbi Yaakov, Balaturim. He had a son, Rabbi Yehuda, who had a sefer called Shal Suchuvas Rabbi Yehuda ben Harash, which is really interesting that his father's name is in the title of his book, Rabbi Yehuda ben Harash. There was a 3rd son that we don't really know that much about. The Rosh left Germany. Rosh is fascinating. He lived in, grew up and lived in Germany. He was a Talmud of the Maharami Rothenburg. We're going to get to him at some point later today, Rabbi Meir of Rothenburg. And at the end of the 13th century, there were pogroms in Germany, and the Maharam ran, but he never got caught and was snitched on by a Moser and was captured. He was put into a migdal. He was put into a space where he was held onto, and they wanted to redeem him, and he didn't want to let to be redeemed. The Rosh left and was successful and was able to escape from Germany. He went to France, to southern France, over the Pyrenees. He came into Spain, and the first main city in Spain from the Pyrenees is Barcelona. Then the Rashba was living in Barcelona. We're now at the beginning of the 14th century. The Rashba and the Rosh had a relationship. The Rashba wanted the Rosh to stay in Barcelona. The Rosh left, went to Toledo, and he was a chief rabbi for like 25 years in Toledo. But his life spanned both Ashkenaz and Sfarad. His son, the Rosh, the son of the Rosh, Rabbi Yaakov, the Balaturim, was mostly a little bit raised in Germany, but spent most of his life rooted in Spain. But the Tur is interesting and unique in that he quotes Minhagei Ashkenaz as well as Minhagei Sfarad. So he quotes here from his father, because of Adonai Yavir, Kol Yomai Timhesi. That's a really interesting formulation. I'm always struck by such a formula. My whole life I was wondering. So that means he wasn't like worrying about other things. You know, he's thinking, a gan celebim, a gate demun. Like, my whole life I can't figure out. Like, this is what bothers him. My whole life. Lama ein omer moso ela b'tfilas hamincha. Right, we say Nachem only at mincha. Kivin deko amrinan, yoche b'tisha b'av, tzorech lahaske me'ein ha'ma'ora, mistama b'chol tfilos of ka'omar. Kimo arvis, shachris, or mincha de Rosh Chodesh. So we say Yalav Yavo, right? When do we say Yalav Yavo, me'ein ha'ma'ora, on Rosh Chodesh or on Yom Tiv? We say it in every Shmona Esrei. Me'ein ha'ma'ora means every time you open your mouth and you say Shmona Esrei, you have to be maskir. Me'ein ha'ma'ora. I don't know, Yalav Yavo and benching. Anytime you bench, you say Yalav Yavo. Chanukah and Purim, when do you say El Anisim? Say El Anisim. Every time you say Shmona Esrei, you say El Anisim. So the Rosh can't figure out his whole life. He's trying to figure out why this is. But at the end of the day, that's what it is. At the end of the day, we say it only at Mincha. The Beis Yosef quotes already from Gaonim, who say that it was actually a machlokes. It was a machlokes b'yemei Gaonim, whether Nachem should be recited during all 3 Shemona Esreis, or it should only be recited at Mincha. What is the text of Nachem? The text of Nachem is very, very intense. Left side of page 10. Left side of page 10, Nachem Hashem Elokeinu, Savei LeTzion, Savei Yerushalayim, Avela Chareva, Bezuya, Shomema, Avela Mibni Boneha. We refer to Yerushalayim in very harsh terms. It's destroyed, it's despised, it's desolate, it's in mourning, nobody lives there, it's totally bezoyan. Avela mibli boneha yashomema me'ein yoshev. And it's terrible. And then at the end, ki ata Hashem bo'esh yitzata, u'va'esh ata asid livnosa, And we conclude, Menachem Tzion Avonu Yerushalayim. But the description of the city of Jerusalem is very harsh. So after 1967, there was a whole debate about whether to change the text. How can you say it? I was with my family in Yerushalayim 10 days after the Six-Day War, and it was unbelievable. I remember like yesterday. The euphoria was just incredible. And it was thriving and vibrant and packed. It was packed. The night of Tisha B'Av, we walked around the old city, the Choma of the old city, was just throngs of people. So how can you say this? So there's a lot of interesting reaction. Rabbi Gorin on page 12 said that we have to change it. Rabbi Gorin said we have to change the text because it's no longer relevant. We should keep the beginning, we should keep the end, but the middle, how can you say Chareva, Bezuya, Shomema? We can't say that anymore because we're not saying the truth. You can't not say the truth. This was in 1967. In 1968, in the letter at the top of page 12, published in 1968, the summer of Tafshin Chav Ches, he affirmed what he did the year before, and that we have to change the text. Rabbi Soloveitchik at that point was very opposed to changing the text. He had a whole lumdis why we absolutely under no circumstances can change the text. Rabbi Vadia Yosef, absolutely under no circumstances can you change the text. Some said that we should say it was Chaveva Shomema Bezuya Shomema. You know, it's like reminiscent of the Shetehei, Reishis Smichas Gula Seinu, that it was terrible, the Shomema. There was all kinds of discussion. And it was a big debate. It was a huge debate that was raging. And every position was taken and was suggested. And then Rabbi Gorin changed his mind. At the bottom of page 12 in 1978, he says, I made a mistake. And here's where I want to introduce 2025. And I'm not a posek, and I'm not going to paskin, but I'm inviting you to think about this. It's now 2025. So Rabbi Gorin in 1978 writes a letter to, I believe it was Rabbi Louis Rabinowitz, who was the chief rabbi of South Africa. That's who I think this was. And he writes that, you know, after the Six-Day War, I wrote and I said and I preached and I insisted that we should change the text. Left side, bottom, page 12, underline, Lefnei Tzom Tisha B'Av. In Tavshin Chav Zayin, it fasti b'sidurei atfilah shel tzahal nusach shoneh shel tfilas nachem b'mincha hamatim yoter l'tkufa shelanu kasher Yerushalayim mishuchreret v'nimtzei tachat shelton Yehudi מבלי לומר על ירושלים בזויה מכבודה שוממה מעין יושב והיא יושבת, etc. בתפילת מנחה הראשונה, next paragraph, שערכתי ליד הכותל המערבי ביום השחרור של הר הבית, the first Tisha B'Av after the Six-Day War, עברתי כשליח ציבור לפני הטבע, so I davened for the Amid at the Kotel on that Tisha B'Av, and הוספתי תפילת נחם בחזרת השץ לפי הנוסח החדש. When I said חזרת השץ, I said it my way. אולם. אודה ולא אבוש, כי לאחר מלחמת יום הכיפורים, העקובה מדם, suffused, dripping in blood, after the Yom Kippur War, כשחלה הידרדרות מוסרית, מורלית ולאומית בעם ובמדינה, there's a huge depression. And he goes on a riff about the peace process that he was totally opposed to. We are now in big trouble after the Yom Kippur War. And Eineni Ro'eh, next to the last line of that paragraph, Siba lishanot v'usim kayamim. You know what? I don't see any reason to change. Kol od shemurgeshet nisiga B'chol ha-meishorim, nesiga means a retreat. On all fronts, we're retreating now. V'he'atid luta ba'arafel. And the future is cloaked in smoke, in clouds. We don't know what's going to be. So it's actually remarkable that he changed his mind. Because times changed, because the situation is different. Objectively, he said, I thought then that the beginning of that column, לאחר שחרור הר הבית, ירושלים, יהודה ושומרון במלחמת ששת הימים, חשבתי והאמנתי שהנה זה היום קיווינו לו, נגילה ונשמחה בישועתו, וחזון כל הדורות נתגשם לעינינו. But I was wrong, because we're in big trouble. So you know what? Say it like he used to say it. I'm depressed. The current situation leads me to a different conclusion. Forget about it. I take it back. Forget about it. Chareva, Shemema, Bezuya, Mibli Baneha. It's okay. I found something similar with the Lubavitcher Rebbe. On page 13, turn to the side, I found something interesting. The Lubavitcher Rebbe, this comes from Eitzer Minhagei Chabad, written by Rabbi Yeshua Munshein. The Rebbe, after the Six-Day War, told his Hasidim the next Pesach that he actually told them already. He told them that they have to leave Yerushalayim because there's a suffix whether they have to bring a korban Pesach. The halacha is there's a whole discussion about, do you need a Beis HaMikdash to bring korbanos? You probably don't need a Beis HaMikdash to bring some korbanos, and certainly korban Pesach is in the category of you don't need a Beis HaMikdash to bring a korban Pesach. So now Jews have authority over the Har HaBayis, so there's a suffix whether you're mechuyev to bring a korban Pesach. Who's mechuyev to bring a korban Pesach? If you're not b'derech rechoka, if you're not tamei or b'derech rechoka, so it's 15 mil, whatever a mil is. Let's just say mile. It's not a mile. Within a certain amount of place from you, if you're living in that within that area, you may actually be mechuyev to bring a korban Pesach. So you know what? Solve the problem and leave. So the Rebbe told Anshe Shleimenu to leave Yerushalayim and its environs to go away, because if you're far away, you're not nichlal in this suffix, and you're over. Maybe you should have brought a korban Pesach. You mavatla korban Pesach and Pesach Sheni. And he says here, beferish Pesach Sheni, you have to leave. Pesach Rishon, Pesach Sheni, out. Achar kach, b'shnas Tavshin Lamed Hey. What's Tavshin Lamed Hey? 1975. Kava kvod kacho Adonenu Morenu v'Rabbeinu Zechuso Yogen Oleinu ki nishtana hamatzav. It's 1975. Times have changed. Ve'ein atah hayacholet v'ha'afsheriyot lishanot v'livnot kefi adarush la'akrovas korban Pesach. It's not happening. 1975. He looks out and he says, "There's no way we're going to build it. We're going to bring a korban Pesach now." So you know what? V'lachein gam ein makom shelo lios be'erev Pesach o b'yudalid b'iyar Pesach Sheni karav Yerushalayim. The Rebbe changed his mind. So that to me is very interesting. He didn't change his mind halachically. He changed his mind based on the situation. The halacha always responds to the reality of the situation. Situation changed, so it's a different set of circumstances. It's a different shaila, so the psak is different. I wrote this up recently. Chabad put out a choveret in honor of the Rebbe, and I wrote up this position of the Rebbe, the change. Halacha responds to changing circumstances. And I quoted also the Rav Gorin issue here. B'kitzer, times change. So what are we feeling in 2025? So are we prepared to change the nusach? Or are we, you know what? Just let it go. Just let it go. And you'll decide, Rabbi Schacter will decide what we're going to do here in Shul when it comes time for Mincha. I want to raise one other issue, and then I think I'm going to conclude. This issue has been haunting me. And one year, Rabbi Soloveitchik said the following. He said, you know, we're not allowed to question God. We're not allowed to ask questions. We all know the famous response of Aaron HaKohen when his sons were killed. 2 words in the Torah, Vayidomar. He quoted the Gemara Menachos that when Moshe Rabbeinu goes up to Shamayim and he sees Hashem is tying tagin onto 7 letters of the Torah, and he says, why are you doing this? Was felt reis, you have nothing else to do to attach little crowns to Shatnez Getz, Shenayin Tesnun Zayin Gimel Tzadi, you're going to put little crowns. Oh, because there's going to be a man by the name of Rabbi Akiva, L'Sov Kamadoros, who's going to be Dirish, Al Kol, Kotes V'Kotes, Tili, Tilin Shel Halachos. So I'm taking the time now because this is going to be meaningful someday when Rabbi Akiva is going to use each of these to interpret and to elaborate all kinds of halachas. Wow, Moshe Rabbeinu's curiosity was piqued. Oh, really? Wow, I want to see Rabbi Akiva. So the Gemara says that he puts him in a time machine and he brings him 8 rows back in Rabbi Akiva's yeshiva, and he doesn't know what's going on. And then Rabbi Akiva was asked by one of his Talmidim, how do you know? And the response was, oh, it's halacha l'Moshe Sinai. So Nispashia, Nisyashva Daito, he felt better. They're still quoting me. I'm still a player. Halacha l'Moshe Sinai, I'm good to go. Then he says, you showed me his Torah. What about his reward? So we know we're going to come at some point today to the Asara Arugei Malchus. Rabbi Akiva was one of the Asara Arugei Malchus. And they're tearing his flesh off his body. So Moshe says, Zu Torah v'zu schara. He asked the question that makes a lot of sense. Like this is what you get for, I mean, he's so great that you are now spending time putting the tagin on because he's going to darshan them, and this is what happens to him. And what was HaKadosh Baruch Hu's response? The Rav quoted this, Shtok, Kach, Allah b'machshava lefanai. And the Rav said something, he said, I don't normally like to talk like this. What does the word shtok mean? He said, normally, you ask a question, and somebody gives you an answer. The question is a question, but blight by the kasha, but the teretz is a good teretz. That's not what happened here. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says to him, shtok. He said, shtok means shut up. Shut up. What does shut up mean? You don't even have a right to ask the question. It's not like you have a kasha and I'm going to answer. Shut up, you have no right. He said shut up. He apologized for saying shut up. Not nice, you don't say shut up. But he said it because he wanted to make the point, like I'm trying to quote him now, to make the point that we don't ask questions. Rachmana litzlan avelus chadasha. We say tziduk hadin. Baruch dayin emes. I mentioned that earlier. Atzur tamim polo kichol derachav mishpat ke'elamuna ve'en novel tzadik v'yosharhu. Except for Tisha B'Av. He said Tisha B'Av is an exception. Tisha B'Av we're allowed to ask. We don't have an answer, but we're allowed to ask. Why are we allowed to ask on Tisha B'Av? So he said, because Yirmiyahu Hanavi asked, because he said Eicha. What does Eicha mean? Echa means how. How could you do this? So halachically, this is called a matir. So we have a matir, we're allowed to ask. But that was last night. There is some minig Yerushalayim to say echa also in the day. We don't say echa during the day, so what's the matir today? So he went to today's Haftorah, Kiru L'Makononos, that we're allowed to ask. We're allowed to ask. At the end of the day, we believe. We believe that God runs this world. I believe that God runs this world. I believe Korav Hashem L'chol Korav, because I say it every day more than once. I believe, I'm pushing now, but I believe Tzaddik Hashem B'chol D'Rochav. I believe that. But I have questions. The notion of belief in God in the face of challenge is really incredible. Is really incredible. And I want to give you some examples before I get to the question. So, Rabbi Lichtenstein Zatzal, his Torah was published this last week. Came out of Sefer on TISHA B'Av and Avelos by Rabbi Lichtenstein. So I want to thank Terry Novetsky for bringing me a PDF of this Sefer. And I want to thank Rabbi Yoshua Grunstein, who lives in Israel, who told me about the Sefer, who turned over heaven and earth to find Rabbi John Schacter, who was coming on Friday morning from Israel to Teaneck to bring me the Sefer. So yesterday, I opened up the Sefer, and I come to a section called Nachem. And it's such chizuk. It was amazing. So I'm glad I had a chance, Terry, thank you. I'm glad I had a chance to quote from this Sefer. We say Nachem, as I mentioned to you earlier, it's quoted, the Torah already, it's quoted earlier in the Rif. We say Nachem only in the Bracha of Bonei Yerushalayim. Yerushalmi says it's a machlokes, whether we say Nachem in Ritzei or whether we say Nachem in Modim. Kol davar shehu laba omro ba'avoda, kol davar shehu le'ovar omro b'hodoya. If it's something that is reflecting something that will happen, we say it in avoda, in ritzei. If it's something that we're acknowledging happened in the past, we say it in modim. So which one is nachem? So Rabbi Aaron quotes Machlokas Rishonim. The Ra'ah and the Ritva say we say it in avoda, and the Itur and the Avodraham say that we say it in modim. The Taz asks, how can we say it in modim? After all, it's about the past. It's about the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash. So it should be said in the past. So he answers, says Rabbi Lichtenstein, that, you know what? It may be about the past, but it's also about the future. Gam im ochen ikra shel tfilas nachem hu bezechiras he'ovar. It has a relevance to the future because even acknowledging, listen to this, it's remarkable, and I try to accept this. Amnam birchas hahoda'a anu modim laHashem u'mishabchem oso al chasada v'tovosav. So how could it be said in Hoda'ah, what am I thanking God for? Achinyana shel birchas hahoda'ah eino mistakem bekach. It's not just I thank God for good things. Gam Hoda'ah b'malchus Hashem v'hakara she'ata be'esh hitzata. I am acknowledging modim to the kingship of God, that he burnt the Beis HaMikdash. Shehachurban higia me'es Hashem. He chelek me'inyana shel birchas hahoda'ah. Part of birchas hahoda'ah, hoda'ah, is to recognize and acknowledge the royalty, the kingship of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, even if it is reflected, particularly in this context, in the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash. So we try to rest, W-R-E-S-T, we try to wrest blessing and closeness out of real tragedy. That the godless of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which deserves our hoda'ah, modim, it's in the bracha of modim, encompasses the tragedy of the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash. Page 19. The Gemara wants to know, Maseches Yuma Daf Samach Tes Amid Beis, why are the Anshe Knesses HaGedola called Anshe Knesses HaGedola? What kind of an appellation is Gedola? The Amar Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi, 10, 12 lines from the bottom. Lama Nikra Shman Anshe Knesses HaGedola, She'echaziru Atorah Liyoshna. Because they returned the crown to its original luster. Also Moshe came and referred to HaKadosh Baruch Hu as Okel HaGodol HaGibor VaHanora. And Rashi, I think, here quotes the pasuk, Asher lo yisa panim in Devarim. Also Yirmiyah, Va'omar Nochrim Mekarkarin or Mekalkalin Be'echolo, Aye Nora Osav. Yirmiyahu lives at the time of the Churban. He sees that the enemy is destroying the Heichel. Shara'a Rashi Sarei Nevuchad Netzar Nichnasen LaHeichel Umeiri Imbo Kechol Ritzonim. They do all kinds of terrible things, whatever they want. Where is God's wonder? So you know what? I can't say Norah. I can't call God Norah because I'm looking and it doesn't look like Norah to me. So he takes out Norah. You hear such a thing? I don't see Norah, so I'm not going to say Norah. How can I say Norah? I can't say Norah because I don't see Norah. Also Daniel, Omar, Nachrim Mishtabdim Bebanov. Daniel lives later on, and he sees that there's a shibud. He's living in the time of shibud. Aye Gvurosov, guys, not a gibor. Lo Amar gibor. So I don't know. I'm going to. I feel like I really need to be careful. It's shocking to me. It's shocking. I don't see Gibor, I'm not saying Gibor. I don't see Norah, I'm not saying Norah. I decide I'm not saying it. Moshe Rabbeinu said it. Okay, Moshe Rabbeinu is Avolayit. Moshe Rabbeinu, yeah, it's great, but I have to say these words. I can't say these words. Asa inhu, now comes the Anshe Knesses Hagdola. Va'amru Adarabba. Listen to this Adarabba. I'm just learning a piece of Gemara. I wish I understood it. Zuhi Gevuras Gevuraso. Adarabba, this is his Gevura. Shekovesh es Yitzro shenosen erech hapayim l'rishoyim. He doesn't punish Rishoyim right away. He gives them time. He's long-suffering, erech hapayim. And that's his Gevura. Ve'elohei Norah Osav, where's Norah? She'el male mora'o shel HaKadosh Baruch Hu, heich uma achas yechola lehiskayim bein ha'umos. Because it's Norah, because God is Norah, because if it was God wasn't Norah, how could the Jewish people ever survive? So we're back in business. So we're back to Gibor, and we're back to Nora, and so therefore we're back to Godol. So they get the name of Anshe Knesses Hagadola because they restored all of these texts. V'Rabbanan heiche avdei hachi ve'ikre takanta de Teaneck Moshe. So how could Yirmiyahu and Daniel do what they did? I used the word shocking before. Where did they come off? The Gemara asked the kasha. Amar Rabbi Lazar, mitoch sheyodin b'hakodesh baruch hu she'amitihu lefichach lo kazbubo. Because they know that God likes truth, and they can't lie. They know that God likes truth. God likes truth, and if they were to say this, they would be lying. So they can't say it, because for them it would be a lie. Frekte Michtav Me'Eliyahu, page 20. Frekte Michtav Me'Eliyahu. Actually, let's go to the summary of the Michtav Me'Eliyahu. The Michtav Me'Eliyahu is on the right side of page 20. There's a sefer called Sefer Sifsei Chaim by Reb Chaim Friedlander, who quotes. He's got a number of volumes on Moadim. This is Chelek Gimel. He's a whole bunch of pages on the 3 weeks, on Tisha B'Av and Avelus. And he quotes, I got to Rav Dessler because I saw it in the Sifsei Chaim. He quotes the Gemara Shoelis, left side of page 20. V'Rabbanan Yirmiyahu v'Daniel eiche avdei hachi v'akrei takanta de Teaneck Moshe. Amar Rabbi Lazar mitoch sheyodin b'hakodesh baruch hu she'amitihu. God is true. Lefichach lo kizbubo. They can't lie. Yirmiyahu v'Daniel yodu she'hakodesh baruch hu chosamo emes. Right, there's a rabbinic tradition of chosamo shel hakodesh baruch hu emes. V'sonei es hashekar. V'imheim lo chashim. Listen to this. Bepoel. Es gevurosav v'nora osav. If they're not seeing it, if they're not feeling it, gam kishenachrim bekarkarim behecholo v'zar mishtad b'banov. Im yomru hagibor v'hanora harezu stira le'emes. Shalom Morenu, Rabbi Dessler. Ha'im Yirmiyahu v'Daniel lo yadu shehein hein gevurosav v'hein hein nora osav. Why didn't they follow the rationale of the Knesses Hagdola, who said, you know, you could still say it, and you're not lying. You think you're lying, but you're not lying. Yet they accept the basic premise that God loves truth, and you shouldn't say a lie, but I'll give you a lumdis how to make an ois lie. So why didn't they see it that way? Ubier, Vaday shegam Yirmiyahu v'Daniel yadu es halimud shel anshe Knesses Hagdola. Shegevurosav v'nora osav shel Hashem is galos af al yedei ma'asar rishayim. So they somehow, conceptually, intellectually, theoretically, they understood what the rationale is. But Baram, avodas Hashem tzricha liyos emes la'amita. Not just emes, but like super duper emes. Lahargish zos be'omek halev, deep in, we have to feel this. V'lo dai biyadiyah bilvad. V'heim shachayu b'soch tekufas hatzoros v'hester panim. Vadai, theoretically, conceptually, knowledge-wise, ha'aminu she'HaKadosh Baruch Hu gibor v'nora. Aval hoya kasha lahem lahargish biyadiyah chushes. Es gevurosav v'nora osav. Lefichach lo kizbu bo. Imheim yomru hagibor v'hanora. Harezu stira la'amitius pnimiusa. This to me is amazing. It's amazing. And I'm thinking myself, and I'm thinking 2025, and I'm thinking, I believe. I said Kel HaGodol HaGibor VaHanora this morning, and I said it last night, and I always say it, and I actually believe it. But I ask myself on Tisha B'Av, because Rabbi Soloveitchik said I'm allowed to ask myself this on Tisha B'Av. Am I feeling it in my kishkis? Am I feeling it? I believe it. And I say it and I do it. But in my core, pnimius, shebepnimius, in the amitius, shebeamitius, in the amkus halev, in the amitius, and I'm asking myself, and I'm wondering, maybe, Allah Nachem, we used to, for sure, Gorin said, the Rebbe said, it's a different world, but maybe it's not such a different world. And that's where we find ourselves right now. That I shared this with my daughter Leah Wednesday, and she reminded me that Daniel and Yirmiyahu were Erlich Eden, like they put on tefillin the next morning. Like they didn't say, I'm taking a break from Shabbos or Kashrus, I mean, they were deep in. Don't for a second conclude or even imagine that somehow this affected their Shmiras HaMitzvahs, not for a second. That's 100% correct. There's no like a blanket, okay, on Tisha B'Av you got a free pass, chas v'shalom. But at the dakistika level of pnimius and internality and real, like what do you really believe? Do we ever ask ourselves what we really believe? We come to shul, we're all wonderful Jews, and we keep Torah mitzvahs, and we shomer Shabbos and kashrus, and taras hamishpacha, and we pay oodles of money to send our kids to day school, and we're all in, and we're davening. But but a lot of it, at some point, we're like on autopilot. So what do we mamish, really deeply mamish believe right now on Tisha B'Av in 2025? And I'm identifying a little bit with Daniel and with Yirmiyah, even though I accept fully, without hesitation, the lumdis of the Anshe Knesses Hagdola, theoretically as well as practically. I want to conclude with Rav Amital on page 25. We are now in the middle stage. So think about it. I'm just asking a question. My goal is to ask a question. I'm asking myself a question. They used to say, I don't know about Reb Chaim, I heard it about Reb Chaim Brisker. I'm sure it was said about a lot of people, and I've quoted it before, that he would get up in front of people in shul, stand at the bima and say, La'olam Red Chaim Tzachayim. Truth is, I'm speaking to myself, but I'm speaking a little bit loud. So if you want to eavesdrop and hear what I have to say, you could also hear what I have to say. So that's what this is. I'm trying to work this out for myself. And I invite you, God loves truth. God loves honesty. So are you really Erlich? Like, but mamish in the kishkis. Mamish, deep in the kishkis. Like, are we maminim? Are we mamish maminim? Or we say we're maminim. I mean, that's a madrega too, but do we really, 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 really kel agadol agibor vano? I'm asking, something to think about. Because we don't think about this. We go through lives, years. We don't do theology. We don't do real amkis and cheshbon hanefesh. It's something to think about. 1 year on Yom Yerushalayim, Rav Amital gave a sicha, and I found this in the Gush Koshitsky website, and it changed me from when I read it. So he asks an Eisen Akasha. Look at the bottom in the Sheva Brachas that we say by a chasana, the last of the Sheva Brachas. 25, bottom of 25. Shabara sasam v'simcha, chasa v'kala, gila, rina, ditza v'chedva, ava, achva, shalom, reyes. What a beautiful list of all kinds of beautiful things. V'heira Hashem Elokeinu, soon, quick, fast. May the Lord, our God, Yishama, may there let be heard. Ba'arei Yehuda, b'chutzos Yerushalayim, kol sasan, kol simcha, kol chasan, kol kala. We should hear, not just here in this room, under this chuppah, surrounded by your beloved family and friends and loved ones and guests who came to be mesameach with you. But Arei Yehuda and Chutzos Yerushalayim, we should feel the same simcha of the chasan and the kala, kol mitzalos chasana mechupasam, mesameach chasan and makala. Rabbi Amital pointed out that this comes from Yirmiyah, but with like an amazing twist. The top of the page, 25, Yirmiyah, Perek, Lamed, Gimel, Pasik, Yud. Ko amar Hashem, od yishama b'makom hazeh, asher atem omrim charevu, it's destroyed. Me'ein adam, there are no people living here. Me'ein behema, there are not even animals living here, it's so desolate. Ba'arei Yehuda v'chutzos Yerushalayim hanishamos. Nishamos means they're desolate. Me'ein adam, nachamol, vayter, vidaramol, no people. Me'ein yoshem, nobody's living here. Me'ein behema, if you didn't get the memo the first time when I said me'ein adam u'be'ein behema, I'm going to repeat it 7 words later. Me'ein adam, me'ein yoshem, me'ein behema, desolate, done, finished, empty. Kol sasan, kol simcha, kol chasam, kol kala, may there someday yet be heard. Kol sasan, kol simcha, kol chasan, kol kala. Kol omer, may there someday be heard a voice. Hodu es Hashem tzvakos. Ki tov Hashem, ki la'olam chasto. Meviim toda beis Hashem. We should bring korbanos, expressions of gratitude. Hodah HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the Beis HaMikdash. And who should bring it? Ki oshev v'shvus ha'aretz k'varishona. The captivity will be returned. All the Jews will come, will stream. Esra of Amital, we're not allowed to do this. Like we're cherry picking, we're chopping up a pasuk. We're chopping up a pasuk. Okay, so you'll tell me the rabbinic principle of kol psuke, the lo paske Moshe, anan lo paskina. We know, we're familiar with this. That you can't read a pasuk, you can't do a half a pasuk and stop in the middle. Oh, no, maybe that applies only to Kol Psuke de Lo Paske Moshe. But maybe in Nevi'im and Ksufim you can, okay, beautiful, but it's a shtick a little bit, he says, I don't know, it's inappropriate. These words I like. Okay, we're going to keep these words. Those words, nah, I don't like those words. Forget those words. Nah. Oh, those are I like again. Oh, we're going to take those words. We're kind of chutzpah. This I like, this I'm going to take. We don't pick and choose. You're picking and choosing. You take what you like. You dump what you don't like. Od Yishama Bari Shalayim is like, you see, in the mitten the rinnen here, before, in the middle, the end, I'm in a totally different place, says Rabbi Amital. When the Anshe Knesset Hagadola, or whoever was responsible for putting together the nusach of the Sheva Brachos, a bunch of it is already in the Gemara and Ksubis, on the Zion. There's already a shtickle nusach of the Sheva Brachos. Whoever was responsible for this looked at the Psukim in Yirmiyah and said, can't be. Can't be, because the Psukim in Yirmiyah give us one message. The Psukim in Yirmiyah give us a message that we are in deep, deep, deep trouble. Me'ein adam, me'ein behema, me'ein yoshev, nishamos, horrible. And what will change that? What will save us? Oh, Baruch Hashem, it's going to be great. Haidu Hashem ki tov, haidu es Hashem tzvakos. We're going to bring korbanos. We're going to have kibbutz golios. The antidote to the desolation is the rebuilding of the Beis HaMikdash. The only way we could feel not a sense of desolation is to recognize the reality of the building of the Beis HaMikdash. Says the Anshe Knesset Agdola, where does that leave us? Says Rav Amital, where does it leave us? We need only the building of the Beis HaMikdash. That is the only reality that's going to remove us from a state of utter despair. There has to be a middle ground. There has to be a middle ground. These are the two extremes. Yirmiyahu only allows for two extremes. We don't have two extremes. We're living now, I think it was 1990, I don't remember exactly. It's Yom Yerushalayim. Oh my God, look around. Look what we have. We don't have a Beis HaMikdash. I'm sad we don't have a Beis HaMikdash. We don't have Kibbutz Golios. I'm sad we don't have Kibbutz Golios. Look what we have. And already then they said that if the only way to solve the problem of depression is building a temple, that's not a way how to function. That means till the temple is built, we're totally depressed. Can't be. We need to stop where we are in the moment and be able to appreciate what we have. And so therefore, when it came time to a chuppah, when it came time to a chassan and a kala, when it came time to simcha, guess what? I know we're going to break the glass. We're feeling simcha now. We have kol sason v'kol simcha now. It's not complete. It's not what we want. It's not the ultimate. Of course not. But let's not minimize what we have achieved. And therefore they said, Od Yishama, took out the middle, Ba'arei Yehuda, B'chutzos Yerushalayim, took out the next, Kol Sason, Kol Simcha, Kol Chasan, Kol Kala, and stopped there, and dispensed with the Beis HaMikdash, dispensed with Kibbutz Golios. Of course, it's uppermost in our mind, and especially today. But let's not lose sight of what we have and what we have accomplished. And so, as we take a few minutes break, and we're going to start the keynotes, on this Tisha B'Av, it's a heavy heart. It's a time of very heavy heart. It's a time of very, very, very heavy heart. And it's a time of maybe invoking Daniel and Yirmiyah, maybe somehow at some level. At some level. But it's also a day when Mashiach was born. It's a day that inherently in the day there's hope. And we hold on to both of them as we try to make sense of the world around us and enter into an analysis of the words that were written for so many years ago, to be able to say them with meaning, not to recite them, but to say them with meaning as avodah shebelev. We'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll start with the keynotes. So I don't know what version you have, so I don't have any page numbers, but whatever version you have, it's after putting back the Sefer Torah. I'm not going to announce. I can't. Thank you. You hold on to it for next year. I still use the Reverend Rosenfeld edition. So that's what I use. I've been using it for, I don't know, many decades. So there may be some words that are a little different in your version, but maybe not. Mostly it's the same. 99% it's the same. So these are words that begin the last few psukim in Eicha. And then the second word in each paragraph follows the Aleph Base, starting with the letter Samach, because until the letter Samach, they were already included in the Chazoras Hashat. So we don't do that. We don't include the Rebbe Lezer HaKalir's interpolations into the Chazoras Hashat's, bracha by bracha, but it's there, it's in the book, and he meant it to be that. And they got through Nun, and now we're up to Samach. Samachayim Pei, and so on. But the first word is the word from the last few psukim in Eicha. So there's this connection. In other words, we're starting in the middle. We're not starting, we're starting in the middle. Shav asuru meni shemoni ochroi, schiu moses imuni bedrei chaveroi, sakosa mishkan mischos diburoi, sakosa v'hov lagugi boroi, safku chafu moadu averoi, evoroi, chasila kolabiroi. These are poems by Rabbi Elazar Kali, who was a master liturgist, and it's hard to understand them very simply. Some of them are easier to understand, and some of them jump out. Schiu mos hesimuni be'edrei chaveroi. I've been treated like scum and refuse among the flock of my companions. Rabbi Soloveitchik used to talk about the UN, Kal v'chomer ben benoshel kal v'chomer now, and even the most recent news about some countries have made decisions that are awfully regrettable and terrible. Schiu mos hesimuni be'edrei chaveroi. That was true then, and that's true now. You don't have to pedal furiously to see the relevance of these words to our current situation. Naflo deinu b'tzul d'chuya, ein yichiksa l'chazon ben berechya. Ad pilei gilgol chavuya, eini me'oleles b'yivanis l'chuya, osa v'nichem v'yikra l'bechia, v'nama le'ani bochia. So here again, Eini Chiksa L'Chazon Ben Brechia. Chazon Ben Brechia is Zechariah HaNavi. So I am looking forward to, even though Nafla Odeinu B'tzul D'chuya, even though we're in very big, difficult straits, we're to the nethermost depths, but I'm still looking forward to the Chazon of Zechariah. So there are a few candidates for which Zechariah is famously known. Komar Hashem Tzom HaRavi V'Tzom HaChamishi V'Tzom HaShvi V'Tzom HaSiri Yihya L'Beis Yehuda L'Sasanu L'Simcha, that these 4 fast days will be L'Sasanu L'Simcha. Notice they're not mentioned by date. It's the fast of the 4th, the fast of the 5th. There's a great Minchas Chinuch that points out that, in fact, the original takana was not necessarily that it had to be on this particular day. In the days of the Bible, in the days of the Navi, it did not identify a specific day. That's why he says, Rabbi Yochanan says, that if I lived in the time of the Churban Abayis, I would have made Tisha B'Av on the 10th of Av. Mipnei sherubo shel heichal bo nisraf. It's a minchas chinuch. What do you mean? You decided you wanted it to be on the 10th? There's a Masorah. Tisha B'Av, last I checked, Tisha B'Av is on Tisha B'Av. So where do you... So he answered that, Tisha B'Av was not necessarily on Tisha B'Av. It's Tzom HaChamishi. It's the day of the 5th month. And you figure out when you think it should be. So they decided, Schacter de Puranusa Adifa, that's when the Beis HaMikdash started to be burned on Tisha B'Av in the afternoon. But it's Tzom HaRavi, Tzom HaChamishi, Tzom HaShvi. It's interesting that I think the Ha'ara is a really excellent Ha'ara, that we're not told the specific day of the month in the original biblical description of these fast days. But it's a pasuk of Nechama, Mirtz Hashem, Yeh L'Beis Yehuda will be. It's B'lashon Vadai. Not may it be, should it be, Halavai, it should be Yeh L'Beis Yehuda. L'Sason L'Simcha. The other one, I would even say my favorite, the Zechariah prophecy is Od Yeshvu Zekenim Uzekenos Berachovos Yerushalayim. That the old men and the old ladies will sit one day comfortably in Yerushalayim. And that we do see today, Baruch Hashem, not only in the old city, but we see it. Yeshu Zakenim Uzakenos. It's full. What a bracha. So this is what we refer to in the middle. We're just starting. We're just gearing up. We're out of the gate. We just started to say Kinos. And already before I turn around, line 5, I'm already looking forward to the end of this, to getting out of this, to the prophecy of Zechariah. And then the end of this paragraph, Asa v'nicham. V'nicham. Asa, God did what he did. V'nicham, and God, Nechama means he changed his mind. V'yinachem Hashem, the first time Nun Ches Mem appears in the Torah is God changed his mind. He wanted to create the world, and then maybe it wasn't such a good idea. So he did what he did. He brought about the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash. V'nicham, and he had second thoughts. Vayikra lebechi, and he calls out crying, and he says, Alei lani bochia. So this happens a lot in the Medrash at the beginning of Eicha, where this pasuk appears. Pasuk appears, Alei lani bochia, eini eini yordamayim, Pashup Pshat is it's Yirmiyahu Hanavi. He's saying, he's the Machaber of Eicha. He's saying, eini yordamayim, he's saying, Alei lani bochia. But the Medrash puts it into God's mouth. That God says, I am crying. And that for us is a source of great nechama. That it's not as if God is distant and God is irrelevant to us and God is oblivious to our travails. But Hashem is also mourning. Huge theme. Shchinta b'galusa. Al-Eila, we'll see it later on in the Kinnos also. Al-Eila ani bochia. And the fact that God is so adversely affected for us is a source of great comfort. We're not alone. We're not all by ourselves. Hashem is also with us. The Gemara says in Megillah, at the end of Megillah, wherever the Jewish people went, Shechina imahem. Galu le-Mitzrayim, Shechina imahem, Galu le-Bavel, Shechina. That God did not abandon us. I mentioned earlier that the key avoda of Tisha B'Av is to recreate and to try to re-experience the closeness with God. That's what the Kinnos are essentially about. And the fact that Hashem is sitting next to us, is with us where we are, Shchinta B'Galusa, is a source of great comfort. We're going to say shortly, Ki tam Schacter b'cheso fanecha. Kadosh Baruch Hu put Yaakov's name on his divine holy throne, because we're right there. We're not distant. We're not far away. Al pnei pras nuptzu chasideha, pal gesuv zachra karu yisodeha, pachad chet shilo tokaf sodeha, patzu chazire ya'ar ayeh chasideha. So in this section we have huge yesod for Tisha B'Av that Rabbi Soloveitchik always pointed out, but we see it here already. Al Pnei Pras has nothing to do with the Churban Beis HaMikdash, not even with the first Churban Beis HaMikdash. Al Pnei Pras was the golus of the Aseres Hashvatim was earlier, it was a couple hundred years before even Churban Bayis Rishon. Take a look at the end of this Kinnot. The end of this Kinnot, we conclude, Tavo el Tzor Asher Kilanu. Tavo el Tzor, may Einish come to the adversary who destroyed us. We were exiled to Chalach and Chavar. What's Chalach and what's Chavar? So you should know because we said it last night. But we davened it up last night. We really didn't say it last night. So turn to last night, to the very same Kina from last night that I made reference to earlier, to the Kina about Shomron. the kinnot about Shomron. Shomron kol titain. The kinnot of Shomron kol titain. So I mentioned earlier, and I quoted the end about Nechama, Rafa Noes Shivram v'Nachem Avelusam. This is a kinnot of they're dueling with one another. Shomron is the capital of the northern kingdom, which was exiled before Churban Bayis Rishon. Ohaliva is a poetic way to refer to Yerushalayim. And Shomron says in the first paragraph, Lo lach ohaliva, chashov anyechka anyi. You can't imagine, you can't compare your pain to my pain. And he goes on and tells the story. L'miktzas hayamim shilamti nishi, v'tiglas peleser achalas piri, chamudosai hifshit, v'hitzil es yadi. Next two words, u'lechalach u'lechavar nosa eshivyi. And my captives were taken to Chalach and to Chavar. So these were names of places, and we refer to them again, we will shortly, to which the Jews were exiled during pre-Churban Bayis Rishon. So the basic fundamental principle here is that Tisha B'Av is a day that's set aside to commemorate not to commemorate not only the 5 events that happened on Tisha B'Av, but it's a day that's set aside to commemorate all Jewish tragedy. I've dealt with this at length in the past, and I don't want to do it again, but just to point this out, we're going to have a kinnot for the Crusades. Didn't happen on Tisha B'Av. We're going to have a kinnot for the burning of the Talmud in Paris in 1242, Shali Srufa Ba'esh. Didn't happen on Tisha B'Av. Sarah Ruge Malchus didn't happen on Tisha B'Av. In fact, it didn't happen at all the way it's presented. But it doesn't matter. It's all on Tisha B'Av. I want to mention at this point an email that I got from our Rebbitzin, from Avital Strachler. So on July 28th, she sent me an email, and she told me a story in this email with the material that she appended. She drew my attention to a kinnot that was written by Rabbi Yitzchak Nisim. Rabbi Yitzchak Nisim was the Sephardi chief rabbi of Israel in the 60s and into the early 70s. For his brother, who was Avital's great-great-grandfather, who was murdered in Baghdad in 1917. And she sent me this a whole printout from a sefer called Naras Bavel that tells the whole story. It's a horrific, horrific story of 17 Jews who were just rounded up and were terribly tortured, including her great-grandfather, and killed. And his brother, Rav Nisim, who became the Sephardi chief rabbi of Israel, wrote a kinnot. Now, I don't want to recite the kinnot, I want to draw attention to the kinnot, because today is a day that we should be thinking about all Jewish tragedy. And then there's a nest that happened. They found her great-great-grandfather's body in a sheet, surrounded, a tied-up sheet, and it floated to the top of the river, and they found it weeks after he was killed, and his body was totally intact. And there were huge, heavy stones in this shroud, and yet he was able to float. That's mamish nisim, mamish nisim. And the kinnot is very gripping. So it didn't happen on Tisha B'Av. He was miraculously found on the 3rd day of Nisan. This happened before then, the day that the time, they didn't even know exactly when he was killed because he was taken away, and then they found his body. But we Ashkenazi Jews focus on primarily Ashkenazi kinnos and Ashkenazi tragedy. You know, the Sephardim have their own Sefer HaKinnos. it's very different. They don't have a word about the Crusades in the Sephardi Sefer HaKinnos. They have about Spanish expulsion in the Sephardi Kinnos. It happens to be that the Spanish expulsion, you can't say it happened on a day because it didn't happen on a day. Jews were given 3 months to leave, but the last day turns out to be on Zayin Av. Right? There is a tradition. Jews are expelled from Spain on TISHA B'Av. It's not true because, first of all, it was a 3-month process, and second of all, the culminating day was Zayin Av. The last day of July, 1492, was Zayin Av, but it's certainly close enough. But the Sephardim focus on their parsha, Ashkenazim focus on their parsha, and maybe at some point it's not inappropriate for Ashkenazim to maybe, we shouldn't ever have to do this again, but maybe we should say Kina for the Spanish expulsion, which was such an important aspect for Sephardi Jews and Ashkenazi Jews. So at least l'kayem that sentiment, I wanted to mention Mrs. Strachler's great-great-grandfather and the kina that was written, Le'ilui Nishmaso. But all this is a context of Al Pnei Pras, Nuptzu Chasideo, because this is sort of the opening. You think we're going to talk about the Chorbanos. I'm telling you right now in paragraph number 3, that we're not only going to talk about the Chorbanos, we're also going to talk about other Jewish tragic events that happened. Al Artzion Sadu Shonei Midonoi, Tzafo Roshi Zeidonoi, Tzamtzu Benov Lamod Zeidonoi, Tzod Notzarto Lo'orer Midonoi, Tzoak Amibi Me Bendinoi, Tzadik Hu Adonoi. Notion of Tziduk Hadin, we'll come back to again, is also front-loaded right here at the beginning. You could complain, you could wonder, you could ask, you could be upset, maybe you can challenge even because today is Tisha B'Av, so we're allowed to do that. But at the end of the day, you just bow your head. At the end of the day, Akel Hagodol, Hagibor V'Hanora, Tzadik Hu Hashem. Ato kala michbadato me'ed ye'ermuni, ke'rafta bo elai v'yachrimuni, koli lashmiya ba'arav higrimuni, karasi liyoshve givon gamhem zermuni, kumi avari ba'asel ha'erimuni, karasi lema'ahavai. I called out to those who I thought were my allies, and heimarimuni, they deceived me. Lama ruach hapenu lo tavach shamaru, Roisa ki chesanu reinu chamaru, Roisa ki omo v'chazbi v'uyacha gamaru, Rafta b'yad Yecheskel in kom kamomaru, Rei v'nachidei migoy amaru, Rei Adonai ki tzar li me'ai chamar maru, Shivenu sisi shima l'goy tzeyoni, Shiftam ramos chatzei rai lahad kiyoni, Sifsei mishorei devir damamu lahad bioni, Shomata ki zamoros af hechin l'tata'oni, Shachvu v'nodu chatzotz lahavrioni, shamu kinen chanani. Kisam Schacter b'chesav fanecha. I mentioned this earlier. Kodesh Baruch Hu put Tam. We know Tam. Tam is Yaakov. There's a huge literature about Yaakov's name being engraved or inscribed b'keis ofanecha on the heavenly throne. And again, the point is that God has us right next to him. Yaakov here is chosen as the stand-in for the Jewish people. Yaakov is the of the Avos, is also, he has another name. And his other name is Yisrael. Yisrael is all the Jews. And that's very comforting. It's very comforting. Again, I don't know about literal. I don't know. I literally can't be literal. I don't know. God has a throne. He sits on a throne. You know, we eschew these kind of anthropomorphic images. God, a kisei hakovod. I don't know what a kisei hakovod is, but whatever it is, we're right there. We're right on it. And to me, that bespeaks the level of closeness that we're striving to try to be able to achieve and experience. Tam Schacter b'chesof panecha. And therefore, Toshav lahem gemul ka'oz chazos panecha. You should take revenge. Tirdof letzalman yoetzei ral tzfunecha. Titein lahavhav nosetzei fininecha. Tikra l'shakram kos kamos b'finecha. Tavo chol ra'asam lefanecha. Tavo el tzor asher kilanu. L'mavo chamos b'cheima ni'alanu. Alachalach v'chavar iglanu. Zakenu v'achar b'sula kavalnu. Kivalanu. Rama betna amcha kulanu. Habetna amcha kulanu. We are your people. Look, God, we are your people. We are all your people. Zachar Adonai mehayalanu. Here is the matir for Tisha B'Av. This KINNOT is a challenge KINNOT. How could you do this? We can't do this ever, ever. Tisha B'Av, we could say this. It's a very harsh KINNOT, like we're calling God on the carpet. You know, like, how can you, we're challenging HaKadosh Baruch Hu. How can you do this? And you forgot all the good things. You forgot all the amazing things. You forgot all the brachos. You forgot all the relationship. So how could you do this? How could you allow this to happen? That language, how could you, is otherwise totally enjoined for us. Totally inappropriate. We have to bow our heads. How could you? Nazoi, how could you? It's all, it's Aleph Beis. Aleph Beis, Gimel Dalet, it's all Aleph Beis. Echatz tabiabcha liabed biad adomim amunecha. Edom is a reference to Amalek. Edom is Amalek, and we're already mentioning Amalek. Below Zacharta, bris ben abesarim asher beirarta levachunecha v'chein bitinu. Zachar Adonai mehayalanu. Look what happened to us. Look what happened to us. How could you have done this? You forgot we had a deal. You made a bris ben absarim, which you clarified to those who were chosen by you, or to those who were tested by you. And so we utter, remember Hashem, what happened to us? Look what happened to us. Echo garta begarascha laglos biad geim geulecha v'lo zacharta the ligos dilug derech asher dibarta lidegolecha v'chein dibarnu zachar Adonai mehayalanu echo hakta behagyoncha La'adof biad hola limamonecha v'lo zacharta vituk viud veses asher viadata leveudecha v'chein v'kainanu Zachar Adonai me'ayalanu. What's vitug viud veses? Vitug, it's our rendezvous with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You forgot, you set up a place where we could meet. How could you have allowed the holalim to destroy Hamonecha? V'lo zacharta the viud veses asher vi'adata leveudecha. You made a place for us to meet, a place of old. And that was the base Hamikdash. Like this, we have a place where we're going to connect to one another. This reminds me, turn to page 41. It reminds me of part of a talk that Rabbi Soloveitchik gave in KJ, in Kilat Jeshurun, on the Upper East Side of Manhattan. So the Rav rarely was a guest lecturer in different places. He taught in Boston, obviously, in Maimonides School, Motzei Shabbos Sunday morning. He gave shiurim in YU. He gave his tshuva drushes. He gave his yortzeit shiurim also in YU. Once in a while, he got into a car and he went somewhere else. So this was in Kilat Jeshurun, and the topic was the synagogue, institution and idea. There's a lot of really interesting material here. This was published in a volume in memory of Rabbi Joseph B. Luxstein. He was the rabbi of the shul at that time. And I want to read a little bit. I want to remember the Rav, and instead of summarizing or paraphrasing, we'll read a little bit, because this reminded me of Vitug Viud Veses. I mean, what was the Beis HaMikdash if not a place where we hung out, where we came together? Shalosh Regalim, Korban, that was the Makom of Hashras HaShechina. So we don't have that anymore. So Rabbi Soloveitchik spoke about a synagogue. Like, what's a shul? Do we ever think about, like, what is a Beis HaKnesses? Because we're, hopefully we're in shul all the time. So are we any different when we're in shul than when we're out of shul? Like, is there like a machayev for us? Is there like a hakara? I don't know. I don't feel that way. I don't know, 99.9% of the time. You bring your boots into shul. You're like, and then you schmooze, you don't schmooze, you try not to schmooze, you schmooze anyway. You look at your phone. I tell people, leave your phone at home, because I look around and people are on their phone. In the middle of Chazar Sashatz, hopefully not during Kedusha. But I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. There's something about your mamish, like you're meshubet to your phone. And you try not to, because everybody has an emergency right in the middle of Rifa'inu, so everybody's looking at the phone. Leave your phone at home. Do yourself a favor. Just leave it at home. You know what? For that half hour, unless you mamish have to have your phone. Because the shul is a different place. There's something going on in the shul. We should at least try to feel differently in the shul. So the Rav reminded me of this, and that reminded me of this passage. So Le'ilui Nishmas Morenu Yosef Dov ben Horav Moshe Alevi Pesia. I remember that as a small child. We're on 41. I was raised in a Chabad town where there was a synagogue called the Alta Chassidische Shul. There was a tradition that the founder of Chabad, the Baal HaTanya, Reb Shneur Zalman, once prayed in that shul. Lahavdil Elef, P Elef Alfei Avdalos, that George Washington sat in the shul in Newport, Rhode Island. They still have it roped off. George Washington sat here. It's like amazing. So Lahavdil Elef P Elef Alofim Alpayim Revavos. That they knew in that shul that once the Baal HaTanya was running, and he tells here the story, he was running away from Napoleon, and he sat there for 6 minutes. That became like a special Makam Kaddish. There was a tradition. The Baal HaTanya once davened in that shul. There was indeed one seat completely enclosed. No one can sit in it. It was the seat he supposedly sat in when he passed through town. He came because he was with the Russian army, pursued by Napoleon. And then he tells us about the town that he grew up in. He was a little child. The population of the town consisted almost exclusively of poor people, workers, tradesmen, peddlers. They used to be away all week. They used to travel and visit villages. Can't imagine the primitive conditions in which the Russian peasants lived 50 or 55 years ago. I remember the Rav said that his mother once promised him that she would get him a suit for Pesach. And he was looking forward to get the suit for Pesach. And then before Pesach, she came to him and she was very sad, and she said, Beryl, I'm sorry, I don't have money. We can't buy you a suit for Pesach. I remember he told us, he described the ball he played with. The ball he played with was string. He scrounged around for string, and he was able, with a lot of effort, to find enough string that he strung together into a circle, and that was his ball. You have no idea of the poverty. You have no idea of the poverty and the tzidkis of these people. Yet after spending a full week in those primitive shanties, where they used to go when they were traveling salesmen, peddlers. The people used to come home every Friday afternoon. As a child, I used to watch the people coming into shul one by one, with water glistening from their payas and beards, because they had immersed in the mikveh. I still remember the tune with which they started to recite immediately upon entering the shul, Tehillim Kuf Zayin Hoidul Hashem Ki Tov Ki L'Olam Chazda Yomer Geulei Hashem. It's in the some Sidurim, especially in Nusach Sfard, has this to be said even before Shir HaShirim, which is said before Kabbalah Shabbos. They sang a hymn of gratitude to God. For what? For delivery from captivity, for freeing people from a prison, for freedom. They would cling to God. They came home in spite of the fact, which they knew very well, that the next day after Shabbos, after sunset, they would return to the primitive villages surrounding the town. But they came home for Shabbos, and they're singing Hoidul Hashem Ki Tov. And they're going to the mikveh, and they're mamish in a different world. These are Voila holy Jews, mamish holy Jews. And he saw them as a kid. This made a big rosham on him. You know, we think about Rabbi Soloveitchik as like one big head, you know, like a big brisker genius. And he was that, but there was a huge emotional component to him that he shared and expressed repeatedly. The experience of deliverance and redemption represents exactly the idea of prayer. To pray means to allay the fright, the dread in the night. To pray means to return home. To pray means to return home. You walk into shul, you're coming home. As a matter of fact, why not pray in the fields, in the woods, in the streets? God is ubiquitous. Why does the halacha require a house consecrated to prayer? It must be understood that even a yachid, an individual, should try to say his prayers in the synagogue. Even if you're davening b'yachidus, and you can't get there in time for minyan, go to shul and daven b'yachidus in the shul. Why is that necessary? It's not the physical structure which is important. It's not so much the roof, and not so much the big galleries and the high windows. He's talking in KJ, which is like mamish, rachvas, malchus, gorgeous. These are not important. Guess what? It's not important. You know that we have never cared about the architecture of the synagogue. People speak a lot about it nowadays, but the halacha was not concerned. What is important according to the halacha is something else. Right? He doesn't care about it. If it's not halacha, it doesn't interest him. What is halacha? Halacha was concerned with something else. Bayis, in Hebrew, has a double connotation. Bayis means a house. Physical structure, 4 walls, a roof, a floor, and bayis means a home. See, a house and a home are 2 different categories. We err when we translate Beis HaKnesses as the house of prayer. This rendition is not true. There is no need for a house of prayer, because I can pray to God and I can kneel to Him and have a rendezvous with Him anywhere on the globe, even on the outskirts of the universe. I'm confronted with God everywhere, but Beis HaKnesses is not a house, it's a home. The structure is symbolic. Beis HaKnesses, if understood as a house of prayer, is an institution. Translated as a home of prayer, turns into an exalted idea. Next paragraph, and what is the answer to this question? How could God find a place in earth where He can contain Himself? Because the Beis HaMikdash is not the home of God, but the home of man, where he keeps an appointment with God. God doesn't need a home. God feigned homelessness in order to induce man to build a home for man. And whatever name is assigned to this home is to be understood in human terms, not divine terms. It's the home of God, because it's the home of man. God comes to that house in order to keep his appointment with man, with human beings. Vituk, viud, veses. That's what the Beis HaMikdash was, and that's what the shul is. It's a place where God comes to keep his appointment with us. So maybe we should think about the Beis HaKnesses in a little bit of a different way. And what the Rav did here was he mentioned Beis HaMikdash and he mentioned Beis HaKnesses. He segued from the category of what we understood to be the Beis HaMikdash, which is a major focus of today, but we don't have a Beis HaMikdash. We have something. Right? Rav Amital taught us it's not all or nothing. It's not two extremes. There's a middle ground, and the middle ground is called a Beis HaKnesses, where we also have an opportunity to rendezvous with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Zechar Adonai me'ayalanu eicha zanachta b'zamcha l'zalzel b'yad zarim zivu lecha v'lo zacharta chitun chukei chorev asher chakakta lachamu lecha u'v'chein chivinu zechar Adonai me'ayalanu. So how could you have allowed this to happen? How could you have allowed with your anger L'zalzel biyad zarim, that strangers should be mezalzel zivu lecha. The base zvul is another word for Beis HaMikdash. How could you allow the zarim to be mezalzel? You forgot this. You forgot is a reference to Maimed Har Sinai. V'lo zacharta chitun chukei chorev asher chakakta lachamu lecha. Rabbi Soloveitchik pointed out that we refer here to chukei chorev with an adjective or with a noun. Chitun, what's chitun? Chitun is a chasana, is a marriage. You shouldn't think that Maimed Har Sinai was just some kind of a legal transfer of a document from one party to another party that Hashem gave us something. But it was a chasana. We had a love affair. We have a chasana. It wasn't just you gave us something, but you gave us something in a context. Page 40, I just put together a very few makoros that highlight, it starts with the tashbates. I quoted the tashbates in past years, so I didn't put it on the sheets for this year. Tashbate says, big yisoid, everything at a chasana comes from Maimed Har Sinai. All of the elements at a chasana come from Maimed Har Sinai. So here, the Sefer HaMakneh in the Akadama to Kedushin, the Sefer HaMakneh says, Kofa Aleim Har Kegigis is the chuppah. God held the mountain over us like a chuppah. Tosfos Harash, already the Rishon among Ksubos, top left, page 40, chuppah, Har shekofa kegigis bekedushin hainu haTorah shekiblu haTorah. The image of being under the mountain was an image of chuppah. The ksuba is the giving of the Torah. The Rav once said the reason why we break a glass, you think we break a glass because of Avelus. Yeah, there is one reason that we break a glass because of Avelus. We break a glass because Moshe broke the Luchos. So there's a lot of parallels between the two. And the Aruch HaShulchan, I don't believe I quoted this before, explains a question that we all have on the bracha of the Sheva brachas. Brachat Hashem Ekadosh Shemo Yisrael al Yedei Chuppah V'Kiddushin. No, wait, last I checked, the Kedushin, right, we're standing here. The Kedushin is done before the chuppah. Now we do the Ma'aser Kedushin under the chuppah. But the Kedushin is not associated with the chuppah, precedes the chuppah. So the Aruch HaShulchan in Hilchos Kedushin says as follows, V'yesh omrim, a little more than halfway down the right side of page 40, the Zehu HaChuppah VaHaKiddushin Shel Kol Yisrael, Sheniskadshu LaKadosh Baruch Hu B'Sha'as Matan Torah. The HaChuppah Hu Har Sinai, Shekafa Aleinu Es HaHar Kegigis, V'Amadnu Tachas HaHor Ketachas HaChuppah. So it started off with, we were under the mountain. Nothing happened yet. We were just under the mountain. God picked up the mountain. We're now under the mountain. Vayisyatzvu B'Tachtis HaHor Melamed Shekafa Aleinu HaKadosh Baruch Hu Har Kegigis. We're under the mountain. V'ha-kiddushin, and what's the kiddushin? Is Matan Torah, when God actually delivered the Torah. Well, the fizeh, next to the last line, Asi Shapir, shehekdimo ha-chuppah, the kefias ha-hor, ha-yakodem Matan Torah, kimufurish b'Torah. So now we understand why in the bracha of the Birchas Chasanim, the bracha under the chuppah, we say, Mekadesh Amo Yisrael al Yedei chuppah v'kiddush. In one of his, one of the machzorim that the OU put out with the Torah of the Rav, Yom Noraim, he says something very interesting, the bottom left of page 40. Because again, we refer to Maimed Har Sinai as Kalulos Ahavasenu. Kalulos Ahavasenu. So that's really important to think about, that Matan Torah is not just this formal, juridical, contractual event, but it bespeaks a relationship. It bespeaks, we're getting married. I mean, the love of a chassan and a kala is like the greatest ever under the chuppah. I mean, it's unbelievable. Said Rabbi Soloveitchik, summarized here, as described by certain commentators, bottom left, page 40, this is all to explain the word chitun, in this phrase, chitun chuke chorev. The giving of the Torah at Mount Sinai was considered a wedding between Hashem as the groom and Israel as the bride. Har Sinai, suspended over the nation, served as the chuppah, the wedding canopy. The two tablets, the luchos, were the ksuba, through which the betrothal was to become effective. Now, for the first luchos, there's a lumdus here. The first luchos, Moshe Rabbeinu was the shliach laholacha. So you know that you could be mekadesh al yedei shliach, and there are two kinds of shlichim. The husband can send a shliach with the tabas, let's say, and he becomes a shliach, and he finds the woman, and he gives it to the woman. He's in lieu of the chassan, of the husband. Or you could also have a shliach lekabbalah, that the woman can make a shliach to accept the tabas, so the shliach lekabbalah goes to where the husband is, or to be husband, and when that person gets it, it's as if she got it. The two tzvei dinim and shliach. So the first luchos, Moshe Rabbeinu is a shliach lahalacha. Hashem gives it to him, and he is charged as an agent to deliver it to the Jewish people. After Moses descended from Har Sinai and witnessed the worship of the golden calf, he decided to annul the marriage document by breaking the tablets. And that was very important. There's a lumdus here to the breaking of the tablets. Because, by doing so, he spared the nation from an imminent death sentence. Since the shtar was never delivered, the intended marriage never took place. So Klal Yisrael was never b'bchinas eishasish, because there was never a chalais ma'isa kedushin, because Moshe Rabbeinu never delivered the tabas. He never delivered, so they're not married. So now they commit adultery, they go worship an idol, but that's not eishasish. And eishasish, if they already have a relationship with God and do that, they're chayav misa. So Moshe Rabbeinu did them a tova unbelievable by destroying, he had a lumdus, destroying the luchos in order to save the Jewish people from an imminent death sentence. And Hashem could not then argue that Israel had committed adultery through worshiping the golden calf. Later, the second round, after Israel's repentance, this time Moshe served as the shliach lekabbalah, the agent of Israel, the bride, to receive the shtar, the second set of tablets, rather than a shliach laholacha. As a result, the betrothal between God and Israel this time became effective as soon as Moses received these new tablets. This interpretation of the events of Mount Sinai is the basis for the blessing, Mekadesh Amo Yisrael al Yedei Chuppah v'Kiddushin. So I read to you the Aruch HaShulchan, listen to the Rav, as the betrothal of Israel via the tablet serving as the shtar took place after the suspension of Mount Sinai over the nation serving as a canopy. So the chuppah is the first, the Kiddushin is the second. So chuppah came before Kiddushin. The point being, and there's a lot more to be said. Not for now. Point being that that's pshat in chitun chukei chorev. And that's important for us to recognize that it's not just technical, but it's emotional. And that's what we're looking for. We're looking for the emotional. We're looking for the emotional. We're looking for Daniel and Yirmiyahu to feel the emotional. Feel the emotional. Echa tarachta betorchecha litrof biad tameim telo echa v'lo zacharta yekar yedidus yosher asher yechadato liyodecha v'chein yololenu zachor Adonai ma'yolanu echa kivanta bechazcha lechalos biad koshlim karmecha. It's all poetic, all aleph beis. V'lo zacharta lo yiznach lo ilo mesher limadato lilakuchecha uv'chein lahagenu zachor Adonai ma'yolanu Echa milalta b'moscha limchos biad monim minasecha v'lo zacharta nesias notzas nesher asher nosasa linisuecha v'chein nohinu zachor Adonai mehayolanu echa sachta b'sarcha l'sager biad seafim sahadecha v'lo zacharta ozadi adoyim asher itarta la'avadecha v'chein nohinu zachor Adonai mehayolanu echa Patzda befachtecha lefager biad paritzim piloecha v'lo zacharta tzala tzvi tzedek asher tzofanta litzvoecha v'chein tzoaknu zachor Adonai mehayolanu echa karasa bekriyoscha laknos biad kamim kiruecha v'lo zacharta regesh rechev ribosayim asher atzisa l'reyecha uv'chein raganenu zachor Adonai mehayolanu echa shoafta b'shoafach L'shalos biad sheilalim shalei mecha v'lo zacharta toikev taltala yisor asher tikanta l'semi mecha v'chein to'anenu zachor Adonai mehayolanu to'anenu l'shboch kamayim ama biyom zeh nishbinu pamayim. There were two captives, Churban Bayis Rishon and Churban Bayis Sheni. They both happened on Tisha B'Av. Zochri, I remember the good old days. B'yosio sheves b'shalva b'Yerushalayim Roganti v'ata a'adeh chug shamoyim. Rabbi Soloveitchik pointed out the ubiquitous nature of Aleph Beis. Vilna Gitza Chadrei is Aleph Beis. Everything is Aleph Beis, Aleph Beis. Eicha is Aleph Beis. Pretty much almost all of the prakim are Aleph Beis. And he said it's not just a literary device, but there's a conceptual underpinning, because really we should be crying a lot. Really we should be upset a lot. Really there should be no end to how depressed and how distant and how sad we feel. So what gives us a right to only limit it to a certain number of words? You have no right. You keep on going. There's so much to say. So therefore, Chazal instituted this artificial break of Aleph Beis. So when you're done with tough, when you get to tough, you know you're done. That's it. You frame it in the context of Aleph Beis to allow us to frame and to limit the extent of our frustration, sadness, bitterness, anger, because otherwise we would not be able to, or we would have no right to. But this way, at least, we're sort of stuck. We come to tough, okay, we're done. That's it. I know there's a lot more to say, but I'm done, and I'm not going to say any more than I'm saying now. And we saw it in Eicha, we saw it even when we started with Suru, Odenu, Pnei, following the Aleph Beis from Kalir's tiny, smaller, interpolated kinos into Chazor Sashatz. We just saw it in the last kino, the kino that we recited. Now we're seeing it in Eicha Atzta, Aleph Beis, all the way through. And now we see it again in the next kino, still by Kalir. And you notice, what's in here about the Churban? You know, thank you, you told me Nishbinu Pamayim. Oh, yeah, right, that's what we should be thinking about today. There's really not a lot of going on here about, it's general, but not really about specific focus It's about God treating us in ways that bespeak a distance. That's what this is about. This next KINNOT talks about the fact, here again, it's in a way a sense of nechama that the Churban didn't just affect us, but it affected the larger world, the natural world, the universe. The universe was affected. HaKadosh Baruch Hu was affected. And that, for us, is a source of comfort because we're not in this all by ourselves. Adad chug shamayim aleiti shamayim or yom achrivi pa'amayim esonein mi'itein roshi mayim. So here again, machrivi pa'amayim. We just said nishbinu pa'amayim, and now it's machrivi pa'amayim. That we recognize that the Churban happened twice, and he picks up the pasuk from the Haftorah that we recited this morning, mi'itein roshi mayim. And again, Aleph Beis. Avchin b'vchi leil midbar. Evchano leil mi leil midbar mi midbar. Avake iti olas midbar eshag mi yitneni ba midbar. Egodave enoshel kenokev zayis. Agore iti kol b'nei bayis. Egrom sheyomar ba'ala bayis eroshem yitneni shamir v'shayis. So I started to wonder, what is agore iti? I will drag along with me. I will stir up. I will engage. Kol b'nei bayis. Agore iti kol b'nei bayis. So I went looking at the English translations of this agore iti kol b'nei bayis. So my KINNOT book, Rosenfeld, I will stir up all the divine household. In other words, I'm not only the one who's going to do this, but the whole divine household is going to do this. I don't want to be here all by myself. I want to do it by the whole divine household. Koren, I will provoke the angels to ally themselves with me. But I was thinking something else. I haven't seen this, but who knows? We know that when it comes to Yom Tiv, I want to zustelle a Rambam in Hilchos Yom Tiv. We know when it comes to Yom Tiv, there's an achrayus, there's a halach of Simchas Yom Tiv. But the halach of Simchas Yom Tiv is not just for the balabayis. B'samachta b'chagecha, what does the pasuk say? Ata, vincha, vitecha, avdecha. There's a whole list of people who come along for the ride. And the Rambam paskins in Hilchos Yom Tiv Perek Vav Halacha Yud Zayin. Chayv Adam Lios Bahen Samech V'Tov Leiv Hu Banav Ishto B'nei Beiso Chol HaNilvim Elav Shenemar V'Samachta B'Chagecha, etc. Everybody's involved. So when it comes to Simcha, it is incumbent upon the Balabayas to engage everybody. So I want to zustell that maybe that, I don't know, I'm making this up. But maybe that's what this means. Agora iti kol b'nei bayis. Maybe that there's a chiyuv when it comes to the avelus yeshana of Tisha B'av, that it's not just upon the yachid, but we have an obligation to schlep along with us kol b'nei bayis. We have an obligation not just to personally experience this, but to spread it, to share it, to engage others in this sense of Avelus. I was thinking Kol B'nei Bayis reminded me of Yena Pasuk and Yena Rambam that it's not an individual personal thing, but there's some achrayus incumbent upon us to share this, to talk about it, to share it. Doesn't maybe only necessarily be Kol B'nei Bayis. Even the Rambam's definition, Chol HaNilvim Olav. So people that are shayach to you, people who are saimech on you. I don't know what the category of nilvim Olav, like, is it, if you're my next door neighbor, is that called nilvim? Is it, you depend on me for your sustenance? But whatever it is, it extends beyond just the yachid, and that's what I see here in this. Not angels, angels is correct interpretation. Pamal Yeshel Maila. I understand why. I don't want to be alone. I want the malachim to be on my side. But here, I'm suggesting a different pshat. Edve b'chalev liamtzehu, eda milim bam liamtzehu, eda groa v'lo emtzehu, akonemi ten yodati v'emtzehu. Ehavcha v'eshapcha kofan b'milai, ege panim b'fanim l'sanos amoloi, ahahu, cheres v'sar milagia l'muloi, etzrach mitein efo v'yikosvan milai. Orach mishpatei gon ve'eli, odia b'vitzi umali, Umluluma zolos bekori meili, afuna meitain shameali. Ozda kufra aviono eskaroki oisi mechutana. Azil plagim ki aberecha elyona, egar meitan li ever kayona. Och nifsha mikirias ozel tzor, och ubli mayim biafla tzor, ochaz kamos lik tzor v'olei los liv tzor, ozicha miyu v'ileni yermotzor. Eta olei apadni b'tzalmoves, atusa ve'eshkonot chatzarmoves, et ofeles amachakim lamoves, en amigever yichyev lo yiremoves. I feel guilty. There's so much going on here, but Rabbi Soloveitchik didn't comment on every word either. But he understood what the words were. I don't understand what the words are. So read the English, just that we should understand what we're saying. Eyolusi lez rasi tarti lechazos. Ayumasi b'chol shana omeres hi hashana hazos. Ayada lakol ki muda azos. Im mi lo yeda ki yada de'noasis azos. Turn to page 43. So every year when the Rav would get to this, he would tell us that when he was a kid, when he was younger, so nobody had this. Nobody had this. Nobody had this. Nobody had big, fancy, hardcover KINNOT books. They had like little flimsy, I'm sure some of you, even the soft cover that you have, they didn't have that either. It was too fancy. They had these little flimsy KINNOT that you could barely read, that were shungished up with the letters, and sometimes it was a little bigger and some a little smaller. And that's what they had. And why'd they have that? Because it's the last year I'm going to need this. Why am I going to invest in a big fancy KINNOT book if it's a pigia in my Emunah and Mashiach? So what did they do? They threw it into Shemus. They were done because we're finished. And he actually, the KINNOT that he read from, all those years, he didn't have, I got a thing and I got like translations and I got sheets and I got pages. He pulled out the little flimsy KINNOT book and he was off and running for 8 hours without a shred of a note of a paper of a nothing. And he said that when we're done, we throw it out. And he said, that's pshat. B'chol shana omeres, hi hashana hazos. Every year we say, this is we're done. This is the last year. This is hi hashana hazos. And I found this years later on page 43. I found it in this sefer who quotes a lavush. The sefer called Sefer Minag Yisrael Torah by a Rabbi Yisrael Levi. I don't know anything about this machaber, but I saw that he has very chashuv haskamas. He has haskama from the Satmar Rav. He has haskama from Rav Vazner. So he's clearly a chashuv v'yid. And he says as follows, Kasab Lavush, we're now on page 43. This is all to say pshat in this line and to support what the Rav would say every year. Every year he would say that. And he would hold up his little flimsy KINNOT book as Exhibit A. And then he would walk out. He would go till 5 o'clock. And then he would stand up and say, Eli Tzion. You could go online and hear the Rav singing Eli Tzion. When you get home, whatever you go home whenever you want to go home. But when you go home, you go online, go to YU Torah, and put in Rabbi Soloveitchik, Eli Tzion, you hear the Rav, it's Mamish Kodesh Kodashim. You can hear, I think they have 1 or 2 or 3 years up of the Rav teaching, which is amazing. Could you imagine There's a live webcast here. There are 900 people are watching. Different places. Could you imagine how many people would be watching if the Maimonides School in 1975 had a live webcast and Rabbi Soloveitchik was sitting there? There'd be hundreds of thousands of people. Can't imagine the numbers all over the world who would be watching. And we only have like aid me from him. So I try to do my best to convey a little bit, but this ain't nothing compared to. He was amazing. He was mamish amazing. And the way he did it and how he did it and the sensitivity and the breath, the originality, he opened it up. He opened the whole, now we're knockers. You know, now we have fancy books with translations and notes. We had nothing, it was zero. We had mamish less than zero. You read these words, you don't know Aleph Beis, you don't understand it. Kosev Levush, page 43. He wants to know, why don't we have a Megillas Eicha? We have a Megillas Esther. So why don't we write a Megillah? We should read Sefer Eicha from a cloth. That's what he's concerned about, that he didn't do that and he didn't have that. The Ein Kosev Megillas Eicha al Klaf, Kemoshe Kosev Megillas Purim, Mishum she'anu mechakim u'metzapim b'chol yom, she'yafoch lanu yom zeh, l'sason, u'lesimcha, u'lemoed. Ve'im haya kosvin Megillas Eicha, if some cipher is going to sit down and spend 4 months writing on cloth and institutionalizing it and giving it chshivas, hayanira kemisyashim min hageula chas v'shalom. Mashen came in Megillas Purim, ki mea Purim lo yiyu b'teilim. V'chosav al zeh b'Toras Chaim, simin zeh, os beis, shamati mi Adoni Avi Mori v'Rabbi Zal Hagon Baal Machane Chaim, shehamachtzis hashekel lo haya korech seder hakinos shenitfas im eicha v'kino b'chol shana mechadash. He wouldn't rebind a new one. But TISHA b'av achar hakinos. The Machtzis HaShekel is a parish on the Magen Avraham, and you'll find it in your standard editions of the Shulchan Aruch. He's actually postmodern. Machtzis HaShekel lived into the 19th century. The Magen Avraham was in the 17th century. He died in 1800-something, Machtzis HaShekel. His name was Rabbi Yoshua Kellen. I don't know if Kellen was a family name or the shtetl that he came from. Or Shmuel, his name was Shmuel. Shmuel Kellen. He made the cut. And I've always wondered, when you go to the back of the Gemara, a lot of Chashav Eden in the back of the Gemara, but you should know that there were many, many Chashav Eden. I mean, they were very Chashav, but there were also other Chashav Eden. Maybe also very Chashav Eden. Also wrote Chidushim, but they didn't make the cut. When the Achim and the Almana Ram put together the Vilna Shas at the end of the 19th century. Ha'achim v'ha'almana, you should know the Almana is an Almana of one of the Achim. I thought when I was younger that the mother, and then they had 2 sons, and the mother and the 2 sons, even though the Achim came before the Almana, I always wondered, like, it's not respectful. And then I realized that it's Achim and the Almana. One of the brothers died. There were 3 Achim, and then there were 2 Achim and the Almana. So they decided at the end of Maseches Nida, in the original version of the Vilna Shas, there's something called Achras Davar, and they explain the rationale of who they chose to put in to the back of the Gemara. And that to me is amazing. Some people made it, some people didn't make it. We know them because we learned them, because there you just turn the page, or you flip to the back, and you find them. And the Machtzis HaShekel was made the cut. He's mamish in the standard editions of the Shulchan Aruch. He died in 1806. So the Machtzis HaShekel quoted here, similar to the Levush and similar to his Adoni Avi Mori v'Rabbi Zal, u'betisha b'vachar hakinos, hiniach hakina b'beis hakneses hefker, she'im yikarech oso v'yikcheu lebeso l'shomro al shana haba nira k'misyayish min hagula. What are you saving? What are you saving it for? You're not going to need it anymore. Chen kasu b'sefer otzer yad hachayim os tov tov samach zayin. So I found it. Go to page 44. I found the otzer yad hachayim, and on page 45 I found os tov tov samach zayin. So look at the otzer yad hachayim. It's published in Lvov in 1934 by Yisachar Dov Babad. I don't know who this person was. A Yid, a fine Yid, a big Talmud Chacham, publishes a sefer. You see it. I found it on HebrewBooks.org, and on page 45, Simin Tov Tov Samach Zayin, Ma shehaminag ben achasidim. Interesting. She'ein ma'atfin akinos. They don't put a cover on it. Ayin levush hatam. He quotes our levush. She'ein kosvin megillas kinos bilvad. You don't do it by itself. V'nosan tam lozeh kivin she'anu mitzapim b'choleis v'rega al bias Mashiach. V'im kein eich efsher lahachein megillas kinos. She'mashma shachas v'sholem anu misyashim min ha'geula. Mizeh hatam atzmo ein ma'atfin akinos. So that's really interesting. So there's another question. Do we really think about Mashiach? Do we care about Mashiach? Was felt Maris Mashiach? Do we really believe that Mashiach is going to... Yeah, someday. You know, there's a tshuva in the Igros Moshe. I don't remember when I came across... But Moshe says that mamish, every second, you have to believe Mashiach is coming. That this notion of, I believe in the coming of Mashiach, means I believe in the coming of Mashiach now, not tomorrow. I don't know, I'm not holding there. To believe in the coming of the Mashiach. So, Bigadol, we talked about Mashiach. I mentioned Mashiach is born on Tisha B'Av. So I believe in Mashiach. I believe that the world is going to be different when Mashiach comes. I believe in the Animamin of the Rambam, Alpha Pisha Yishma Meya. I believe Mamish Be'emunah Shlema that there'll be a Mashiach. It's one of the 13 principles of faith. I sign on as trying to be an observant Jew to the 13 principles of faith. But this is amazing. When I published my book, where's my book? Went away somewhere. Published my book, The Lord is Righteous in All His Ways. I wrote in the introduction, like, what am I? It's a bazillion that I'm publishing such a book. It's a big fat book, all about the kinos, with a nice cover, with actually has a jacket on the cover. And why am I doing this? Next year I'm not going to need it. And I actually wrote in my introduction, I felt guilty that I was doing this. And I quoted from a Magen Avram. There's a whole question about, is there a mitzvah of chinuch of a katan when it comes to Tisha B'Av? So did you ever wonder? It's like an interesting question. Of course, there's a mitzvah of chinuch. You have to be mechanech your children in mitzvos. But should I be mechanech? Why am I being mechanech? But by the time the kid is a gadol, there's not going to be a Tisha B'Av. So is that a reflection of my lack of emunah? If I'm mechanech my katan in Tisha B'Av? So some say you're right. You shouldn't be mechanech your katan on Tisha B'Av. Some say you should be mechanech your katan on Tisha B'Av because your katan needs to know. And I write this in my book, that at least when Mashiach comes, you'll have to know why we used to say kinnos on Tisha B'Av. You know, like why Tisha B'Av is going to become a big Yom Tiv. Why is it a big Yom Tiv? Vosep is in the middle of the summer, it's a big Yom Tiv. Oh, because it used to be a thing, so you have to know. So to put a big book together, it's a problem. It's a problem. And to think, I'm just asking, I ask. So when you get home, and I used to tell my students, take out a piece of paper. I don't tell them take out a piece of paper. I say, open your computers, and you type in the following. Here is how I believe in the coming of Mashiach. And you write 2 sentences. Like really. You know, like You really believing, like in the Michtav Me'Elio's Pnimius, the Mamish Pnimius, like in the gut, deep in. Do you think about it? Does it matter? Is it missing? Now it's more missing. You know, I think now with the chaotic state of the world, you know, we feel we need Mashiach. Mashiach comes, L'yisa goyel goy cherev, gorzevim keves. The Rambam formulates at the end of the Mishnah Torah Mashiach in intellectual terms. We'll be able to devote all of our creative energies to philosophical thinking and to Torah learning. But how real is it? Is it really? Go find that tshuva of Rav Moshe. I should have copied it. I didn't copy it. It's a really amazing tshuva. Yeah, like the tshuva is only mechayev us to think about it. That's the way I see it. Okay. Ekof l'charosh. Now we go back to Tziduk Hadin. Ekof l'charosh adunoi cheli echra l'chaberach l'chatel machli. Achtircha b'shir mishirei mecholi achave mi tencha ka'achli. Al tishkach tzakas Ariel elav le'egor Yuda v'Yisrael alfei shinon asher Mosar lemar miite mitzion Yeshuos Yisrael. Yisrael meis b'durachai lo alachu azavuni v'azavtim ufonai mehem ne'efachu roganti ve'elalti me'ai v'libi nishpachu echot tifarti me'rashai sai hishlichu. So we have KINNOT. The next KINNOT is Adbash. Eicha Tefarti Bila Shoftai. It's also by Rabbi Elazar Kalir, also discussing Hester Panim. You see the beginning of the second paragraph. Bila Shoftai Ufanim Histir Mehem. Ufanim Histir Mehem. That's really the issue. The issue is Panai Histir Mehem. And it follows Adbash. Adbash, we're familiar from Hilchos Rosh Chodesh, where the Shulchan Aruch says, if you want to know what day of the week any holiday falls, if you know when that day of the week, the first day of Pesach falls, then you know others. Ad Tov is Tisha B'Av. And we have a nexus. I've spoken in the past about the nexus between Tisha B'Av and conceptual nexus between Tisha B'Av and Pesach. And it's the same day of the week. Beis is Shavuos, Gimel is Rosh Hashanah, Kuf is Kriyas HaTorah, is Simchas Torah, Tzadi is Tzom is Yom Kippur. So there's a mnemonic, I don't know what, there's an acronym, there's a something. You put the first and last letters together, and that's what you end up with. The next KINNOT after that is a KINNOT about the Ir Shel Kohanim, a whole list of Kohanim cities that were destroyed as a result of the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash. And Rabbi Soloveitchik used to say the reason why there's a whole separate KINNOT just for the Kohanim is because they fought to help protect the Beis HaMikdash. I've said this in past years, and I think about it always when I go to the old city. So we've all been to the old city. So what's Shavasar B'Tammuz? What happened on Shavasar B'Tammuz? 5 things. But the main one, the middle one, the main one is Hufka Ha'ir. The city was breached. They broke through the wall. So on Asar B'Teves, they surrounded. Shavasar B'Tammuz, they broke through. And then on Tisha B'Av, they came to the Beis HaMikdash. The Gemara says that really they got up to Har HaBayis on the 7th. And the 7th and the 8th, they destroyed, and finally they set fire to the Beis HaMikdash in the afternoon of the 9th. So, Hufka Ha'ir, they breached the wall. Which wall? Which wall? So today, Baruch Hashem. You go to the wall, you see, you go down Mamila. Now this beautiful mall, to go through the Mamila Mall. I remember when I was there, 10 days after the Six-Day War, on Agron, when you went to Agron, where the David Citadel Hotel is here and the Mamila Mall is here, you go down, we went 20 feet and there was a wall. It was mamash a wall, because the other side was East Jerusalem. And there was like they smashed through the wall. So there's a wall, and then there's like an opening in the wall with the stones thrown around, strewn around, so you can get through to get to the other side. It was not easy. When we came to the Kotel, you couldn't get to the Kotel. It was all rubble. Today, you go down, Derech HaMelech, you go down Agron, you got this hotel, you walk up the block, you got the King David, over there you got the Yimka, over here you got the mall, you go through the mall, and you're on the other side of the mall, you come up, you get the steps, and Shar Yafo, and then you have Shar Tzion. That's not the wall. That's not the wall. That's an Ottoman Empire wall. That wall was built 1,200 years after the Churban Beis HaMikdash. That's a much later wall. So what wall? So it's an inner wall. So there's a tiny little section in the Cardo where they have like a shtickle zecherol of Vienna wall. So they have it like got a little surrounded, and there's like a shtickle wall. The wall is maybe, 3 feet tall and 3 feet wide. There's a shtickle wall. That's the wall. Now, even if it was the outside wall, how long does it take to walk from Shar Yafo to the Kotel? So the olden days, we used to go through the Shuk. I haven't gone through the Shuk in a long time. So you go around, you got to make a right turn, you pass the museum, Migdal David Museum, and then you go and there's the police station, and then it gets narrow and you start walking. So we used to walk all the way around Shar Tzion. We don't do that anymore. You go through the Armenian quarter. So how long does it take with the Allah Dreidlach? It takes 15 minutes, 20 minutes. But that's not the wall. The wall is the inner wall. The inner wall is in the Cardo. How long does it take to go from the Cardo? You got 6 pizza shops, and then you go down the steps, and you go around, and that's it. Like, it takes you 4 minutes to get through and to go around. And yet it took 3 weeks. From Shivasa B'Tammuz to Tisha B'Av. It took them 3, the Roman army, a Chashava army. 3 weeks. And the Rav was like nespoil from that. Even the outer wall, but there was no outer wall, the inner wall takes 5 minutes. And whenever I go there, I try to imagine like what it was like in this stone when they were fighting to get to the Harabayas. Like Atadua, right here, there was fighting. And the Rav says the Kohanim were the ones who fought like crazy to try to defend the Beis HaMikdash. They were the ones who were in charge of the Beis HaMikdash. They were the ones who were ministering on Harabayas. And they're the ones who were like maniacs to try to save the Beis HaMikdash. That's why we have a KINNOT just for the Kohanim. We give them credit. All the Arei Kohanim, they went to the mat for the Beis HaMikdash. They get credit. Not pshat that the Kohanim are the ones who lost the most with the Churban Abayis because their job was taken away. It's not an inyan that their job was taken away. It's an inyan that they pushed very hard to try to help and to save. Which brings us to Vayikonen Yirmiyahu al Yoshio. Before we get to Vayikon and Yirmiyahu al Yoshio, I want to share something with you. The Kohanim fought. To what extent do you need to fight to get what you want? And to what extent do you place your faith in the Ribono Shel Olam? So take a look at page 46. So this Gemara I come by honestly, because this is one of the Gemaras that we're allowed to learn. It's already Chatzos, yes? Okay, you can get up and sit on a chair if you want. This is one of the Gemaras that you're allowed, that everybody, Kulam Haidu v'Michu v'Amru, that we could do on TISHA B'Av. Here's the famous Kamsa Bar Kamsa story. Yochanan ben Zakkai tries to get out, and they don't want to let him out. They're Biryonim, and they're pressuring to confront Rome, and he doesn't want to confront Rome. He comes up with a ruse, and his Talmidim smuggle him out in a coffin, and he shows up in front of Vespasian. Vespasian was the Roman general. He tells Vespasian, he refers to him as emperor, and Vespasian says, "You have no right to refer to me as an emperor." Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, "I do, because you're going to be announced as the emperor. You just don't know it yet, but I know, and that you're going to be." And sure enough, the news comes in while they're talking that he's announced as the emperor. So now he's got to go back to Rome. Says the Gemara that he tells Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, "I'm going back home. I'm going to send somebody else to take my place, but I want to give you a goodbye present." Ba'a mina'i midi de'eten lach. So now the two of them are in the room, and Vespasian he's already, he's got the taxis waiting outside, and he's ready to leave, and Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai is standing there. He came because he wanted to have a conversation with Vespasian. He's heading out. I'm sending somebody else, so we're not going, it's not over. But here is, I want to tell me something. Amar lei, famous. Tein li avne v'chachameha, v'shu shilta de Rabban Gamliel, v'asvasa de Messiah leila Rab Tzadok. So he says, I have a chance here. So Vespasian said to him, Boi mine midi de'eten lach. He figures, I have a Pesach, not midi, but 3 midis. There's 3 things he asked for. Number 1 is tein li avne v'chachameha. Shelo tachari vena Rashi v'lo tarog chachameha. The Torah center should remain intact. Second one, shu shilta de Rabban Gamliel. The family tree of the royal line of Rabban Gamliel should be spared. That's the royal authority. So you have the Torah leadership and you have the lay royal leadership, and a medicine for Rab Tzadok. Because Rab Tzadok, the Gemara said earlier, fasted for 40 years that the Beis HaMikdash should not be destroyed. And the Gemara says when he would swallow something, you could see it from the outside. He was so thin and emaciated. So the third thing that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai asked for was, I need a cure to help Rab Tzadok. Parenthetically, I want to raise a question of that. What is Tein li Yavne v'chachameh? What should Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai have said? Tein li chachmei Yavne. Tein li chachmei Yavne. Did you ever wonder? Tein li, he needs Torah to be sustained. He needs the balabatim, the lay leaders, to be sustained. And he also had Rachmanis and Reb Tzadok. But what do you mean, Yavne v'chachameha? Tein li chachmei Yavne. So many years ago, I don't remember how long, I heard from Rabbi Yaakov Glasser, who's now with the OU, who's a rabbi in Passaic, who said something that I thought was very profound. I don't know where he got it. Maybe it's his own. He said that Yavne, Chachmei Yavne doesn't work without Yavne. Mm-hmm. You can have Chachamim von Heim bis Morgen, but if you don't have a committed laity, then what good are the Chachamim? I think it's really powerful. You know, Chachmei Yavne can't operate in a vacuum. Chachmei Yavne can only operate in a vacuum if you have people who are prepared to listen to you, if you have people who are prepared to learn from you, if you have people who are prepared to be inspired by you. Now you're a balabas. Now you're a barhachi. Now you're a chacham. If it were only have been the yeshiva in Yavne, they would have talked to each other and gone for walks with each other and talked with each other, and then it's over. But if you have a Yavne, if you have a community, now you implant the Chachmei Yavne into Yavne, now you're talking. Now you have a kiyum for Klal Yisrael. Tainli Yavne, first you got to give me Yavne. In order for Yavne to have a kiyum, you have to give me Chachameh. I think it's really, really, really powerful. What does he ask for? He asks for these three things. No sooner does he ask for these three things, you think he's a hero. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, oh my God, we should take the words of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, put them on a piece of paper, and we should dance with them on Simchas Torah. I mean, he was like amazing. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, what he did, he recreated Judaism from a temple-oriented to a synagogue. I mean, it's unbelievable. After the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash, it's over. The whole world revolved around the Beis HaMikdash. Everything was the Beis HaMikdash. How are we going to ever function after Beis HaMikdash? The Gemara says in Bava Basra and Daf Samach that we're going to stop eating, we're going to stop drinking, we're going to stop having meat. We're done. We can't do anything. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai said, no, we're going to figure this out. We're going to create a hemshech for Klal Yisrael. I mean, it's a hero should be heroes. But he opens his mouth and is criticized. The next line in the Gemara, they go after him. Bad mistake. Bad mistake. Karei alei Rabbi Yosef v'itema Rabbi Akiva meshiv chachamim achar. God turns smart people backwards. V'datam yisachel, and makes them foolish. Ibaya lameimer, he now had a moment. Vespasian said to him, tell me something and I will give you a gift. What should he have said? Leave. He should have said, go. He should have said, it's really very nice, thank you, but do me a favor, you're asking me, go home, leave us alone, forget about destroying the Beis HaMikdash. And he gets criticized. After he opens his mouth, the Gemara immediately criticizes. Aber Eichet Gevena Kluge Yid, so what was his cheshbon? Why didn't he say that? V'hu savar. Dilma kule hai loy avid, v'hatzala purta nami lo havi. Because he was afraid that if he would ask, if he'd go for broke, he would get nothing. Ad kidei kach, Vespasian wouldn't give him. Vespasian was hanging out there for a long time. He was besieging Jerusalem. And, we're so, narrow-minded, we don't understand that the conquering Judea was part of a whole Roman plan. If you know anything about ancient history, which I know very little of, but the Romans were on a move, and they were going through the Middle East, and they were conquering. And this was Pachim Ketanim for them. For us, it's everything. For them, it was Pachim Ketanim. The conquering of Judea. It was a chashav Pachim Ketanim, but it really wasn't, that wasn't the focus. The focus was they want to conquer the world. So Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai said, if I tell him to go home, he's not going to go home, and then I will have lost my chance. I will have nothing, and it's over. What's the Lumdisha phrase? Tafasta meruba, lo tafasta. If you grab too much, you grab nothing, and that's why that was his cheshbon. So he goes to fight, he extends himself, not like the Kahanim went to fight in the battle to defend the Beis HaMikdash, but he goes to fight to have epis, ashtikala, ahorala, some kind of a something that would ensure the continuity of the Jewish people. Says the Gemara on page 47, the Gemara in Brachas. Kishachala Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. The middle of Chav Ches Amid Beis Masaches Brachas. Kishachala Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai nechnasu tamidav levakro. It's a Moiridik Gemara. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai gets sick, so the Rebbe is sick, so the Talmidim come to be Mevaker Chola. Kivin Shara Osam, he sees his Talmidim, his Chilivkos, he starts to cry. Amru lo Talmidav, Ner Yisrael, Amud Hayamini, Patish HaChazak, Light of Israel, the rightmost pillar, the mighty hammer. Mipnei ma taboche. What are you crying? You're the greatest of the great. Amar lahem, ilu lifnei melech basav edam hayu molichin osi. If I was about to be brought before an earthly human king, shehayom kanu mocher bekever, today he's here, tomorrow he's dead. Sheim koes olai, and if he gets angry at me, this earthly king, this human king, ein kaso kasolam, it's not forever. V'imos rani, if he wants to imprison me, ein isura olam, it's not going to last forever. V'imem miseni, if he wants to kill me, ein misaso olam, it's not like that's the end of me. And on top of that, v'ani yochol lefaiso b'dvarim, I could pacify him, I could talk him out of it. U'leshachto b'momo, and I could bribe him. And yet, because I would be anxious and nervous. But v'achshav, shemolichin osi, lifnei melech, malchei, hamlochim, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, shehu chai v'kayom, la'olam, la'olmei olamim. God is forever. She'im koes alai, that's it. Ka'aso, ka'as olam. V'imos rani, and if he imprisons me, isuro, isarolam. V'ime miseni, misaso, misasolam. V'eini yochol lefaiso b'dvarim, I can't talk him out of it. V'lo l'shachto b'mamon. So I'm not going to cry, I'm not going to be nervous. Of course I'm going to be nervous. That's why I'm crying. And then he adds the following sentence. V'lo od. Ela sheyesh lefanai shnei drachim. Achas shel Gan Eden, ve'achas shel Gehenim. Ve'eni yodea be'ezo molichin osi, v'lo efke. I got two options now. In 6.5 minutes, I'm going to die. I'm going to come before Kisei HaKavod. And there are two paths for me. One is Gan Eden, one is Gehenim. And I don't know where they're going to lead me. And I'm not going to cry. Amr lo Rabbeinu Borchenu. So the Talmidim don't say what I would have said. I would have said, Rebbe, what are you kidding? What? You're worried you're going to go to Gehenna? I mean, you got two options. What did Rebbe, stop? What kind of talk is this? They're makabel what he says. Apparently, they understood something's going on here. They didn't deny it. And they changed the subject. Okay, Rebbe, I understand why you're crying, but now that you're heading out, give us a bracha before you die. What's going through Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's mind as he's about to die? He's got two paths, said Rabbi Soloveitchik, page 48. The Rav has this really magnificent shot, and this is Nogea to, like, should he have fought? Should he not have fought? He quotes the Gemara, top of page 48. This comes from the Chamesh Drashos. I gave you the reference. Quotes the whole Gemara. He ends the Gemara at the end of the first paragraph. V'lo od ela sheyesh lefanai beis drachim. Achas shel Gan Eden, achas shel Gehenim. I don't know where I'm going. Makshin ha'olam. Are you with me now in the second paragraph on page 48? What's going on here? What is he accessing? Darshanim onim al zeh, ki b'mishpat ha'achron, by adding the velo od, Ramaz Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, achshash gadol shenokar b'mocho kol hashanim shehisgorer b'yavne. Me'oz churban beis hamikdash. He is terrorized by a thought that has been gnawing on his brain all these years from the time the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed. Lifnei shanim, hu pasak b'she'ela chamura, v'lo haya batuach im tov pasak. He's now thinking back, he's making a cheshbon, he goes back to that encounter, and he's thinking, all these years, maybe Rabbi Yosef was right. Maybe I made the wrong decision. Kasher Aspazionos Kesar Panel Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Laboy minoi midi de eten lo chana Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai miyad. Ten li avna v'chachomer. He immediately, intuitively, directly, in a second, he shot right out. There are two people sitting in the room, standing in the room. He asked him a question, and he immediately answered. Misaperes HaGemara, Korele Rabbi Yosef Yitemer Rabbi Akiva, Meishiv Chacham HaMocher V'datam Yisachar, Liboy Leilamemer Lahu, L'shavke Chad HaZimna. Halo Yachol Hoya Levakesh Hatzolas Yerushalayim U'Beis HaMikdash. VaGemara Mosifa L'saper, the Gemara is down the Kaf Schus, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Ki Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai Choshav B'Shas Maisa, he had a cheshbon. Dilma Kule Hai Lo Yovid, Ad Kedei Kach Vespasian would not give, and then what would end up is Vatzola Purta Nami Lo Hava. B'mila Macheres, in other words, Bakosha Kedola Kozos, Ki Hatzolas Yerushalayim, was Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai afraid, Hoya Espazionas Doche. Kach, what would have happened? Sheha'am HaYehudi Hoya Mafsid Eshneim. They would be totally lost. Games Yerushalayim, v'games Chachmei Yaveh, v'games Shilshilta de Rabbi Gamliel. Es ha'achra'a azos, the Rav was so poetic, he lays this out. He poetically describes the scene. This decision, Hoya Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai lasos toch daka achat. Ha'achlata hi intuitivit. So it's an intuitive answer. It's not like you say, okay, listen, Vespasian, hang for a second. I got to go back and consult with my guys, and we're going to figure this out, and I'll be back. Hold that thought, I'll be back. No, he's got the cab is running the meter already. He's out of here. He's all by himself. He doesn't have time to start clearing. He couldn't even himself start to dray and clear and think and darshan. Intuitively, boom, he shot out. Et achra azot, he had to do daka achat. Mi yachol haya az lachzot merosh. How did he know then? Eches Pazionos Yagiv would react. Alotah bakasha shel atzalat Yerushalayim. He didn't know for sure. Nobody knew what Vespasian would have said. Maybe he would have said, okay, who knows? Maybe Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was so nice to him because he's the one, the Gemara earlier, it talks about, he told him that he was the king, and the foot and the shoe and the in and the out. And he had there was money in the bank there with Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. So maybe he would have, who knows? Maybe he would have allowed it. Ha'she'ela hayta she'ela chamura, ulai ha'she'ela chamura biyoter B'toldot Yisrael. It's the most significant question in Jewish history. You hear such a thing. V'livsok ota hayatzorich Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai be'atzmoi lelo hitya'atzut im chaveirav. He couldn't call a meeting, couldn't have a discussion. Toch kedei dibor, boom, in a second. Memela. Me'olam lo haya batuach im echriya nocha. It haunted him. It haunted him his whole entire life. Mitzad echad nidmelo, ki yachol haya, maybe, יכול היה להשפיע על אספזיונו שיצא לירושלים. כפי שחשבו רבי יוסף ורבי עקיבא. They thought that he could have gone for broke. Libo shosas dam. It's a Gemara Bava Kama on Daf Pei Beis. It's a rabbinic phrase. Libo shosas dam means he's like, he was bleeding. He's flowing blood. He's like all over the place. Bava Kama Pei Beis. Libo shosas dam al shelo bikesh yosos. He's like killing himself his whole life. That he didn't do it. Maybe Rabbi Yosef was right. Rabbi Kiva was given a chacham. He thought that he could have gone for broke. Meidach kisa. Chashavhu. Osir hoyo lahamid besafek sakana es chachmei yavna v'atar shebal peh. If it doesn't work, then chachmei yavna are done. It's a suffix. He had a suffix. He didn't know. So he paskin me suffix that he had to maintain Torah Shebal Peh. Im kol kedushaso v'chashivuso shel Beis HaMikdash, kiyum ha'uma einenu tolui bo. Here's such a thing. It's amazing. Today's TISHA B'Av. Right? We're still around. It's been a while since we don't have a Beis HaMikdash. We exist. Baruch Hashem. Shechianu v'kimanu v'giyanu. We exist absent the Beis HaMikdash. Im kol kedushaso v'chashivuso shel Beis HaMikdash, kiyum ha'uma einenu tolui bo. Ella, ulam, lo Torah Shebal Peh, lo tuchal ha'uma lehiskayim af lizman kat. Without Torah Shebal Peh, we're cooked. It's over. We're done. So he had a suffix. Ma godol hoyatzaro. Imagine his pain. Kama agmas nefesh soval. How much difficulty. Agmas nefesh, he suffered. Kama leilos nidude shina. How many sleepless nights. V'yemei etzev, and days of worry. Avru olav al Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai ekev hasafek hazeh. Kasha lanu l'sha'er. We can't imagine. I mean, we can begin to imagine. Like the way he lays it out, it's like amazing. Like he's kicking himself. Maybe Rabbi Yosef was right. Maybe the whole thing could have been saved. And I ended up being goyrim because I didn't say the right thing. I was goyrim the Churban Beis HaMikdash. I could have saved it, and I didn't save it. I made the wrong move. I understand I made a cheshbon, but I don't know. I don't know. Sleepless nights, days, panicking. And therefore now, b'regoyim ha'achronim shel chayav. Kasher nifrad mi talmidav. He's saying goodbye. He poured his whole life into his talmidim. Hidgish, he now emphasizes, milvad hakol, in spite of everything. You're my talmidim. I taught you a shtikala Torah. I did have a shtikala influence on you. You are a fine of Yidden. I have a shtikala chelek in it. In spite of everything, yorehu b'miyuchad mehadin v'cheshbon she'olav yihiyeh loses l'hakadosh baruch hu al ha'achra'ah b'she'elazu. I'm now seeing God. God is going to ask me, Yochanan, did you make the right decision? Are you sure you made the right decision? And he's panicking. Hayu shnei derachim, ha'echad hanachon, hasheni habilti nachon. It's not like, 50-50, we'll compromise, I'll meet you halfway. It's right or it's wrong. Ha'echad movil l'gan Eden, v'hasheni not to some hotel for Pesach, not for some kind of a middle ground, it's not Gan Eden, but it's like nice. You're going to hell, baby, it's done. V'hasheni l'gehenim. Ulam ein yulud isha yochol lada'as b'nogea lahachros ka'ele im holach b'derech hayosher rolo. And he concludes, Rabbi Soloveitchik, in Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai hagodol lo chodal melehis vados al osa ha'achra'ah ha'historis. For Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, who was the greatest of the great, could not desist from agonizing and admitting maybe he made the wrong mistake, maybe he made the wrong decision. Bevadai shahad dilemma, shall shtei drachim tzricha lihiyos tamid leneged einenu. We also have to realize that we are standing at crossroads. V'lo nitga'eh shetamid pa'alnu kishura, and don't be so sure that you did the right thing. So the Kohanim fought like crazy to save the Beis HaMikdash. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai gave it his all. Gave it his all. But on his deathbed, after being mechalek between the Melech Basav Adam and Melech Malchim Malachim HaKadosh Baruch Hu, he's going back to those two paths. V'loi oid, I have two paths. And one is right and one is not almost right. And not one is a shtickle right and not one is like maybe right. One is flat out right and one is flat out wrong. And maybe I made the wrong decision. And says Rabbi Soloveitchik, all of us, and I say to myself, we all are in a position to make decisions. We all have to make decisions. We all have crossroads. I don't know every day there's like a major crossroad decision, but it happens very often in our lives that we have major crossroad decisions. And there are a lot of implications. Like one thing, if you make this decision, then a whole set of circumstances are going to come out of that have nothing to do with, very different than, unrelated to, unconnected to what would have happened if you made the other decision. So like I think often about two boats in a port, two ships, and they start going, and they start moving, and they're 10 feet apart, and then they move further, and they're 20 feet apart and 30 feet apart. And after 5 days, they're 700 miles apart, because they just keep going further and further and further apart. Those are the two decisions. And whatever decision you make, you're going to live with, and then it's going to... I think about this in my own life, some serious crossroad decisions that I made that had implications for the rest of my life. And all of us have those. But I think more helpful is going forward. Like Mirz Hashem will be in positions to make other decisions going forward. Really Goyrel Dika decisions, significant decisions. And we're not going to know. Who are we going to consult with? We consult with our loved ones. And we just have to be mispalo that we make the right decision. Because at the end of the day, lo nitga'eh shetamid pa'alnu kishura. We don't know. We only know what we know. We only know with what we got. And the decision, Mirz Hashem, was already, Mirz Hashem, a good decision. And Mirz Hashem should continue to be a good decision. Kuf, Yud Gimel. I have it here as Yud Gimel, Vayekonen Yirmiyahu al Yoshio. So this is a KINNOT for Yirmiyahu, for one person, for the Melech Yoshio. And Melech Yoshio one person deserves a KINNOT all for himself, based on a lot of Mamorei Chazal about Melech Yoshio, and he was a great king, and his loss, talk about crossroads, his loss precipitated downhill spiral for the Jewish people. We also stop and have a KINNOT for one person. The Rav said that when we'll get to the KINNOT about the children of Rabbi Shmuel Kohen Gadol, of a boy and a girl, a brother and a sister, that we should remember that at the end of the day, we can talk about big numbers and about big implications, But at the end of the day, we're talking about people, and we're talking about individual people. And individuals get affected by events that happen. You know, you talk about 6 million Jews in the Shoah. You talk about big numbers now, Nebuch, in Israel after October 7. But you need to remember each soldier, each hostage, each person who was sick, every one of them, yachid, on a yachid, on a yachid, on a yachid. It's not a rabbim, it's a yachid. And on Tisha B'Av, when we are prone to think in a grandiose way, in a very large way, we're brought back to the real horror, the real tragedy is 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1. Vayikonin Yirmiyahu Yoshio Echo Eli Kanunu Me'elav B'Shmona Shana Echo Lidrosh Me'elav B'nei Cham Ba'Avram Chanu Alav V'lo Uskar Lo Sigui Mifalav Gam B'chol HaMelachim Asher Kamu Ligdor Lo Kam Kamo Mi'amos Avigdor Dovak Bo Avon Leitzanei Ador Asher Achar Adelas V'Amazuzah Kamu Lisdor Hochlim Zera Shichor Kismo Atov Pichamo Mishchor Vayigdal Avon Veishiv Yom Minachor Va'od Lo Sholach Yodo Minachor Zako Amorov Kenam Das Lahakim Bitzayim Raso Be'or Rura Shalo Yakim Choshach Toaro Kaniatzu Rechokim Bevetza Mo Asei Das V'chukim Tovim Reim Nikru Kisholcho Malach Malivalach Hayom L'Salach Idei Amoretz Damim B'Malach Teonesh B'Vitzias P'nei Filach Ki Lo Amonov Lo Lachas Haram Na'arayim L'man Lo Savar Cherev Kol Shehu B'Ephraim Oshama Lachozeh Lo Shuv Achoyrayim Ki Gzera Nigzera L'Sach Seich Mitzrayim B'Mitzrayim Mechatos Siras Mezuzos Chazonan Sosi Echelu Levazos No Anamim L'Chumo Lahavzos V'lo Hesev Panav V'Sav Tuhalzos Soru Heidu Ad Lo Shia V'Yimo Anu Suru Mot Yisod Nishia P'nei Krav Ki Korav V'lo Also Lo Shia V'Yor Ayorim Lamelech Yoshia Odenu Otzem Einav B'Gevyo Mochatzim Chetz Achar Chetz Morim V'lo Chatzim Tzadu V'Samu K'mat Torah L'Chitzim V'Yizrugu Bo Oy Shlosh Meos Chitzim Kalim Hitu Achrav Oizen Moitza Fiu V'Yad Mitzui Nefesh Ma'asav Hefiu Ruach Sefosav Hifza Mipiu Tzadik Hu Adonai Ki Morisi Fihu Sisi Nov Ki Kano Zoham L'Shalem Shonam Ba'avon Bitzam Tam Kesam Atov Hamzu B'Fosham V'Yekonein Olav Kolei Chayuam Tam B'Mikre Echad Kos Megido Lishtos B'Moed Shnas HaShmita Ki Go Akel Esos Tolo Esrim Ushtayim Aros Shosos Ki Softu Lo Echa B'Esrim Ushtayim Osios Osios Kinos Lubot Mecholi Eis Ki Shochachti Mecholali Zamosi Kilo Adya Hili Rashti V'Sa V'Nosati V'Nu Tasholi Eiko Omer, Tes Zayin. Here again, we're still in Kalir. We haven't gotten away from Kalir yet. Eiko Omer. I don't know what number you have it in your edition. Eiko Omer. What happened? What happened to something that was so wonderful and special, and now something so terrible is happening? So we take the word Eicha and we break it up into two words. Eiko, Eiko, Eiko. How could this be? Eiko, how could this happen? Eiko. And again, the matir on Tisha B'Av is of challenging, of questioning. Eiko Omer Kores Love Befetzach Bervis Ben Absarim Koyel Netzach Ve'inato Bulu Atzomai Beretzach Lama Lohim Zonachto Netzach. You need to understand that each one of these positive events that are referred to here are rooted in a pasuk that has the word ko in it. So a ko, literally, a ko, what happened to Yena ko? That ko was such a wonderful, special ko. What happened to the ko of Bris Ben Absarim? Where's the ko, Yelo Netzach by Bris Ben Absarim? He calls out Avram Avinu and he points and he says, ko, Yehi Ezaracha. So ko, what's amazing? You're going to be as many as the dust and the stars. It's, wow, Bris Ben Absarim, a covenant, we have a connection. What happened to that ko? And now, Bul'u Atzamai Beretzach, and they're killing us. Lama Alehim Zonachto Lo Netzach, you've abandoned us. Hey, ko gosh keselo lo l'ratzosecha. The Akedah, the next one is the Akedah. Where does it say ko in the Akedah? Nelcha ad ko. Pitui be'edosecha. What happened to Yena ko? Aniva nar nelcha ad ko. What a beautiful vision. What an image. The father and the son, the parent, the child, Avram and Yitzchak, the lockstep. Yuchash os. But vehenata nebach, vikachta yermelea teshuos, harimu, v'amer chalamashuos. Eiko zom v'harag mitzri. Eiko zom v'harag mitzri. Zom v'harag mitzri. Began Noel Bakodesh. Where does it say ko by Horag Mitzri? Vayifen ko v'cho. Vayifen ko v'cho vayarki inish. Vayachas ha-Mitzri. Vayachas ha-Mitzri. Ve'inato chelka machol chodesh kol heira oyev bakodesh. Talking about crossroads. Ko v'cho.
Moshe had to flee for his life.
Yeah.
That's what he thought. Did I do the right thing?
Now, if I were to ask you, Zom v'harag Mitzri, is that a good thing that he killed the Mitzri? Is God giving him a yeshakayach? We know Hashem gave him a yeshakayach when he broke the luchos. The last Rashi, finally, you're ready to leave, and all of a sudden Rashi reminded himself, Yena story early on in Kisisa, in Yena's story in Kisisa, you get a yeshakayach. So I found an article. There's a journal that I get called Amayan. I referred to it earlier. It's gold. This journal comes out from Yeshivat Shalvim. It comes out 4 times a year, and there's a tremendous amount of Torah in here. I tell my rabbi students, if you subscribe to Ma'ayan, you subscribe to 3 or 4 other journals, you can go golfing on Erev Pesach, on Shabbos HaGadol, Shabbos Shuvah, you're done, because it's all here. You don't need a sweat, you don't need a harva, you don't need to do research. You just take it, you take it out, you take 6 sources, you throw in a little ha'arala, and you're done. Why do you have to reinvent the wheel if the work has already been done for you? There's so much, and it's not just you have to learn the Marsha, but he just like lays out so many articles. So any topic that you want is already been done for you. You got to find it, and then at the top of the sheet, top of the sheet, you should put the name of the article, just, you know, on TISHA B'Av, Mikol Amar Davar B'Shem Omro, should be Mei V'Gula Lolam. So you have a siman that you took it from somewhere. And then you kind of b'shinui, you make up something and you're okay with it. So this is from Tafshin Pei Dalet, Nisan Tafshin Pei Dalet. So I subscribed to it, so I looked at it, I read it, and I was very struck by an article about did Moshe Rabbeinu do the right thing from killing the Mitzri. And I put together a bunch of material here on this subject. I'll just, in the interest of time, I'll just show you from, I quote here from Nechama Leibowitz on page 57. So there's a medrash. Let's look at the medrash for a second, actually. Let's look at the medrash on page 55. There are a number of midrashim that we don't have. And they were published in a sefer by J.D. Eisenstein. Yehuda David Eisenstein published a sefer called Otzer Midrashim. This goes back at the beginning of the 20th century. And he has all kinds of like little midrashim luch that float around. And there's a whole series of midrashim on Petiras Moshe Rabbeinu. It's not Medrash Rabbah, it's not Tanchuma, it's not Yalkut Shimoni, it's not the midrashim that we're familiar with, but there is such a medrash about the death of Moshe Rabbeinu. So I copied for you on page 55 a whole discussion between God and Moshe Rabbeinu. Amar Le, the bottom right of page 55. Amar Le HaKadosh Baruch Hu, like 6-7 lines from the bottom right of page 5. Amar Le HaKadosh Baruch Hu Moshe ben mi ata, Amar Le ben Amram. Amar Le va'Amram ben mi hu, Amar Le ben Yitzhar. Ve'Yitzhar ben mi hu, Amar Le ben Kahas. Ukahas ben mi hu, Amar Le ben Levi. V'chulam mi yatza'u. So I have no idea what's going on here. I don't understand this whole exchange. The Medrash says it happened, and Hashem says, after he tells him he's from Levi, V'chulam mi yatza'u, Amar Le min Adam Arishon. Moshe Rabbeinu here is trying to make an argument that he shouldn't die. Not just that he should go into Eretz Yisrael, but he shouldn't die. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu is now engaging him in an argument on that matter. So he needs to know who his father and grandfather and Zaidi, and Elter Zaidi, and Elter Zaidi, and then we come to Adam Arishon. Amar Le nishar mehem shum Adam chai. Is anybody alive from all the names that you mentioned? Anybody still around? Says Hashem to Moshe, Amar Le kula mesu. Amar Le HaKadosh Baruch Hu v'ata rotza lichios. You're the first guy, you want to live, nobody else is living. Amar Le Rabbanu Shalom. Adam Arishon Gonav. Ve'ochal ma shelo rotzisa. Ve'konasta olav misa. Ve'ani gunafti klum lefanecha. Kvar kosafta olai avdi Moshe b'chol beisi ne'emanu. He had to die, but why do I have to die? I'm Avdi Moshe b'chol beisi ne'eman. Amalei HaKadosh Baruch Hu Moshe klomata tzadek me Adam Arishon v'doro. Amalei Cain. Adam Arishon v'chava pita osam nachash. V'ani hechayesi mesim b'nachash. Right? You remember, I think in Chukas, where they put up the nachash and nachoshes, and whoever looks at the nachash and nachoshes v'choya. So they killed people. They did bad things. The Nachash messed them up. But me, I did good things. Amalei HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Klumata Godel mi Noach v'doro. Amalei Cain. But you remember what the Torah says about Moshe? V'ha'ish Moshe, anav ma'od. And here, whoa, he's going toe-to-toe with God. Me? You know what? Adam, fair Adam. You're greater than Noach? Yeah. He said, I'm greater than Noach. Noach havesa olav aldor mea mabel. V'Noach lo bikesh rachmim aldoro. But v'ani amarti, v'atam tisa chatasim, v'mayin mecheni no misifracha. Noach did not go to bat for his generation. And I went ad kedekach to bat that if you're not going to save them, I'm out of here. Just cut me out. I want to be erased. Amar le klomata godel mi Avram shenisisi oso basar nisyonos. Amar le, yeah, I know he was a great man, but yotze mimenu Yishmael sheyovdu banav es banecha. Amar le ata godel mi Yitzchak. Amar le yotze mechalotzav mi sheyachrev es beisecha. Ubanav yahargu es banecha kohanecha uleviecha. This is the line that he quotes in this article. The name of the rabbi, Dr. Yaakov Altman, is the author of this article. Dr. Yaakov Altman. And he quotes this line, Amar le HaKadosh Baruch Hu klum amarti lecha shetarog es ha-Mitzri. I didn't tell you to kill the Mitzri. You didn't do right. You shouldn't have killed the Mitzri. You killed somebody. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is finding kindness why Moshe Rabbeinu should die. And Moshe Rabbeinu keeps on coming up with time. And he says, no, but wait, you killed the Mitzri. I didn't tell you to kill the Mitzri. Where did you come up killing a Mitzri? So listen to this. And Hashem says, V'amalei, V'ato harakta kol b'char Mitzrayim. V'ani amos b'shul Mitzri echad. You killed a lot of Mitzrim. So I killed one Mitzri. So I'm done. You killed, how many Mitzrim you... I mean, it's mamish amazing. This whole exchange is amazing. Amar le HaKadosh Baruch Hu va'ata doma elai memis umachaya klum ata yochel hachios kamoni, etc., etc., etc. So from here, says Nechama Leibowitz, she quotes this medrash, and she says the following on page 57. With this, the debate ended, and Moses resigned himself to death. The view expressed above regards the slaying of a person without trial, witnesses, and due warning, by taking the law into one's own hands, parenthesis, namely what Moshe Rabbeinu did when he killed the Mitzri. The view expressed above regards this as a serious crime. No man may take a leaf out of his Creator's book, who in the course of history brings death and oblivion to many. Kadosh Baruch Hu is HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They afford no parallel for the taking of human life by another human being, no matter how deep and sincere are the considerations of justice and morality involved. Such a parallel is implicit in the words that the author of the Medrash puts in Moshe's mouth, but you killed a lot of Mitzrim. And the answer of the Medrash is, can you liken yourself to me? In other words, only he who gives life can take it away, but not man who, through having the power to cause death, cannot bring back life. According to this Medrash, concludes Nechama Leibowitz, had Moses been guilty of just this one sin of slaying the oppressor, which would then have been a case of spontaneous manslaughter, which carried no death penalty by earthly court, this would have been sufficient to warrant the divine penalty of death. So she quotes this Medrash criticizing Moshe for Harag HaMitzri. Dr. Altman in his article, and I just quoted a couple, brings a Rambam and a Mechilta that he's actually mechuyev to kill the Mitzri under these circumstances. Goy shehika Yisrael hilchos malachim perik yud halacha vav. Goy shehika Yisrael afilu chav albo afa peishu chayev misa eino nerag. So the Rambam says he's actually chayev misa. Today, he's not nerag, but he is chayev misa. Such a person is chayev misa. The Mechilta at the bottom of page 58, he's chayev misa. So you shouldn't just conclude. He takes issue with Nechama's conclusion and says that you could save Moshe Rabbeinu, you could defend Moshe Rabbeinu. But I was thinking that our KINNOT, which is not quoted in this article, is a Tanya de Messiah to say that he did the right thing. I interpret this, Eiko Zav Harag Mitzri, this Rab Kalir here, by pointing to Zav Harag Mitzri as one of the Kos, Vayifen Ko Vacho, in a positive way, that he did the right thing and he killed an Egyptian, Vayar Ish Mitzri Make Yeshivri Me'echav, Vayifen Ko Vacho Vayar Ki Enish Vayachas HaMitzri, that this was an exalted act that he did. And that's the taina here. You forgot the murder of the Mitzri, which was so positive. And Veheinata, it turned out to be negative. I don't know if I'm over being medayik here, but I think it's worthy of a diuk. And the point is still very well taken in the context of this kino, namely, what happened to the good? What happened to the good, and now it's so bad? Veheinato, now it's so bad. And a list of the so bads. But it used to be so good. So why is it now so bad? Only on Tisha B'Av. Only on Tisha B'Av. Eicha, Eiko. Very clever breakdown here of these 4 letters. And each good is a ko. And the avodah in learning this kina is to find the ko in each one of the psukim, each one of the cases that he brings. Ey ko tov kishulach gaol avodecha ko amar l'shalacham la'avdecha. When they were leaving Mitzrayim, ko amar l'bnei Yisrael, ey yesh lachani elechem. HaKadosh Baruch Hu tells Moshe Rabbeinu, you tell the Jews that I'm coming to take them out. Ko, this is why you should say, ko. That was a good ko. We're getting ready to leave. God is taking us out of Mitzrayim. Vehinata, but now the contrast, Yoshvu Bogdim Beveis Viudecha, Shoagu Tzarerecha Bekerev Moadecha, Eko Krisos Chadoshos Berisos, Ko Amar Hashem, Ko Amar Kachatzos Halayla, Ko Amar Hashem, Kachatzos Halayla, and the Yotzi B'Soch Mitzrayim. There's another ko, Vume Gitzah Chadrei. There are these delicious and wonderful kos. Kachatzos Halayla. I know it's not Bachatzos, I know it's Kachatzos. But the train is leaving the station. We're leaving. We're being redeemed. Veheinato, and now Nebuch, the opposite. Luaku ben aleim le'esos. Samosos, samosos. Eko mishma Moshe Allah. Ko somar. Lebeis Yaakov. The Saga lebnei Yisrael, Kosama lebeis Yaakov. We're mamish holding now in Parshas Yisro. We're ready to get the Torah. Moshe Allah. Moshe's up there already. We're primed. We're pumped. We're ready to go. Kosama lebeis Yaakov. And then Ve'inato Niatzua b'nei Avla Yivoda kemevi lamola Eko siach shishim osios akadumos. Berchas Kohanim. How does Berchas Kohanim begin? Ko Zavorchu L'shishim Giborim Domos Yivarecha Hashem Yishmerecha Yor Hashem Panav Elecha V'Yichuneka. 60 letters in Berchas Kohanim. What a bracha! How beautiful! V'Heinata Osku Redumos B'Savach Eitz Kardumos Eko Potz Loko V'Berach Am Kedoshecha B'shuv v'chos edaber. Shuv el bolok v'chos edaber. Humar l'kedoshecha ve'enat otzoru alir kodshecha shulchu v'eish mikdoshecha eko kichas levim shleimecha. What does the pasuk say? Kosas Elohem l'levim l'taram hazeh alehem Meichatos, kosa mitar de levim. Like it doesn't get better than that. Lebeis, letaram, lebeis olamecha, to do the avodah in the Beis HaMikdash, the Mishkan in the Beis HaMikdash. Veheinato roa shuviri shushamecha loretz chilulu Mishkan shamecha. Eiko shivas shofros eretz. Yericho, Kosase sheshas yamim lahapil choma la'oretz ve'nato sh'arim tovu ba'oretz sorfu koma de'el ba'oretz eko teshuas ha'samay otzor b'cho amar shel adoros notzar ve'nato tubchu frochai b'chatzor masei Elohim charev zor. The next KINNOT is Mamish Churban front and center. This KINNOT, still by Kalir, describes what happened leading up to the Churban Bayis Sheni. And it's about Titus, and it's about the events that happened based on Torah Sheba'al Peh, based on what we have from Midrashim, and based on what we have from the Gemara. So Titus, who was Titus? Titus was the one who was sent by Vespasian. Remember, Vespasian told Yochanan ben Zakkai, I'm leaving, and I'm going to send somebody in my place, and meanwhile, ask me something. And the one he sent was Titus, and Titus was the one ultimately responsible for the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash. The Medrash says, and it's quoted here, that there were 4 areas, and 3 of them were destroyed, but the western one was not destroyed, and hence we are blessed with Kosel HaMa'aravi, which is roughly the wall that was there during the time of the Bayis Sheni that Titus was unable to destroy. He appointed generals on all 4 sides. 3 was successful, and 1 was unsuccessful. And the Gemara describes how he was a real menuvel and really disgusting, and he did terrible things. He went into the Kodesh Kodashim, and he defiled the Kodesh Kodashim. He was a real low-life menuvel. In Rome, he is considered to be a big hero. And he brought back Klei HaMikdash to Rome. The Gemara in Gittin continues after the Gemara that we saw at the bottom of the Amid describes how he put together Klei HaMikdash and he put it in a sack and he put it on a boat, and then the boat went to Rome, and he unloaded Klei HaMikdash in Rome. We have evidence from Josephus, who was living at that time, who describes how there was a procession and the Klei HaMikdash were shown and displayed in the streets of Rome. Josephus writes that this was like a big deal. I mentioned earlier that the capturing of Judea was one step in the Roman journey, but it was a big deal for them, and they displayed with great pride. And of course, we don't know exactly what happened to them and where they are. They built a beautiful arch for Titus. If you've been to Rome, you have to go. If you haven't yet, you have to go to the Arch of Titus. And on the inside is a, I don't know, bas relief, I don't know the technical term, of the menorah. And that's the whole hak, and the whole question, is that the real menorah? It's the only earliest, certainly the earliest, that was put up 10 years after the Churban. When Titus came back, he was considered to be like almost a divinity, and they put up this arch lichvodo. For us, he's a menuvel, chaleria, low-life meshukitz. For them, he's like mamish kodesh kodashim. And they even refer to him as a divinity in the inscription on the arch. The arch today is not the arch that was put up. Some point in the Middle Ages, 14th, 15th century, it was actually dismantled because it was falling apart, and then they re-put it together again. So what we have is a relatively recent, couple of 100 years old version of the arch, but we can assume that it's an accurate description. So the menorah is pretty accurate. The problem is the base of the menorah, that the base is not the base that we know from our sources, but it's as close as we can get. We have a professor at YU, Professor Stephen Fine, who's done an incredible, enormous amount of work on the arch. He just gave me a couple of weeks ago a book that this is like really an amazing book about the Arch of Titus. published by Yeshiva University Center for Israel Studies. You see here the menorah, the picture of the menorah, and he's got a whole bunch of essays in here. And he's done a lot of work on the Arch of Titus. I want to bring your attention something that came to my inbox on June 30th. Some crazy, strange, some guy came to the Arch of Titus and blew a horn to reverse the bad news in the Arch of Titus. In an extraordinary act of symbolic resistance, a small group of Jews gathered beneath the Arch of Titus. This is the subject of our KINNOT. On June 11th, 2025, exactly 1,955 years after the Roman general Vespasian encircled Jerusalem, to carry out a religiously grounded nullification ceremony. Their aim, nothing short of reversing the spiritual and legal implications, one of the most catastrophic episodes in Jewish history, the destruction of the Second Temple. And they chiseled the divine image of Vespasian from a rare silver coin, and they defaced it using tools forged from the armor of a Merkava tank destroyed in Gaza, and they a Levi blew a silver trumpet. They have a picture of this long silver trumpet, echoing the rituals of ancient Israelite war. They recited Kaddish, invoked halachic sources on the destruction of idolatry, and embedded their actions in both Roman and Jewish legal frameworks. To me, it's weird, it's bizarre, but it's fascinating. It's just fascinating that some 6 Jews decided that they're going to take it back. They're going to go to that spot. I wonder what the tourists around there were thinking when this guy's starting to blow a thing, and they're going to redo, they're going to nullify the tumah of the Arch of Titus. I think it's weird and it's totally misguided, because I think, it's still relevant. Last I checked, we don't have a Beis HaMikdash, and we need a Beis HaMikdash, and the Arch of Titus represents the Churban, which is still in effect. Was still in effect. In the Middle Ages, I don't know if I remember if I mentioned this in past years, the new pope, every time there was a new pope, the new pope forced the Jewish community of Rome to walk under the arch as a sign of subjugation and humiliation. And as a result, I was told by Jews of Rome that their minhag was never to walk under the Arch of Titus on themselves. When they used to come to visit or to bring tourists, they would walk around it. They wouldn't walk under it because it reminded them there was this Masorah about subjugation and humiliation. I read somewhere that after the founding of the State of Israel, they went the other way through the arch. They went backwards to show that now we're coming back. And as you know, the seal of the State of Israel is that menorah. If you walk to the Knesset, you go into the Knesset. If for some reason you're drawn to go to the Knesset, to get into the Rechavah in front of the Knesset, there's a huge menorah, which is this replica. And Rabbi Herzog, who was the chief rabbi when it was first chosen as the symbol for the State of Israel, was very, very upset because they did the one that's on the inside of the arch with the hexagon bottom, when we know it's a Rashi and Chumash in Shmos on the pasuk of the menorah, and it's a Rambam that says that there were three feet, there were 3 legs on the menorah. I once spent a lot of time on this one TISHA B'Av. I showed from the frescoes of the floors of Dura Europos and from the Roman catacombs. There's endless evidence when they show the menorah, they show it with 3 legs at the bottom. That's not what's there. And Rabbi Herzog said, I understand why I want to do a menorah. Menorah is light. Kiner mitzvah v'torah or. Menorah is optimism. I get it, but why, if you have a state of Israel and we're going to do a menorah, why do you use yena terrible menorah? We should use the real authentic menorah. But all this, now where is the menorah? I don't know. It's in the Vatican. It's not in the Vatican. I don't know. I didn't see it. I went to the Vatican. I actually asked the guide, excuse me, ma'am, you know if the ancient tabernacle of the Jewish people, the ancient candelabra of the Jewish people. And so she didn't know what I was talking about. She wasn't very helpful. I don't think it's in there, but who knows? I don't know. But Titus was responsible. And we have a whole kina for Titus. You should go to Rome. You should give chizuk to the Roman community, to the Roman Jewish community. It's a very special, very, very special community. They have minhagim that you've never seen. I was just there maybe 2 months ago. We were there for Shabbos. We davened in the main shul. I had no idea what's going on. I've been around the block in shuls, like, for my life. I know, like, how to hold a sitter up. I knew they were laning when they opened the Aron Kodesh. I couldn't follow davening, laning. I knew they were laning because they had, like, a thing that looked like a Torah that they were reading from. I actually got an aliyah, which was, like, crazy, and it was so meaningful to me. So then I verified that there was Kriyas HaTorah. But I had no idea. It was so humbling to me. And I mamish understood what it's like when somebody who doesn't have a background comes into a shul and has no idea what's going on. You see, we're big knockers. We know. But there are people who don't know. And regretfully, we don't meet them because they don't come into our shuls, which is a big avla. They should come into our shuls. But when they come in, they don't know anything. And that's mamish how I felt. I felt like I was a beginner when I walked in there. But it's very authentic. I felt that they're really onto something. More than my tradition. I felt that there was something exquisitely authentic about what they're doing. So you should go for Shabbos, go to the shul, become humble, and go visit the Arch of Titus and read this kina under the Arch of Titus. Zocher asher osatzor befinim, shalav charbo v'olefnai v'lifnim, nachalosenu b'yeis kitimei lechem aponim, v'gider paroches ba'ala shnei fanim, yisomim giel b'magen ma'odam, v'yimadei kov b'mareh adam dam, meimenu dolach v'hiskir chitzov midam, kiyotza min abayis v'charbo malei odam, Al hagoso havos gover v'nata el yodo lemulo ligbor Mitzrayim v'chol ha'om asher bam avor v'ani b'sochi vuyo orutze lov b'tzavor Avosenu zora ki echnisu b'charavach lo'esh v'zet so ozona echnis v'lo nichva bo'esh. It's a medrash in Achrei Mos. The medrash says Achrei Mos shnei b'nei Aaron, because they walked in, they brought an eish zara, and they were immediately destroyed. And Titus comes in and does terrible things and garnished. Like, what's wrong with this picture? How could this be? Why do you let this happen? You're so makbid when it comes to the Bnei Aaron, and it's Hefker and Gans and Hefker when it comes to this manuval, to Titus. Avodim chitu b'suko labas eish, v'almeh b'veis eish mimorom sholach eish, here, he took away the klei shares, the samam ba'ani shayit, he put him in a boat, bam lahashreis, and he brought it to Rome. Orenu yimaki hishkim shares, v'lo motza tishim ushlo klei shares. There's a Mishnah in Tamid that talks about how many klei shares there were in the Mishkan, and it uses the number 93. There were 93 klei shares, and this is what's referred to here to indicate how many kelim were taken away by Titus from the Beis Hamikdash. Noshim kisharu kiva oritz bekarka abayis no'olav hechritz sarim lu paso bevo poritz beveis kodesh hakadoshim tzachanoso hishritz Bachura mi bachutz tzogu mechuzakim v'soru ki yuzak b'shishim ribo mazikim. Zekenim nevasu ki hirshuhu mishchakim. Asos ritzono v'hu asur bazikim. Shava sotein v'yovo admon. Sotein is Nebuchadnezzar. Admon, Edom is Rome. Is Titus. Vayisabev choma v'yaves hamon. Nafla ever al nine pitzel lach luz ve'armon. Ad kinutash mido karmon. Al pesach harabayis hechelovo. Biad arba'a roshei tafsarov lacharivo. So we had 4 generals. Arba'a roshei tafsarov, and each one was given the assignment to carry out the destruction of one of the sides. But what happened? Outside Ma'aravi, l'zecher hisridbo, they left over on the western side. V'tzog achar kasleinu, v'lo rav rivo. V'tzog achar kasleinu, it's a pasuk in Shir HaShirim. Hine ze omed achar kasleinu, Meitzitz minacharak, meitzitz, ine ozomer achar kasleinu, mashkiach minachalonos, meitzitz minacharakim. And the Medrash says that is, kasleinu is the kosel ha'ma'aravi. The kosel ha'ma'aravi is the one that remained forever. Turn to page, turn to page 'I don't know what I lost. Turn to page 60. Turn to page 60. Hine za'omer achar kasleinu. Ze kosel ma'aravi shel beis hamikdash she'eno chorav la'olam. Lama she'ashchina b'marav. The Medrash says ma'olam lo zaza shchina me'al kosel ma'aravi. That's another question for us to ask ourselves. So what do we think about when we go to the kosel? So Baruch Hashem, we can go to the kosel. So for those of us living in University-RIETS, it's a longer journey. Maybe we don't go as often, but those people who are living in Israel and Yerushalayim, they go. We go, Baruch Hashem. Me'olam lo zaza shchina. So we have this like haftacha that the shchina is there. So when I go to the kosel, I remind myself of this Maimer Chazal, and I'm like looking for the Shechina, trying to feel the Shechina. So you're trying to chapa mincha, and there's a lot of noise, and this one's Kedusha is jumping into this one's Chazar Sashatz, and you go inside, and there are 19 minyanim, and then the people are hustling you for a nedava because they see an American tourist, I don't know, next time you go, think about this v'tzog achar kosleinu. L'zecher hisridbo me'olam lo zaza shchina me'al kodesh me'al kosel ha'ma'aravi. Look at the Medrash in Noso. Hine ze omer achar kosleinu ze kosel ha'ma'aravi shel beis hamikdash she'eno charav la'olam she'hashchina b'ma'ariv. Look at the Medrash in Shir HaShirim on the top left. Hine ze omer achar kosleinu achar kosel ha'ma'aravi shel beis hamikdash lo moshe nishba lo HaKadosh Baruch Hu she'eno charav la'olam. She'eno charav la'olam. That is, hine ze omer achar kosleinu. What's mashkiach min ha'chalonos? Both Midrashim, Noso and Shir HaShirim. Mashkiach min ha'chalomos is chus avos. And meitzitz min ha'charakim, mashkiach min ha'chalonos means looking, observing through the window. And meitzitz min ha'charakim means peering through the lattices. So mashkiach min ha'chalonos is b'schus avos. And meitzitz min ha'charakim is b'schus imahos. So we don't say that enough. We talk about schus avos. Schus imahos. I love this medrash because it gives the imahos their due. You think it's only schus avos? It's chus imahos. And they're equal. One phrase is for the avos, and one phrase is for the imahos. They also deserve our credit for this chusim that we get from them. And this is what is referred to here in this kinnot, the kosel. So in 2025, when we go to the kosel, we should think about something. Senishta kosel vi'ala kosels. It's a special. And do we treat it as special? I used to have a relationship when I was younger with Shlomo Karlbach. And he was a very complicated guy, but I learned a lot from him. And I was once somewhere, and he said the following. He was talking about the relationship between children and parents. I've quoted this in the past. I don't know if I did on TISHA. He was talking about the relationship between children and parents. And he said that children have to leave their parents. I mean, at some point, we raise our children, so when they're younger, we very much involved and very much connected and committed, and we're madrich them. But then at some point, we have to let go. And at some point, we have to launch them. And at some point, we have to realize that that stage is over, and hopefully I invested enough in my child in all the years that she or he was under my tutelage that I'm now launching them into their own life, and that they, Mirz Hashem, with whatever I gave them, should hopefully move on to be able to make the right decisions. And it's hard for parents. It's hard for parents to let go. You know, my little Dvarila, I remember Mamish when she first scraped her knee, and now she's going to the chuppah. I mean, you know, we've been, those of us with kids, with older kids, going around the block. But it's absolutely essential. And he said, however, children need to leave their parents, but they should leave their parents the way we walk away from the kaisel. That's what he said. And I thought that was like such an interesting image. How do you walk away from the kaisel? I don't know how you walk away from the kaisel. I walk away from the kaisel is I walk backwards. I don't walk backwards all the way up till Shar Yafo, trust me. I walk backwards till where it starts to go higher, till the first break. So all that distance from the kaisel, I'm walking backwards. It's a little bit nuts because you have to be careful. You bump into people, you're looking around. But I walk backwards because I guess it's an expression of respect. Shechina, lezoza shechina, I walk backwards. So he said that that's how parents and children should separate from one another. A child needs to leave their parents, but the child should always be facing their parents. Child should never turn a back on their parents. You got to go. You must go. We want them to go. We raise them to go. But the bracha is that when they go, they're always looking at us. There's always connection. They don't turn their back and walk off. That's Hine ze omer achar kaslenu. That's this kinnot. That's the medrash. Beis Hamikdash kasel ma'aravi eno charav la'olam. And it's b'schus avos and b'schus imahos. The parents are connected here to the kosel. B'schus avos and b'schus imahos. It's a big deal. That's the continuity of the Jewish people. Ata kotzavta v'ershi solofanos yeladim asher ein bohem kol ma'om misham lahafnos lama rokshu goyim v'lo shato el amincha pinos v'shilchom la'eretz utz v'shalosh sefinos. It's a Gemara. The Gemara says in Gittin that there were 300 young children who were put on boats from Eretz Yisrael to go to Rome, and they knew that they were going to be used. I mean, that's really the word for it. They were going to be used for immoral purposes, and they got very upset, and they wanted to know if they commit suicide, if they're going to be forfeiting their share in the world to come. It's always a long Gemara, Masachas Gittin. The Gemara quotes Psukim. This one asked this one, and they quote a Psukim. Hashem mi bashan ashiv, even mi mitzulos yam. You're going to be safe. So they mamish all three boatloads committed suicide. The Gemara says, and Gemara says that ki alecha haragnu kol hayom nechshavnu kitzon tivcha. And these are the 300, the three boatloads. These are the three boatloads of kids were thrown over. They threw themselves. Shalosh Sefinos. This is the next stanza. Hashivenu shivu kavau benivcheyam v'shitfu atzmam yachad linpol bayam. They decided as a group they were going to unanimously throw themselves over. Shir v'sishbachol shoraru ka'al yam ki alecha araganu b'mitzulos yam ki somos bo ad nafshan kol zos bo asnu v'lo shechachnucha chilu lemamsham tikvos mnasnu lemeshiv mi bashan uvas kol nishma ura lamasishan. Page 63. Let's read the Gemara. Ma'aseh b'dalad me'os yeladim v'yelados. Page 63. This is from the permitted Gemaras. Ma'aseh b'dalad me'os yeladim v'yelados shenishbu lekolon. They were captured for immoral purposes. Hirgishu ba'atzon l'mayin mispakshin. They understood what was waiting for them when they would come to Rome. Amaru, imanu toivim bayam, anu boim l'chayo l'maba, dorash lahen hagadol shabahen. Right? So imagine the scene. You have all of these kids on a boat, and they don't know what's going to happen to them, and they're clearing. Right, they're clearing, like, am I going to lose Olam Haba if I commit suicide? Amru. So they're only kids on this boat. They're only Yeladim who are on the boat. It's not like they had a chaperone. So the Gadol Shabahan, so he was 12. He was like a knocker. He knew. So the Gadol Shabahan says, quotes a pasuk, Hashem mi bashan ashiv, ashiv mi mitzulos yam, mi bashan ashiv mi ben shinei aryeh, ashiv mi mitzulos yam, I will return you from the depths of the sea, elu shetovim bayam. And then, one after another, they threw themselves overboard, all 300, and then the Gemara concludes, v'aleim hakosav omer, ki olecha haragnu kol hayom, nechshavnu kitzon tivcha. So sometimes there's a great deal of passivity, and sometimes there's fighting back. And the notion of nechshavnu kitzon tivcha is a very prominent one in our literature. Top of page 64, a quote from the Rambam, Menuchas Yisodei HaTorah, Perek Hey, Va'alecha Nemru, he's talking here about Kiddush Hashem. What is Kiddush Hashem? You give up your life. You give up your life for the Jewish people. You give up your life for God. And the Rambam here quotes this pasuk that's quoted in the Gemara in Gittin that we just read. I bring you at the bottom of page 64 just to open up a sad issue in the context of the Holocaust, because even before the Holocaust, even already at the end of the 1930s, European Jewry was accused by those who were living in Israel at the time of going to their death like sheep to slaughter, katzon tivcha. And this trope was a very harsh one and continued to be maintained, especially in the land of Israel, where there was a tremendous sensitivity to and discomfort with passivity, because In Israel, they created a state in order to be strong and to be able to fight back. And the notion of katzon la tevach yuval or nechshavnu kitzon tivcha was a very powerful and important one, and I would say a very sad one and a tragic one that had no right to be invoked, but nevertheless was invoked and needed to be dealt with by it being invoked. Let's go to 120. I mean, in my 120. Yutes im tochalna. This KINNOT is still by Kalir. Graphic descriptions of the horrific events that surrounded the Churban Habayis. Can only say that the closest I could think about was October 7th. Somehow we have a new K'nei Midah now. We have a new category. It's unbelievable. When I think of all of the horrible things that happened, Allah laili, woe is to me. And you notice, again, Aleph Beis. And the last one is Im tisalafna. Oh, Baruch Hashem, we got to tough. I could stop. Because otherwise I couldn't stop. Otherwise I'd have to keep on going. So I'm artificially grounded or bound by my woe, knowing that I only have these number of letters, and then I'm finished. Otherwise, I couldn't be finished. Im tochalna noshim piriam olalei tepuchim alalayli. Im tevashelna noshim rachmanayos yaldein amadudim tvachim alalayli. Im tigozna pas rosham v'ziko sharno l'susim porchim alalayli. Im tidbak l'shon yonek l'chech b'tzimon tzechichim alalayli. Tehom no zolo mazo boy univashal es bonenu tzorchim alalayli. Tivoad no zolo zot and even echvu chavay minu tachnesachim alalayli. In Tazmin besar ovos labonim b'ma'oros v'shichim alalayli. In techuyavna abonos al chekimosam nispachim alalayli. Im tatos na ruchos ololim birchovos kiryat fuchim alalayli. Im tiakerna b'shikol racham v'tzimuk shadayim ve'em albonim shachim alalayli. Im tekashna im tikoshalna shmona meos maginim ba'arav aluchim alalayli. Im tiluhatna rucham b'minei meluchim v'nodos nefuchim alalayli. Im timoatna me'alef meo mimea sarad echad lamapochim alalayli. Im tonosna lemosach hechol shmonim elef kohanim perochim alalayli. Im tisarafna sham kolosam anafashos kekotzim kitzuchim alalayli. Im teorafna adam noki shmonim elef kohanim mishuchim alalayli. Im tipachna nefashos medukarim erech teguvos tenuvos sichim alalayli. Titzovarno aleven achas, TISHA kabin moche yeladim munachim alalayli, im tukano shlosh meos yonkim, al socha achas mesuchim alalayli, im teroeno rakos va'anugos, kevulos al yad ravat tabochim alalayli, im tishochavna ben shvatayim, benos malachim mishubochim alalayli, im tisalafna absulos va'abachurim, betzimon tzechichim alalayli. Baruch HaKodesh Lemula Marim Hoy Al Kol Shchenai Horaim Mashe Huk Ra'am Modiim Beis Asher Osu Lo Modiim Tochalna Noshim Piriam Mashmim Imi Horeg B'mikdash Adonai Koyen V'Novi Lo Mashmiyim. And we're not done yet. We're not done yet with the challenge. We're not done with the challenge. Ato Amarta, still Kalir, and still surrounding the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash. At some point, we're going to move out to the Asara Ruge Malchus, we'll move out to the Crusades, but meanwhile, we're still living in the 2nd century. Rabbi Lazar HaKalir, Ato Amarta, you did something so good. So how could you do something so bad? Why did something so bad happen? And again, it's Aleph Beis. Ato Amarta, Heitev, Heitiv imach v'neflinu ani v'amach v'lama b'nei v'lial chilalu shemach. And you let him go. You let him get away with it. V'lo shafachta aleihem zamach. Ato gidalta v'roimamta banim lahanek kasher yisaho menes hayonek v'lama Didonim dotzu lizanek v'aryeh b'dei goy roisav mechanek. Ata heinaktam devash misola v'totzi nozle misola v'lama v'shofteim nishmetu b'idei sola v'ololeim nupitzu ela sola. Ata zonachta v'timas kol goy v'lokachtu l'cha goy mikerev goy. You chose us from among all of the nations. V'lama chosh v'ola al artzi goy v'amru. Why did you allow them? L'chu v'nacha chidei mi goy. Ato teitesa shishim u'shmonim la'avi goy shemer amunim. V'lama yazmu mo'ovim v'amonim lamzu ka'kochavim nimnim. Ato kananta l'sheves haidecha. Harzeh konsa yamin chavi adecha, v'lama la'achar, heishavta yamin haidecha, v'atinabel kisei vodecha, atamorum le'olam rishon, konanta morum me rishon, v'lama nietz rasha befeu v'lashon, ad ki nogat sar be'ishon, ato sasto l'tova le'mo, v'siach tivi'emo, v'sito emo, v'lama oritz, Chere v'omar e Eloheimo asher yochal chelev zevachemo. Ato fararto b'osach hayom v'atosach b'dolosayim yom v'lama tzolalto ad nivche yom v'yigdal shivri kayom. Ato kodosh yoshev tilos kedoshim v'sod yeshishim mekudoshim v'lama rogshu goyim kedeshim v'hishamu beis kodesh hakodoshim. Ato shamata ki ayinu cherpa v'sukascha ba'esh nisrafa v'lama tevala nachlas chupa tatzmiach terufa v'aleinu chofefa. So we finished till tough, and with all of this, how could you do this, and how could you let it happen, and what happened to that, and you used to be so good, and now at the end of the day, ato tzadik al kol haba. L'cha Adonai atzdaka v'natzedikecha b'chiba v'lama nahinu v'lanu adiba ki chol zos ba'asnu b'chova. And the next KINNOT is totally L'cha Hashem atzdaka. The next KINNOT is totally about fully acknowledging the justness of God's decree. This is Tziduk Kadim. This is Atzur Tamim Polo. This is Shto Ka'chola B'machshava Lefanai. This is Vayidom Aaron. At the end of the day, that's it. L'cha Adonai atzdaka ba'osos asher efleisa meyaz v'yadata v'lano b'ashis hapanim b'vchina asher nitzrafnu v'hosono tiyavta. L'cha Adonai atzdaka b'goy mikarev goy lakachta b'masos v'lano b'ashis hapanim b'dofi asher nimtzavanu kimaseh hamasos. L'cha Adonai atzdaka ba'olchu Elohim liftos lo liam v'lano b'ashis hapanim V'vayamru al yam b'yam sov goy be'elohav b'fasham. You're right and we're wrong. You're right and we're wrong. That's it. L'cha Adonai atzdaka b'zecher v'atem edai v'ani Elohim v'lanu b'ashis hapanim b'chorfenu b'sin kumaseh lanu Elohim. At Matan Torah, you gave us gold, and what did we do? We turned around and we worshipped the Egel. L'cha Adonai Tzedakah, you gave us the man. You gave us the man. B'tam she'etamtano kitzapiches b'dvash. V'lanu b'ashes sapanim b'yom ekravnu l'fanav soles v'shemenu dvash. L'cha Adonai Tzedakah b'chilkul manu be'er ve'amud onan. V'lanu b'ashes sapanim b'lechem aklo kela v'osenu b'oleim b'rognan. L'cha Adonai Tzedakah b'midbar l'chasanu dovar. And what did we do? We started to complain. V'lanu b'ashes sapanim no atzos, lavan, chatzeros. V'dizahav kimid dubar. L'cha Adonai Tzedakah b'sichon v'og v'chomach eichanoan. V'lanu b'ashes sapanim b'achan asher mo'al b'cherem b'limit somoan. L'cha Adonai Tzedakah b'foal asher pa'alta b'arba asar moshiyim. V'lanu b'ashes sapanim b'tzalam icha kivo anachnu poshim. L'cha Adonai Tzedakah b'kima shilo no v'givanu beis elamim. V'lanu b'ashes sapanim Beresha shenimtza vanu shachar v'uva anu nechlamim. L'cha Adonai Tzedakah b'shnei chorbano shachar v'uvitzeinu v'anu kayamim. V'lanu b'ashes sapanim yishuvenu elecha v'cholev shetashuv eleinu berachamim. L'cha Adonai Tzedakah b'tshamei oshana shoysa sina kevusha meli shama. V'lanu b'ashes sapanim Kisava ish chamudos v'shiva te'ez lahai az necho shema. Arze alvano. So at this point, we leave Rabbi Lezer HaKalir, we leave the Churban, and we move now into the 11th century. So the 11th century, in the 11th century, 1095. Oh no, this is the 2nd century. We're now up to the Asara Arugei Malchus. Asara Arugei Malchus was in the 2nd century when Hadrian, during what's known as the Hadrianic persecutions. And the Asara Arugei Malchus. We have a number of references to the Asara Arugei Malchus. Not one of them has 10. Have less than 10. Altogether, they're about 15. I do say every year that Gedalia ibn Yachya on Shalshelas HaKabbalah points out that it didn't happen the way it's presented. There was no point when 10 rabbis lined up. It was a poetic device, a literary convention in order to arouse upset and sadness and avelus. So they're presented as in seriatim, but it's not true. But that's the point. The point is that we should feel it and feel the loss, especially on Tisha B'Av. Rabbi Soloveitchik pointed out that we make reference to the Asara Malchus twice in our liturgy, once on Yom Kippur, in the Chazor Sashatz of Musaf, in the Slichos section, and we do it also today on Tisha B'Av. But there are tzvei dinim. There are 2 different reasons why. On Yom Kippur, we mention it because we're looking for kapara, Yom Kippur, and we're trying to get whatever kapara we can have. And since we don't have the kapara that we used to have in the Beis HaMikdash, so we scramble and scrounge for other kapara. And the Gemara says that misas tzadikim is mechaper, that the death of the righteous somehow serves as an atonement for the Jewish people. And so on Yom Kippur, we invoke Misas Tzadikim as a medium of kapara, and on Tisha B'Av, it's Avelus. The Gemara says in Rosh Hashanah, in the context of Tzom Gedalia, Gedola Misas Tzadikim Kechurban Beis Elokeinu. Why do we fast on Tzom Gedalia? Gedola Misas Tzadikim Kechurban Beis Elokeinu. So on the day of Churban Beis Elokeinu, we mention Asara Arugei Malchus. One of the Asara Arugei Malchus was Rabbi Akiva. So if you can, please go back, go to the handout, to the sheets. I placed Rabbi Akiva earlier, I thought maybe I would have time to focus on Rabbi Akiva in the opening shir, but I didn't. So I want to see if we could focus a little bit on Rabbi Akiva. It begins on page 26. So I briefly want to draw attention to the Gemaras that I bring to you on page 26 and 27. Rabbi Akiva was really a remarkable person. He was always upbeat. He had optimism. And we know the optimism of Rabbi Akiva. Let's leave aside for a moment and even include his last few moments on this world. Famous Gemara you have on 26, the end of Makos. There are two stories. We focus on the second one because it's much more dramatic. Two stories about the great rabbis are walking and they hear. First story, they hear from some city all kinds of hulyavin and celebrating and making a lot of noise. And they're now in the aftermath of the Churban Beis HaMikdash, and they're so depressed, and they start to cry that by the Gentiles, everything is so wonderful and celebratory, and we don't have anything. So they start to cry, and he starts to misachek, why are you crying, why are you laughing? And he tries to explain. And that's it. That's the conversation. Then Shuv Pam Achas, the third line on Chaf Daled Amud Beis. Hayu Olan Yerushalayim. The same rabbis used to hang out together. Rabbi Gamliel, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, Rabbi Yeshua, Rabbi Akiva. And they're now in Yerushalayim. They come to Aratz Ofim, Karu Bigdeihem. Kivin shegiu la'arabayis, just file away. When they came to Aratz Ofim, Koru Bigdeihem. Kivin shegiu la'arabayis, Ro Shul sheyotzim mibeis kodesh kodoshim, Ischilu hein bochin, Rabbi Akiva metzachek. Why are you crying? Why are you laughing? And Rabbi Akiva goes through a whole long discussion. And then he ends up, now I know, and now I have faith, and now I'm optimistic that Yeshiva Zakein Muskenos Berchovos Yerushalayim, and Akiva Nichamtanu. The Eitz Yosef here at the bottom, is a parish on the Ein Yaakov, points out something that I never noticed before I read it. I'm going to read again what I just read, and I ask you to file it away. Shuv Pam Achas, Hayu Olan Yerushalayim. Kivin shegiu la'aratz ofim, Koru Bigdeihem. Who taught Kriya? Who was Koru Bigdeihem when they came to Aratz Ofim? All of them, including Rabbi Akiva. So Zol Nishmein, Rabbi Akiva is walking around, whoopee-doo, wow, it's great, Churban, Shualim. He taught Kriya 8 minutes ago. He also taught Kriya. Kivin shegiu la'aratz ofim, Koru Bigdeihem, finished. Now you come to Harabayis. Now he tries to invoke a measure of optimism. Look at the Eitz Yosef. V'hiktim zeh, kivin shegiu la'aratz ofim, bottom right, page 26, Koru Bigdeihem. And he quotes the Gemara Ma'ikatan that actually la halacha, I don't want to get into the halacha here, the psak, that when you get to Aratz Ofim, you have to tear kriya. Mehechan chayav lekroa, says the Gemara Ma'ikatan, mishigiel etzofim. V'chenisa betur, very nice. The hiktim zeh, why does the Gemara have to say this? Why does the Gemara have to let me know? The story, after all, didn't happen when they came to Aratz Ofim. The story happened when they came to Harabayis. So why do you have to let me know? No, you have to let me know. The hiktim zeh lahoros ha'masher Rabbi Akiva sochak. Shalo hoya zeh mehe'eder aveluso al Yerushalayim. It's not like he was oblivious. to the Churban Beis HaMikdash. She was fully aware of the Churban Beis HaMikdash. Ela shakulam karu v'gam Rabbi Akiva bichlal. V'al kain, therefore, it puts into relief the next part of the story, chapter 2. Achar kach kisharo ashual v'nisgada el hachurban. V'hu shasak, tamu alav, shal tzar koton kora v'nitztaer v'ata shasak. Earlier, they came to Har Hatzofim. They saw the Churban from far. For that, Yeter Kriya. Now we're close. And you see a fox. Mokum shenemar bo v'azor akar yumas. Now shualim holchu bo. And there's hilchu bo and nothing. Shades of the last parak in Eicha. This is much, much more intense than from seeing the destruction from afar. Now he launches into his lumdus. Also in passing, I've wondered this a lot, don't have a good answer. You notice that after the first story, after he explains everything, they don't say, Akiva nichamtanu. The story ends with the conversation. When do they say, Amru lo Akiva nichamtanu, Akiva nichamtanu, at the end of the second story? So what's more nechama in the second rationale of Rabbi Akiva than in the first rationale? I'm leaving that as a question. But meanwhile, we see that Rabbi Akiva was forward-looking. You know, I know it's terrible. It's obvious. Why are you crying? It's obvious why they're crying. But you know what? We're gonna get out of this. There's someday. Od Yeshiva Zakenos Berchovas Yerushalayim. Then there's another optimistic Rabbi Akiva, top of page 27. So there's a machlekes in the Mishnah about, actually, it's a machlekes in the Gemara explaining the Mishnah. In the Haggadah, we know there are two parts of the Haggadah, the first part and the last part. So the first part, the Mishnah here gives us the nusach of the Haggadah, what we say. We end up saying it. We end up actually invoking these words in the Haggadah. L'ficha chanachnu chayavim lahodos lahalel, etc., etc., etc. And then v'me'afela la orgadol mishivat legeula v'nomer lefanav hallelujah ad heichan hu omer. To when do you say Hallel? You say Hallel afterwards. V'shamai omrim ad eim habanim smecha, the first chapter in Hallel. Beis Hillel omrim ad chalom shlomayim amayim v'chosim b'geula. And after you say the first two parts of Hallel, we pass it like Beis Hillel. After you say the first, we call it the first half, the first part of Hallel. Then we conclude with Geula. What do we conclude? The bracha asher ga'alanu. What's the nusach of the bracha asher ga'alanu? So here is our friend Rabbi Akiva again. Rabbi Tarfon Omer. V'chosim b'geula. What's the chosim b'geula? Oh yeah, in the Mishnah. Rabbi Tarfon Omer asher ga'alanu v'ga'ala savosenu mi Mitzrayim. And that's it. V'chosim b'geula. What's the geula? Geulas Mitzrayim. That's what we're doing. It's Pesach night. V'lo hayachosim. Rabbi Akiva Omer, no. Don't stop now. Don't just stop with Geulas Mitzrayim. No. Kein Hashem Elokeinu v'Elokei Avosenu yagienu l'moadim v'l'golim acherim abom l'krosenu l'sholom. There's going to be a time when we're going to reach and achieve moadim that are going to come in peace to us. Smeichim bevinyan irecha v'sasim ba'avodasecha v'nochal sham. Al gu'lasenu v'al pedus nafshenu God Yisrael. Rabbi Akiva says to Rabbi Tarfon, you're stopping too early, you're premature. If you're talking about chosim b'geula, you gotta give me the whole thing. There's going to be, I know where we are now, and now right after the Churban Abayis. But there's going to be a fixing, there's going to be a new world. And we have to look for that. And we have to look towards that. And we have to invoke that. And we have to remember that. Next, Rabbi Akiva, Yavom is Samach Beis. Shnemasar Elef Zugim Talmidim. The arrow, I put the arrow there and the bottom there. The bottom is 27. Samach Beis Yavam is famous Gemara. We just finished it because this is the whole sphere of Gemara. 12,000 zugim talmidim ayalo Rabbi Akiva, from the north to the south. Migivat adan tifras v'chula mesu b'perek echad. Mipnei shelo noagu kavod ze lo ze. 12,000 students. When did they die? Tana kulam mesu mi pesach v'ad atzeres. So that's why we have Avelos during Sfira. The classic reason is because the death of the Talmidim of Rabbi Akiva. Shulchan Aruch says, at the top of the next page on 28, Shulchan Aruch says, Noagim shelo le'estaper ad lag la'omer, she'omrim she'oz posku milamos. Because they stopped dying on Lag BaOmer, so Lag BaOmer is a Yom Tiv. What happened after they stopped dying? Continue the Gemara in Masaches Yevamis. V'haya ha'olam shameim. The bottom of 27. What does shameim mean? Desolate. The olam was shameim. 12,000 pairs of Talmid, 24,000. Right, so you imagine. It's hard to imagine. You can't imagine. 24,000 Talmidim of Rabbi Akiva died for whatever reason. They're holding their Talmidei Chachamim, they're Talmidim of Rabbi Akiva, Voile Yidin, Feine Yidin, holding on to the Masorah. And the world is Shamem, done. The world is desolate. Ad Shabar Rabbi Akiva Etzel Rabbeinu Shebedaro. V'shana lohem, until he goes south, and he finds new Talmidim, Reb Meir, Reb Yehuda, Reb Yossi, Reb Shimon, Reb Elazar ben Shamua, v'heim he'emidu Torah ososha. So after 24,000 Talmidim die, and the world is Shamem, he picks himself up and he finds 5 more Talmidim. Asks the Pri Chadash on page 28, and it's a bomb kasha. It's one of those questions that I kick myself, like, why didn't I ever think of this kasha? You know, like, sometimes the kasha, but like, it's like in your face. It's such an obvious kasha, like, it was like hurting me when I read it because it's like such a powerful kasha. What does the Shulchan Aruch say? I read it to you, that they stopped dying on Lag BaOmer. So Lag BaOmer, right? We know Lag BaOmer, you do a bonfire. You do a whatever. Ask the Pri Chadash, what are you talking about? You know why they stopped dying on Lag BaOmer? Because there were none left. They all died. Finished. They're wrapped up. So they stopped. Oh! Whoopee-doo! Yom Tov, they stopped dying. What are you talking about? It was Posku Milov. You know why they stopped dying? Because there was nobody left to die. What are you saying? Lag BaOmer is a Yom Tov. What Noigim Shalol is to add Lag BaOmer, you can stop being mistaper, no sweat, done, forget about it, they stopped dying Yom Tov. What kind of Yom Tov is that? Yeah, they stopped dying. But you know why they stopped dying? Because they were all dead. So that's a reason to say that the mourning should stop. It's mamish a bomb kasha, right? I mean, this is a kasha. So the Pri Chadash is amazing. Mio yesh ladaktek, bottom of 28. Besimcha zu lama. He calls it a simcha. The Shulchan Aruch doesn't call it a simcha, but it's a simcha. Bonfire. Kids get a half a day from school. I mean, we're in business now. You could take a haircut. Simcha zu lama v'imishum shepasku milamos ma bekach. Harei lo nishar echad mehem v'kula mesu. Uma tiva shel simcha zu. And the answer is gold. You know what the simcha is? Not that they stopped dying. They stopped dying, and the simcha is that Rabbi Akiva, what did Rabbi Akiva do? What did Rabbi Akiva do? I don't know, if I had 24,000 students, I don't know, if I had any students, and Rahman al-Islam, And the Olam Mishamem, I would have hung up my cleats. I would have taken my number and stuck it up in the rafter. I would retire my number, and I would say, I'm done. I invested, you know what it means to invest in 24,000 Talmidim? 24,000 Talmidim. A Talmud means a Talmud. A Talmud means there's a Rebbe, and there's a Rebbe, and there's a Talmud. 24,000 Talmidim. You know, a shtick gesund, a shtick neshama, koiches, what he put into 24,000 students. And for whatever reason, we don't have no idea they died. Okay, listen, I gave him my shot, you know. That's not what he did. What did he do? Dusted himself off, picked himself up, and he found 5 more. And from that 5, what's the nusach of the Gemara? The heim, ha'amidu Torah sasha. It says the Pri Chadash. The efsher, shehasimcha hi al osam talmidim, shehosif achar kach Rabbi Akiva. That's my man. That's Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva says to Rabbi Tarfon, don't stop with Geulas Mitzrayim. I know we're in big trouble now. I know we're living decades, mere decades, after the Churban Abayis, but come on, it's going to be great. Kein Hashem Elokeinu yagienu l'moadim v'legorim acherim abam l'krosenu l'shalom sasam b'vinyan irecha sasam b'avodasecha. It's going to be great. Why, you're crying, you see a shul. I know you're crying. I also taught Kriya 5 minutes ago. But Od Yeshiva Zakenim Uzakenos. This is Rabbi Akiva, and I want to give you one last example that I discovered just this year. Rabbi Akiva, it's a mission in Yodayim. So turn to page 30. It's a mission in Yodayim. I'm not holding in Yodayim. I found a reference to a mission in Yodayim. Halavai should be holding in Yodayim. So there's actually a Masechta called Maseches Yodayim. I don't know if you know. I mean, you know Bav Metzia and you may know Ksubas. But Yodayim, oh my God, Yodayim is a name called Yodayim. Whole Masechta called Yodayim. There's no Bavli on it, so you have an excuse maybe a little bit. So it says in Yodayim, Paragimel, it says in Yodayim, Paragimel, Mishnah Hay. The story is as follows. There used to be a practice, and I'm not sure exactly why. There used to be a practice. The people used to be keeping their truma near Sifrei Torah. And there's a mission in Trumos, in Perek Chesed Trumos, that says, Ein meinichem es ha-truma samach to a Sefer Torah. Because what happened was that if you put the truma next to a Sefer Torah, so mice would come and they would go to the truma, they would eat the truma, and while they're eating the truma, they would already nibble on the Sefer Torah, so they would desecrate the Sefer Torah. So you need a Mishnah to tell you you can't put truma next to a Sefer Torah. And in order to make sure, they said that a Sefer Torah is mitame yodayim. If you touch a Sefer Torah, you're mitame yodayim, so you got to keep it away, you got to keep it over here, you have to keep it over there, you can't touch a Sefer Torah, right? The minhag is even when you do glila and it's a little messed up, so you don't take the top of it and pick it up, but you grab a hold of the gartel and you pick it up, but you don't want to touch the Sefer Torah. Sefer Torah is mitame yodayim. So machlekes in the Mishnah in Yodayim. What's the status of other biblical books? Kol Kisvei HaKodesh, not just Torah, but Kol Kisvei HaKodesh mitame es hayadayim, because they have an exalted status. You know, mitame es hayadayim means that if you have to treat it in a very holy way. Shir Hashirim v'koheles mitame es hayadayim. Rabbi Yehuda Omer Shir Hashirim mitame es hayadayim v'koheles machlokes. Rabbi Yossi Omer Koheles Eino Mitame Es Yadayim B'Shir Hashirim Machlokes. Omer Rabbi Akiva. Skip 4 lines. Chas v'shalom. Chas v'shalom. You're telling me, well, Koheles maybe yes, Shir Hashir maybe no, Shir Hashir maybe yes, Koheles maybe no. Chas v'shalom, that's a strong language. Chas v'shalom means like something is really, really at stake here. Chas, not I don't think so, not maybe not I disagree. Chas v'shalom. Lo nechlak adam mi-Yisrael. Never, ever could there ever be a machlekes al shir hashirim shelo yitame yasei yadayim. For sure, shir hashirim is mitame yasei yadayim. She'ein, listen to this, kol ha'olam kulo kedai, ki yom shenitin bo shir hashirim li-Yisrael, she'kol ha'ksuvim kodesh, shir hashirim is kodesh kodesh. Shir hashirim is kodesh kodesh. So there was a wonderful Jew by the name of Rav Moshe Avigdor Amiel. We're now on page 29. Rav Moshe Avigdor Amiel was the chief rabbi of Antwerp in the 30s, 20s, and 30s. Chief rabbi of Antwerp. And in 1935, Rabbi Yamin Aronson, who was the chief rabbi, the Ashkenazi chief rabbi of Tel Aviv, passed away. So there's an opening now for the Ashkenazi chief rabbi of Tel Aviv. This is 35. There's no state of Israel yet. So there are three candidates for the chief rabbinate of Tel Aviv in 1935. Moshe Avigdor Amiel is chief rabbi of Antwerp. Rabbi Yitzchak Isaac Alevi Herzog, who's the chief rabbi of Dublin, Ireland. And Rabbi Joseph P. Soloveitchik, who's the chief rabbi of Boston. For the only time in his life, the Rav picked himself up, left Boston, and he went to Israel, only time in his entire life, and politicked for the job. He wanted to get the job. He was gunning to become the chief rabbi of Tel Aviv. He had arrived in Boston in December of 1932. He originally came to America with the intention of becoming the Rosh Yeshiva of the Skokie Yeshiva in Chicago. It was known as Hebrew Theological College. It wasn't known as the Skokie Yeshiva because it wasn't yet in Skokie, so it was the Hebrew Theological College, and they sent him a fare for the boat for him and his wife and his few-month-old daughter Atara, little girl, baby. The three of them took the boat. We know we have the manifest of the boat that they took. They came to America, and then when he comes to America, they send him a telegram. Whoops, sorry, we can't have you come because we're now in the Depression. We can't even afford, not alone to pay your salary, we can't even afford to give you a train ticket for you and your wife and your baby to come to Chicago. So he was scrambling. He had no job. He slept all the way to America, and then his father went to work. His father had already been here a couple of years. His father found a rabbi in Holyoke, Massachusetts, by the name of Forer, who was the Talmud of Reb Chaim, of his father's father, Reb Chaim. But they were these like incredibly massive Talmidei Chachamim in like the teeny-weeniest little towns like in America. Like there was a Lamdan Muflik 6 firm in Des Moines, Iowa in like the 20s, who just was banging out Beiche Gesfarim. Just amazing, all over the place. There's a rabbi in Holyoke, Massachusetts, and Rabbi Moshe, the Rav's father, sends a letter. We have the letter. He sends a letter to Rabbi Forer. My son needs a job. I hear there's an opening in Boston. You live in Holyoke. Maybe, the greater Boston. You're part of the Boston Rabbinic Association. You should go talk to the rabbis in Boston and get my father a job and get my son a job. In Kachava, he got a job. He became the rabbi in Boston. 2 years later, he's done with Boston. He was very nice. He tried to do what he could. He talked a lot about what he saw when he came to Boston. He was not happy what he saw when he came to Boston. Now there's an opening in Tel Aviv, Yirveim Yisrael. So 2+ years later, he's out, and he's trying out for a job in Israel. But he had two competitors, Rabbi Amiel, page 29, and Rabbi Herzog. And he lost. In fact, he came in third. Rabbi Amiel won. He got 22 votes. We have actually a record of the voting. Rabbi Amiel got 22 votes. Rabbi Herzog got 10 votes. Rabbi Soloveitchik got 9 votes. Rabbi Amiel moved from Antwerp to Tel Aviv. Rabbi Herzog stayed in Dublin because he lost, but he lost the battle, but he won the war because in 1939, even before 1939, Rav Kook was then Rabbi Avraham Yitzchak, the legendary Rav Kook, was the Ashkenazi chief rabbi of Eretz Yisrael. The Rav met him. The Rav saw him the last few months of Rav Kook's life. He died in 1935. The Rav came in 1935. And then Rav Herzog became the Ashkenazi chief rabbi of Eretz Yisrael after Rav Kook. So he didn't get the Tel Aviv job, but he got the big job. He got the Eretz Yisrael job. Rabbi Soloveitchik came in third, went back to Boston, done. He never, ever went back to Israel, even though he was a very prominent Zionist. Rav Amiel, when he was in Antwerp, published Sfarim called Drashos El Ami. You may know about, well, I'm going to tell you how you know Rav Amiel, because Rav Amiel had a daughter. Rav Amiel's daughter's was Gitti Stern. Gitti Stern was the second wife of Max Stern. Max Stern, Stern College, Max Stern. Max Stern's second wife was Gitti Stern. She was first married to a Lindenbaum and married Max Stern. Gitti Stern was the daughter of Rav Moshe Avigdor Amiel. So that's sort of our community's connection to Rav Amiel through the illustrious, very illustrious Stern family. Rav Amiel says Pshat in this, Rabbi Akiva, in the Mishnah in Yodayim. And he says as follows on page 29. He says, Koheles is depressing, and Shir HaShirim is exalted. Shir HaShirim is a love story. Shir HaShirim is amazing. Shir HaShirim is like we're flying high. We have such a connection. Shir HaShirim is a description of the relationship between Knesset Yisrael and HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's not just between two human lovers, but it's much more than that. And we always used to appreciate Shir HaShirim. But then, I'm reading from page 29, the second paragraph. But then times came, Bo Yamim, and the Golus came, and we lost Shir HaShirim. The nation of Shir HaShirim became the nation of Koheles. The nation that had so resonated with the optimism and the love and the excitement and the connection of Shir HaShirim. Shir HaShirim was our calling card. The Golus came, Churban Beis HaMikdash, we're done. I don't feel Shir HaShirim. I don't feel God. I don't feel the lover. We're Koheles, Hakol Hevel, Havolim, Neuchet, Mehevel, More Hevel. We're Melikten Dread. We're in big trouble. We're now the Koheles people. We're not the Shir HaShirim people. Comes Rabbi Akiva and says, Chas v'shal. Chas v'shal. Don't look down. Don't have any pejorative perception of Shir HaShirim. Shir HaShirim, Metame Esayadayim. Shir HaShirim, everything is Kodesh. Koheles is also Kodesh. Shir HaShirim, Kodesh Kodashim. Because the message of Shir HaShirim is absolutely central for the future and for the nitzchias of Klal Yisrael. We need to hold on to Shir HaShirim. And this was our Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva who says you have to finish the bracha of Ga'olanu in the Haggadah with the forward-looking. He was mitzachek. He didn't give up when he lost 24,000 students. He's our hero. And he says, finishing up here a little bit on the left side of page 29, V'amnam halacha k'Rabbi Akiva. V'shir HaShirim u'kodesh kadashim. This is Rav Amiel. We don't hear about him. He somehow got lost. But he was a great Jew. In Antwerp, he was already a great Jew. And he held Tel Aviv for a long time. He was the chief rabbi of Tel Aviv. He was a great Jew, Moshe Avigdor Amiel. Drashos Elami. There are a number of chalakim of Drashos Elami. Someday you'll dust it off. You'll take a look. Amnam Malacha Rabbi Akiva v'shir Ashirim u'Kodesh Kodashim v'im ki gam Koheles nichnas b'chlal Kisvei HaKodesh aval hinenu noagim kavod b'shir Ashirim Yoser ki Kodesh Kodashim hu. Koheles lo nitfas, this is cute, he says. Koheles lo nitfas rak b'hamachzer shel sukkos. Al shir Ashirim nitfas b'chol siddur shemachzikim oso b'chol yemos hashana. You pick up a siddur when you come into shul. Shir Ashirim is in the siddur. We don't say it, but when is it supposed to be said? It's supposed to be said. Let's continue. V'im es koheles anu korim rak pam achas b'shana, namely b'Shabbos Chol Hamoed Sukkos. Hine Shir Ashirim anu korim b'chol shavua v'shavua bizman hayoser muchshar lidvarim ne'etzolim, to the most noble veromimim, an exalted time. When? L'fnei Kabbalah Shabbos. Shir Ashirim is in the siddur. Open up any siddur, you'll find Shir Ashirim before L'chun Ranana. It's anchored. It's anchored like in the holiest place, right? We're getting ready for Shabbos, and we don't say Shir Ashirim. At least we turn past Shir. At least we know it's in there. You should know it's in there at least. Maybe you should say it. I don't know. Chassidim say Shir Ashirim. But the point is very well taken. It's there when we're muchshar lidvarim ne'etzolim v'roimimim kishanu mina'arim. Look at the poetry. Mina'arim es ha'avak shel sheshes yimei ha'maisim, when we shake off the dust of the work week. V'hinenu muchanim lehizdaveg, to connect im Shabbos Malchus. That's Shir Ashirim. And that's Rabbi Akiva. And that's why he paskins Rabbi Akiva. That's why he goes like chas v'shalom. Chas v'shalom is like a red light. Like, why is he saying chas v'shalom? Something's going on. Rav Amiel, I think it's ga'inus. It's ga'inus. Because what is Shir Ashirim? Which brings us to page 31 and to the Asara Harugei Malchus. Here's the story. Here's the story about Asara Harugei Malchus. The Gemara in Brachas, Samach Aleph Amud Beis. So we actually have maybe 2 or 3 mentioned in the Gemara. Reb Chananya ben Teradion is mentioned in the Gemara in Avodah Zarah, Daf Yud Zayin. There are 2 or 3 that are mentioned in the Gemara. The others are mentioned in Midrashim, or we don't really have any Makoros that we could point to, but Rabbi Akiva is front and center. V'ahavtas Hashem Elokecha. V'ahavtas Hashem Elokecha. This is a third of the way down, halfway in the narrow lines. Tanya Rabbi Eliezer Omer, Mnemra b'chol nafshecha, lo menemra b'chol ma'odcha, b'chol ma'odecha, v'mnemra b'chol ma'odecha, lo menemra b'chol nafshecha. So it depends. You have to give up your life. If there's somebody whose money is so important to them, they have to give up their money. If there's somebody whose body, whose physical being is so important to them. Rabbi Akiva Omer, b'chol nafshecha fil not less nafshecha. You have to get ready. You have to give up. You have to give it up. Tana Rabbana. Pam achas gazra malchus harisha shelo yasku Yisrael b'Torah. Pam achas. So this is in the wake of the destruction of the second Beis Hamikdash. So things are not so good for the Jews. And ad kedei kach, that there's a gzeira that they can't study Torah. Bo Papas ben Yehuda, umotz'o le Rabbi Akiva, shahaya makhil kihilos barabim, v'osek b'Torah. He doesn't stop for a second. Papas ben Yehuda sees Rabbi Akiva teaching Torah barabim. So I don't know if this happened before the 24,000, after the 24,000. He doesn't miss a beat, and he's learning Torah barabim. Amar lei, so Papas ben Yehuda says, Akiva, iato misyarei mipnei malchus. What are you doing? You're not like, behind an oven somewhere in a corner. You're mamish, in Times Square. You're like mamish right there in the middle of the town. You're teaching makil kihilos barabim. You're not afraid. Amar lahem shalachamash lamad avedom. The shul, there's a fox. Shahaya mahalech al gav hanohar. He's walking on the side of the river, in the river front. V'roa dagim shehayu miskaptzim imakom lamakom, and he sees schools of fish. Amar lahem mipnei ma Atem borchim, why are you running away? Why are you scurrying? Amrulo, the fish, tell the fox, v'pnei rishtos shemevi'in oleinu b'nei adam, because of the nets. The fishermen are coming, they're throwing in nets, they're going to catch us, they're going to pull us out, we're going to die, we're running away. Amar lahem, ritzomchem shetalu liyabosh, fox says, I have a plan. Why don't you come up to earth? V'nadur ani v'atem, Geshem shedoru avosayim avoseichem. Whatever the reference is, let's hang out. We're going to hang out, and you won't have to worry about the nets in the water. Amrulo, so the fish tell the fox, Atahu sheomrim olecha pikeach shebechayos, but you're the one who people say you're fox, you're pikeach. You're an idiot. Lo pikeach ata, ele tipish ata. What kind of stupid comment did you just make? If we're afraid in the place that gives us life, if we go on dry land, we're going to for sure die. So what have we gained? What have we benefited? It's going to be worse for us. That's the mashal. Afanachnu. Zot Rabbi Akiva. Achshav she'anu yoshvim v'oskim b'Torah. She'kosov ba, ki hu chayecha v'orech yamecha kach. If we do this, and if we feel this, and if we act this way when we're studying Torah, so what are you going to tell me? I should stop studying Torah? Telling me to stop studying Torah is like telling the fish to go on land. That's for sure death. That's not a question for death. Imanu holchem u'mavatla mimeno alachas kama v'kama. That was the exchange between Papas ben Yehuda and Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva says, Papas, thank you so much for your comment, but I'm explaining to you, I insist, I have to do this, I don't have a choice. So it is said, it wasn't long after that, they found him, they grabbed him, they threw him in jail. And they threw Papas ben Yehuda into jail. Omar lo. Papas. Rabbi Akiva says, oh my God, Papas. Mi heviacha lekan. What brings you? I know I am here. What brings you here? It's an amazing Gemara. Omar le. So Papas doesn't answer the question. But Papas says, Papas ben, what's his name? Papas ben Yehuda. What's his name? Papas ben Yehuda says, Amar lo, Ashrecha Rabbi Akiva, at least, shenit pasta al divrei Torah, oiloi la papas, shenitfas al devarim betelim. At least, we're both in jail, but you did something meaningful to get put into jail, namely, you studied Torah, you taught Torah. But me, some Dvarim B'Telim, they caught me, they threw me in jail. Now, B'shor she'hotziu es Rabbi Akiva lahariga, Zman Kriya Shema Haya. V'hayu sarken es b'sara b'masrekel shel barzal. And they tore the skin off his body with iron rods. This is what Moshe saw when he went up to Shamayim, when he asked Hashem, Zu Torah v'zu Herani Torase Herani Scharo. And his response was Zu Torah v'zu Scharo. V'haya, they're ripping him up. V'haya mekabel olav olmal Shamayim. Amrlo Talmida of Rabbeinu Ad Kan. Amrlo Hem. Kol yamai ha'isi mitztar al pasuk zeh b'chol nafshecha afilu not less nishmascha. That's how the Gemara started, because that was Rabbi Akiva's Shita in the Mishnah, in explaining what b'chol nafshecha means. It means afilu not less nafshecha. So my whole life I'm trying to realize, and I'm trying to understand and be on a madrega where I can connect to this teaching. Amarti mosa yovo liyodi ve'akayimenu. V'achshav sheba liyodi lo akayimenu. Hayamarich be'echad. He was saying Shema. At sheyotza nishmasa be'echad. Yatsa Baskal Va'amra, Ashrecha, Rabbi Akiva, Sheyatsa Nishmascha Be'echad. Amru Malachi Ashare Zutor V'Zuzchara, and the Gemara continues. It's going to get Olam Haba. It's going to get Olam Haba. At which point was Rabbi Akiva Mekadesh Shem Shemayim? So we all think he was Mekadesh Shem Shemayim when he gave up his life al Kiddush Hashem and Yatsa Nishmasa Be'echad. But I was thinking about this, and I obviously he was Mekadesh Shem Shemayim then, but to me, he was Mekadesh Shem Shemayim long before that. He was Mekadesh Shem Shemayim when they told him he can't teach Torah B'Rabbim, and he said, I'm teaching Torah B'Rabbim. To me, that's let's call it, I'll call it the first, be Mekadesh Shem Shemayim. You don't have to wait till the end of the story for Rabbi Akiva to be Mekadesh Shem Shemayim. Rabbi Akiva is Mekadesh Shem Shemayim at the beginning of the story, when everybody says, you can't do this, and Papus comes and says, what are you doing? You're committing suicide. How can you do that? You're not afraid? Rabbi Akiva says, I don't have a choice. What am I going to do? I'm not going to do it, then for sure I'm going to be finished. That was the moshel with the fish and the fox. That's called Kiddush Hashem, and that's called heroism. And that is our Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva, why is he mitzachek when he sees the shul? Because Od Yeshvu. What does he say in the Chasimas HaBracha for the first part of the Haggadah? He says, Kein Hashem Elokeinu. What does he do when he loses 24,000 Talmidim? The Pri Chadar says that's what's so amazing. 24,000 died is not a Yom Tiv. I mean, makes so much sense. The Sha'az Pasku Milamus is not literally, says the Pri Chadash. It's not because they died, now it's a Yom Tiv. There was no one left. It's because what happened afterwards. It's the aftermath. He didn't give up. He went down. He was Maimid Torah with another 5 Talmidim. And this is Rabbi Akiva teaches us Rav Amiel, who's screaming bloody murder about Shir HaShirim. Don't you touch Shir HaShirim. Shir HaShirim is Kodesh Kodashim. Because even though now we're living in the aftermath of the Churban, but we're going to be singing and we're going to be smiling. We're going to be feeling the connection and the closeness, Amir Hashem, as soon as possible. Let's look at Arzei Alvanon. Let's read the KINNOT for the Sarah Ruge Malchus. Arzei Alvanon Adire Torah, Bale Tracin, Bale Tracin b'Mishno v'Gemara, Gibare Koach Amoleha b'Torah, Dambam Nishbach v'Nashis HaGavura, Hinam Kedoshei Aruge Malchus HaSarah. V'leilani bochia ve'eni nigro, Zos b'Zachri Ezak b'Mora, Chemdas Yisrael Klei HaKodesh Nezer v'Atorah, Tahore Leif Kedosha Meso b'Misa Chamura, Yadu Gorol Mirishon Lacherev Berura, Kinefol Gorol al Rabban Shimon, Poshat Savaru Bacha Kenigzera Gezera, the Rabban Shimon Chazar Asar Lahorgo B'Nefesh Netzura, Mizera Aaron Shal B'Vakosh Halivko Salben Abigvira, Nota Rosho Nisano Alar Kubosov Minora Hatahora Samena Valena Vu Piv Al Piv Biava Gamura Onava Omar Pam Skaber Batora Bisam Niknas Olav Misa Mishunova Chamura Tivalav Shetes Rosho Besar Haschira Kiam Baoro Amru Lanafshech Shchivana Vora Rasha Poshet Eis Higelim Kom Tfila Mitzvahs Bora Tzak Tzakov in his Daza Olam Ve'eretz his Porora. Me'acharov later on, here we come, I view as Rabbi Akiva. Oker Horim, look how great he was. He was great. V'tochanan zu b'zu b'svara. But what did they do to him? V'sarko es b'saro b'masreg barzel lehishtabra. Yatsa nishmaso be'echad. Yatsa nishmaso be'echad, we just saw the Gemara. Ubas kol amara, ashrecha Rabbi Akiva gufcha tahar, b'chol minei tahara. Ben bava Rabbi Yehuda achara ve'viyu, b'shivron levi azhara. Nerag ben shivim shana b'yidei arura, yoshe b'tainis hoya noki v'chosid, b'malachto l'mahara. Rabbi Hananya ben Teradyon is also mentioned in the Gemara. It was the story about that they rolled him in the Sefer Torah. They were going to burn him, and he wanted to help him so that he shouldn't be in such pain and such torture. And he jumped in and he tried to alleviate the intensity of the pain of Rabbi Hananya ben Teradyon, and he was also Zaycha for Olam Haba. So it's the very detailed description, but it's very rare. The Asar Rugei Malchus is very rare that we have any evidence in Gemara. I read to you Rabbi Kiva, that's the most elaborate one. Hananya ben Teradyon achrav makel kilos b'tzion shara yoshev v'dorish v'sefer Torah imo v'kifu b'chavile zemura es ha'or hitzisu b'hem chrachu b'sefer Torah sfagin shel tzemer inicho al libo shelo yamus mehera chosed Rabbi Yeshiva v'sofer haragu am amora zraku v'shlichu laklavim v'lohokbar b'kvura Yatsa baskol olav shelo iniach klum mitaras Moshe l'shamra. V'yachrav Rabbi Chutzpis b'yom evra of haporeach nisraf b'haval piv kivim idura Tzadik Rabbi Lazar ben Shamua ba'acharona Nerag b'mad keira yom erev Shabbos haya zman kiddush v'yikadosh v'yikro cherev sholfa olav v'lo inichu b'chaim l'gamra yatsa nishmaso b'var Elohim Yotzer v'tzor tzura. Kohena v'chahena hosifu b'nei avlo le'anos b'ge'ora b'skilos refereg v'chenek miyuchal l'shara noseres mimena yochlu arroyo se pizura chazei atnufa v'shok hatruma torfu aryeh v'akafira yetiv adinoi v'lo yosef oid li'asra ametz birkayim koshlos chelek Yaakov and Moshe beis tzara letzedek imloch melech. Yoymar shomu yimev lech lo'iroi nisa v'neilech. I mention whenever I teach on Tisha B'Av that Rabbi Soloveitchik used to bawl when he said this KINNOT v'asara rugei malchus. Maybe you can even catch it on one of his YouTubes. I think it's only audio; it's not visual. It was really real for him, and he was mamish crying. So I don't cry. I don't feel it as much. It's a chisaron. I wish I felt it more. In general, we cry less. We're too fancy to cry. We don't cry so much. It's rare when you hear somebody crying in shul, even on Yom Kippur. You know, we don't cry so much. We don't feel it as much. We don't feel the pain as much. We don't feel the distance as much. But at least I felt I had the schus I saw someone who cried when they read the Asaras Rugei Malchus. So see if you could find it and you listen to it. It's very marshim. It's very, leaves an impact, tremendous impact. The next KINNOT is about the Crusades. Acharishu mimeni va'adabera is a KINNOT about the Crusades. There are 4 KINNOTs that we focus on when it comes to the Crusades. And this one describes the tremendous challenge that at the end of the 11th century, when the Crusaders came in particular, not only to, but we'll see shortly a specific KINNOT for the communities of the Rhine Valley of Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. But it was not only those communities. There were about 20 or so communities in Germany that were affected by the Crusades. It was announced in France in November of 1095, but French Jewry basically emerged unscathed. French jury was panicked when they heard about the fact that the Pope, Urban II, announced, called for a crusade. They were very upset. They sent a letter to the Jews in Germany asking for help and for tefillos and for money and for bribe. We don't have the letter of the French Jews to the German Jews, but we have the letter. We don't have the letter from the French Jews to the German Jews, but we have the letter from the. We have a record of what the German Jews wrote to the French Jews. It's one of those ironies of history. I don't remember if I mentioned this before. The German Jews, I'm going to say it again, the German Jews told the French Jews, you know, I know that you're worried in France, you know, you're nervous, but we're going to help you, we're going to daven for you, we're going to actually fast for you, and we're going to give you money so you could use to see if you could bribe people. But you know, we're in Germany, we have it good in Germany, it's no problem, we're okay here, we're fine. Nothing's going to happen to us here, but we care about you. But we feel very confident that nothing's going to happen. Sure enough, the opposite happened. French jury pretty much got off okay, but German jury was absolutely, totally devastated and destroyed, especially the communities of Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. And here, this first kinnah is a general kinnah describing the Christians and their desire to give the Jews a choice of conversion or death, and how particularly the children were brought to die because the parents couldn't imagine and couldn't bring them to fall into Christian hands. That's the first kinnah about the Crusades. Then in the middle, there's a kinnah about two children. It had nothing to do with the Crusades. The kinnah before has to do with the Crusades, and then shortly thereafter, Me'iter Rosh Hashanah has to do with the Crusades. I don't know. I still don't know who decided which kinnah, the order of the kinnos. I don't know that. I'm not even sure who was mitaken the nusach of the kinnos. Somebody asked me recently the kinnah that hopefully we'll get to, or at least I'll mention, about Shali Srufa Ba'esh of the Maharami Rutenberg. So the Maharami Rutenberg in 1242 was the Talmud of Rabbi Chiel of Paris. I mentioned earlier, in the context of the Vikuach HaRamban about Mashiach being born on Tisha B'Av, that there was a previous disputation in Paris in 1240 with Rabbi Chiel of Paris and Nicholas Donin. Chiel of Paris had a yeshiva, and Meir of Rothenburg was a Talmud in the yeshiva of Rabbi Chiel of Paris, and he witnessed the burning of the Talmud 1242. It was very, very difficult time. Very difficult time. Wagon loads of manuscripts were burnt. And somebody asked me recently, like, did he write it so it should be said on Tisha B'Av? Like, what did he write it for? For when did he write it that it should be recited? I mentioned all the way at the beginning, Rebbe Strachler sent me a kinnah that Rav Nisim, her great-great-grandfather's brother, wrote, a kinnah for her great-great-grandfather's murder in 1917 in Baghdad. And again, I wonder, did he write it to be said on Tisha B'Av? Did he write it to be said on the Yortzeit? Even the book of kinnos that we have, I don't know. Rabbi Elazar Kalir wrote it, so it should be said on Tisha B'Av. Who decided that these kinnos? I don't know. I don't know the structure and the format of how this should be, how this was put together. I don't know who chose what kinnos should be recited. I have no doubt that there were many more. I don't know who decided not only which kinnos should be recited for the Crusades, which kinnos should be recited for the burning of the Sefer Torah, which kinnos should be recited for the Churban Beis HaMikdash, or the order. And it strikes me most bolate here when we come to, and this is where we're up to, I have it as number 25, the kinnah of the children of Rabbi Yochanan, of Rabbi Yishmael Kohen Gadol. I mentioned earlier when we're talking about the kinnah for Yoshiyahu, that part of the focus is to remind us that they were individuals. This is not just a general, massive klal catastrophe, but every person. And you can really only get a sense of the magnitude as if you see it person by person. So here we stop, and we come back to two children of Rabbi Shmuel Kohen Gadol. So this has a backstory. It's a Gemara in Maseches Gittin, and it's a Medrash. This year, the past years, I learned the Gemara in Gittin. This year, I want to learn the Medrash Shecha. So turn to page 65. Maisa, this is pretty much the backdrop for the poetic description of this KINNOT that we are going to get to. Maisa b'shnei b'nei tzadok hakohen. So the Gemara and the KINNOT has it, the children of Rabbi Shmuel Kohen Gadol. The Medrash here, in Medrash Shecha, the beginning, Perek Aleph Siman Mem Vav, on the pasuk, Alayla Ani Bochia. The Medrash here is commenting on the pasuk in the Medrash Shecha, Perek Aleph Alayla Ani Bochia, says the Medrash as follows: Ma'aseh b'shnei b'nei tzadok hakohen shenishbu, echad zocher ve'echad nekeva. Nofal zeh l'sardiot echad. One fell. They were both captured. One of them ended up in one officer. V'zo l'sardiot echad, and the other one to another officer. Holach zeh etzel hazona v'nosan lo hazocher. So one of the officers went to a zona and said, "Here I have a zocher, and you should have a child, and the child will be able to make money from." V'holach zeh etzel chenveni, and the one of the who had the woman went to a storekeeper. V'nosan lo hanekeva ba'ad yayin. He gave the chenveni, the nekeva, for wine. The significance being because there's a pasuk in Yoel, l'kayim kra d'chsev vayitnu hayeled bazona, v'hayalda machru b'yayin vayishtu. L'basa yomin, after a number of days, Isis hahi zonisa lahahu talya lechenveni. The zona brings the boy to the storekeeper who had the girl. Amra le, she says to him, "Min begin the isli taloe, the dame lahahi talyusa." I have a boy that looks very much like the girl that you have. Leis at bo'e de nosiv chad lechad. Would you not agree that we should marry them to one another? Umad da aise minayhu yeheve leemtza, and whatever progeny they produce will divide. Amar le, in, you got a deal. Miyad nisavunun v'yahavunan b'chad beisa. They take them, this one takes the boy and this one takes the girl, they put them into a house. Sharia ubachya hahi talyusa, she's crying. Amar le talya, the boy says to her, lama at baches, amra lo v'lo evke, I shouldn't cry. How could I not cry? The brate de chahana rabba azala leinsava leinasava laavda. I am the daughter of a Kohen Gadol, Kohen Rabba, right? She's the daughter of Maisa b'shnei b'nei tzadok hakohen. I'm a daughter of tzadok hakohen, and I'm not going. And now they want to marry me to some slave. Amar le, so he says to her, "Brate deman at, whose daughter are you?" We know the story who he is, but she doesn't know. He doesn't know. So he's trying to figure this out. He says, "Whose daughter are you?" Amara le brate de tzadok kahana. Really? I'm the daughter of Tzadok HaKohen. Amar le vehechan atun sharian. Where do you live? Amra le Beshuka Ilah, we live in the upper marketplace. We live in certain address, whatever that address, Marketplace 6. Amarle, so he says to her, Umas Simon hava bidoraschon. What sign did you have on your house? Yeah. What did the house sign say? Amra lo Simon plun. And she says some plony sign, some sign. Pashtus, she doesn't tell him the specifics, whatever. She tells him something. Marle, have lich ach o achos? Do you have a brother or a sister? So he's on to something now. Amra lo, hava lichad ach, I had a brother. V'hava lechad shuma bechisfei. And he had a mole on his shoulder. V'chad hava ose mibei sifra. And when he would come home from school, apparently he was a younger brother, and when he would come home from school, ana galyale, I would remove his shirt, uminashkale, and I would kiss his mole on his shoulder. Amarle, so he says to her, in chamete chachamt yosei, if you would see it, would you recognize it? It's amazing. Amrale in. She says, yeah, I would recognize it. At which point, Gale Garme, he uncovers his shoulder. V'chakim dein ledein, and they recognize one another. V'havo megafafin dein ledein, and they hugged one another. Umenashkin dein ledein, ad den nefaka nishmason, until their souls departed. V'ruach hakodesh tzovachas ve'omeres, that's why I am crying. Who's crying? Hashem is crying. I mentioned to you earlier that Chazal interpret the pasuk Alela ani bochia, not Pashtus, that it's a reference to Yirmiyahu, who is saying Alela ani bochia, but HaKadosh Baruch Hu is saying V'ruach hakodesh tzovachas ve'omeres Alela ani bochia. Now let's take a look. At this. At this KINNOT. The KINNOT here is the two children of Rabbi Shmuel Kohen Gadol, and the Gemara, it's the two children of Rabbi Shmuel Kohen Gadol. Vesna v'chatasi yishmima v'demasi alechi azrima v'yom ze nihi v'nihi yarima v'ahima miyamim yamima evalei v'nichum chodal chodol mikol ke'ev tziri nivdal badol Albeinu Bas, Rabbi Shmuel Kohen Gadol, Zichram Yekod Bilava V'Yasima, V'Yahima, Miyamim Yamima. Eis Nishbu V'Naflu L'Shnei Adonim. You follow along in the translation. They both fell to two masters. V'Em Shchenim Zeh L'Uma Zechonim. And in this version, the two masters are neighbors. And they're talking to one another. Oh my God, beautiful. Levusha shanim, kalavana beziv, v'klaster panim uvesar, k'ktzia yemima. K'tzia and Yemima were the daughters of Eov, who were unusually gorgeous. So his friend says, V'ani ba mishavi Yerushalayim shavisi eved. Yefei einayim, a gorgeous guy, kashemesh betokfo eis tzoharayim, v'sahareis zamano yishlima, v'hima miyamim yamima. So they get the idea. Bo nezavge menachlak unachalka beinosam, bivlodos kamo kochvei shamayim, l'shem azos titzal nooznayim, l'zecher zos esmadai afrima v'hima miyamim yamima, ki eskimu al zos shneim yochad, Lo erev zivgum becheder echad, Lo adonam mibachutz libam ki echad ve'im bochim kamar nefesh v'afochad. Aboker b'chiyasam lo hidimima ve'ahima miyamim yamima. Ze yispod b'chil levav yimse nin aron eich shivcha yehenose v'hi gam hi tiyelel b'sigras shose bas yochevet eich levet tinose. They're brought together so they can produce offspring, but they're wrecks. How could we do this? Oy kizos gozar omer vos elazos yifku osh ksil v'chima v'yohima miyamim yomima. Or boker, when it became light outside, ze kihi kiru. Hay ach, oh my brother, hay achos, my sister igbiru. V'nischabku yacha v'nischaboru. Ad yotza nishmasim v'nishima, the same thing that we saw in the Medrash. V'yohima miyamim yomima. L'zos yakonein yirmiya b'shi'iyah gzera zos ani tamid bochia v'lavavi yekad yakoru chavi al benu bas misbeid rav harima v'ahima miyamim yamima rid b'sichi v'ahima une v'kol nehi harima. So our family has a special connection with Rabbi Yisrael Meir Lau, who's the former chief rabbi of Israel, now the chief rabbi of Tel Aviv. And my father, who was an American Army chaplain, liberated him and his brother from the Buchenwald concentration camp. So our family has a connection, and I have a lot of respect for him. He always used to mention my father and the impact that my father had on him when he was a very little boy. In his book, he tells the story of having met my father. It's very moving and very special and very meaningful. So in his book, he has a story about two kids, and I was reminded of that story in the context of this KINNOT, and I want to take a break from the KINNOT and continue in the theme of the KINNOT. I want to share this story with you. It's a very moving story, and he's a very special man. He should have Arichas Yamim. He's quite old now. So he writes as follows. It was February 1996. There was a suicide bomber who blew up bus number 18 in Yerushalayim, killing 26 passengers. February 1996. My office manager knew that as soon as she heard about a terrorist attack, she knew already in advance she had to get as much information as possible so that I should be able to go to the Levias, or at least I should go to Pei Shiva. So that was part of his derech, was that on horrific occasions like this, he would want to be menachem the family. So 26 passengers are killed. He finds 24 names and addresses of victims, but on the radio we hear 26. So he says, you got to find the other two. And she finds the other two. The other two were an immigrant couple from the Ukraine, the Kushnerovs. Kushnerovs came to Israel from the Ukraine, and they had two children. They were survived by two sons, a boy of 8 and a baby of 5 months. And they were probably not sitting Shiva, so they felt they didn't have to give me the address. That's what he writes. So, they give me the address, I should go Shiva. They're two little kids, probably not sitting Shiva, probably not an observant family. They're coming from the Ukraine. You don't have to go. I persevered, and they live in Katamon, and I went, and I will never forget that visit. Comes into the apartment. He finds 3 adults in shock. A young woman and 2 neighbors from the building. Vladek, the older boy, is on the floor, 8.5, and Tomer, the baby, is in the playpen. I walk in, and Vladek looks up at me. He stares at me in astonishment. A stranger was entering his home wearing a long black coat and a hat. Surely for him, strange and unforgettable. What's this guy doing in my house? He didn't mention the beard. He had a beard, big. Rabbi Lau walks in. I wanted to talk to him mainly to distract him from the tragedy. I sat on one of the two simple, narrow beds in the room, and the adults sat opposite. They stared at me, and I stared at them. After a minute or two of uncomfortable silence, the young woman introduced herself in Hebrew with a heavy Russian accent. Her name was Larissa. She was the sister of the dead mother. She said she had just gotten married 3 weeks before the attack. Before I could introduce myself, she says to the boy, Vladik, do you know who has come to visit us? Glavny Ravin, the chief rabbi of Israel. I don't speak Russian or Ukrainian, but it's Russian and Ukrainian. He wrote it here, it's in italics. Glavny Ravin, the chief rabbi of Israel, Rabbi Lau. The boy raises his eyes, looks at me, as if he's asking, what's this rabbi doing here? His aunt continued, you know, Vladik, that when Rabbi Lau was 8 years old, he also didn't have his mother and his father. He came to Israel without parents, and look what happened to him. He's the Glavny Ravin of Israel. Take a lesson from him, Vladik. It's all in your hands. When Larissa finished speaking, the boy stood up from the floor, came over to sit next to me on the thin mattress, and lay his head on my chest. He sat like that for a whole hour without saying a word, which means that Rabbi Lau didn't budge for a whole hour. For a whole hour, he's sitting there, and the kid has his, and he doesn't move. He doesn't move. After a while, he just says, after I don't know how long it is, I said one thing to him. Quote, it's true that our fates are similar. But there's one big difference between us. I came to Israel with an older brother who took care of me. His older brother was Naphtali. He was a couple of years older than him. And Naphtali Lavi had a very illustrious career in the Foreign Service. His son is Rabbi Benny Lau, illustrious Rav in Israel. And Rabbi Lau said that his father told Naphtali, when they were being separated, his father was killed in the Shoah, his parents were killed, that he told Naphtali that he has to take care of Lulik. His name was Lulik. Polish name was Lulik. He had to take care of Lulik. And they somehow survived, like 6 years in concentration camps. They ended up in Buchenwald, where my father met both of them. So he now has got this kid, Vladik, on his shoulder. He says to him, you know, we're alike, but we're different, because when I was your age, I had an older brother who took care of me. I had no responsibilities other than worrying about my own future. But you, on the other hand, you have a double responsibility. Despite your young age, because besides taking care of yourself, you have to take care of Tomer, the baby who's sleeping in the playpen, who has no idea what's going on. It's a big difference, and it means that you have a responsibility. When I said goodbye to the grieving family, I said that if they were willing to, they should come visit me in my office in Yerushalayim after the Shiva was over. And sometime they came, Vladik, Larissa came to my office. I was happy to learn that after the Shiva, Larissa and her new husband, she'd married 3 weeks, had legally adopted her deceased sister's 2 children, Vladik and Tomer. I thought about what a challenge this was for the husband in particular, who received 2 young children as part of the dowry. Like he wasn't counting on 2 young kids coming along for the ride when he married this girl. 4.5 years after the terror struck on the number 18 bus, I met Vladik again. Each year, on the day before Pesach, Chabad organizes a bar and bat mitzvah celebration at the Kotel for 1,000 immigrants from the former Soviet Union. Regularly honored guests, including government ministers, the mayor of Yerushalayim, and the chief rabbi of Israel, show up. Throughout my 10 years as chief rabbi, I never missed this ceremony. I give a speech, then I give out tefillin to each of the boys, I give candlesticks to each of the girls, and one by one after another, they mount the platform to receive their gifts. Suddenly, someone hugged me from behind and grabbed a bag of tefillin from my hands. I turned around. Behind me stood a tall, muscular youth whom I didn't recognize. Noting my embarrassment, he introduced himself. I'm Vladek. Today's my bar mitzvah. You came to visit us in Katamon when my parents were killed in the attack on Bus 18, remember? Remember Aunt Larissa told me that you were also without parents when you were 8 years old? I replied that I remembered quite well, but more important, he should remember what Aunt Larissa told him, everything is in your hands. Like he remembered that Larissa told him that everything is in your hands. I said, repeating her assertion word for word, she said that if you desire it and try, you can succeed. I share her blessing, and I hope that the Master of the universe will light up your path in life. We parted with a strong handshake. Unfortunately, during the 10 years in which I served as chief rabbi, I had many meetings similar to the one I had with Vlad. That's the end of the story in the book. It's very powerful. I was thinking about it, about the two children and the power of two children. And then something gnawed at me, and I went and I Googled Vladek and Rabbi Yisrael Meir Lau. And the following came up from 2017. Rabbi Lau's in the middle of an interview. As he marks his 80th birthday, Israel's former chief rabbi, is now former chief rabbi, is officially retiring after 56 years of activity, including 2 terms as the Tel Aviv city rabbi. He's finishing with chief rabbi, Tel Aviv. Special interview. He talks about his experiences and he mentions his memories from Buchenwald. During the interview, he gets a phone call. And he picks up the phone in the middle of the interview, and it's Vladek. This is 2017. This is now, when was it? February 1990, so 11 years later. So it's after his bar mitzvah, he's now an adult. And Vladek is on the line, quote, and he tells the interviewer, 26 people were murdered in that attack, including Anatoly and Yana Kushnerov, a couple of new immigrants from Russia, the rabbi explained. I was Israel's chief rabbi at the time, and I had a practice of receiving the list of the dead and the addresses of the families and going to console each and every home. But when the list of bus number 18 arrived, the Kushnerov's address was missing. I was told the family's not sitting Shiva, because the only ones left was an 8-year-old boy called Vladek and a baby called Tomer. I said I wanted to see them, as I was particularly sensitive to an 8-year-old child. After all, that was my exact age when I was liberated from Buchenwald. I got their address in the Katamo neighborhood. When I arrived, he tells the whole story. Then he tells the story about the bar mitzvah, and the interviewer says, why did he call? And Rabbi Lau says, he called to tell me he was getting married and asked if I would be able to perform the ceremony. He said he hoped I would be available. I said to him, for you, I'm always available. We're going to meet under your chuppah before Rosh Hashanah, and I'm going to tell you, Tichla Shana v'kiloloseha, Tachel Shana birchoseha. That's the bracha that I'm going to give you under the chuppah. So you never know. You never know. I learned a lot from that story because we are all confronted with situations, I don't have to go to that shiva. I don't really know them so well, or I don't know, I don't really have to do that. I don't have to do that. My mother said to me, it's never wrong to do the right thing. And that's like such a huge yesod. And I use it as a mantra in my family. It's never wrong to do the right thing. So you make cheshbainis. So he didn't have to go. There was no formal shiva. His thing, his MO was to go to shivas. I mean, that itself is amazing. He didn't have to go. And he goes to this loch somewhere in Katamon, and there's a thin mattress. And he has this incredible encounter with this little boy that just kept on kept on giving. These are two kids, Ben Ubas, Rabbi Shmuel, Kohen Gadol. The end of the story is a different end of the story. But the power of the individual is incredibly powerful. And so we should ask ourselves next time, should I? Do I need to? The answer is yes. The answer is yes, you need to. You should go. You go, you sit in the back, you sit the third row, you wait till everybody moves up, and you move up, you say, and you're done, you go home, you never know, you never know, you never know. To do a Ma'aseh Chesed, the implications of a Ma'aseh Chesed are beyond our possible comprehension. Me'itein Rosh Mayim. Let's go to the Crusades. We should say at least one kinnot for the Crusades. This is the iconic kinnot for the Crusades. It starts off very poetic and very rhyming and imagery. But then, unlike other keynotes, it gets very historical and gets very brass tacks. Let me tell you exactly Speyer and Worms and Mainz, and I'll tell you exactly what day it was. It's very, very historical. It's an unusual keynote. The other three keynotes that we have for the Crusades are poetic. They're not really grounded in a lot of historical facts, certainly not dates and places and names. This has all of that. Me'itein Rosh Mayim ve'eni mekor nozloi ve'efke kol yemosai ve'leiloi es chalalai tapai ve'olaloi ve'yeshishe kiholoi ve'atem enoi ve'avoi ve'alaloi uvechu becherav ve'herev al beis Yisrael ve'alam adonoi ki naflu bechorev v'domoi atid ma'eni ve'el choli sedei vochim v'avakai mi morei levov hanavuchim al besulos hayafos v'yolodim horachim b'sifreihem nechrachim u'letavach nimshachim ad moetzem mipninim sapirim v'nafachim. You see, it's all poetry, it's all general. K'motit chutzos nidoshim v'nilkodim v'nishlachim suru tamei karu lamo milakarev al beis Yisrael v'alam adonoi ki naflu bechorev v'seirad eini dima ve'elila ve'anuda v'livchi v'lachagor sak ekra lahaspida mipaz yakaro mizav chamuda kvuda penima kvod kol kalechemda re'isia karauha shechula v'galmuda haTorah v'hamikra v'hamishna v'ha'agada enu v'kainenu zos lahagida ei sora v'salmid v'halomda v'halo hamakom ein yoshev chorev al beis Yisrael v'alam adonoi ki naflu b'chorev. Now we're getting historical. V'afa payizlu mayim dema lahagira v'akonen mara laharugei ashpira Speyer. We're going now south to north. If you go to Germany, you can travel to these three cities. They're about 45, 50 minutes by car or by bus, but Speyer is south, and then Worms and Mainz. When they were coming, the Crusaders were coming from France, they made a left turn, and they went up into Germany, and they hit Speyer first, then Worms, and then Mainz. It was the second month, Bishmonabo, on the 8th day of Iyar. B'yom Margoa Hukra happened to be a Shabbos. Margoa l'regoa nechlufu lahavira. Nergu b'chure chemed v'yishishe hadora. Nesfu yachad nafsho mishlimu b'mora. Al yichud shem hamiyuchad yichadu b'gavura. Gibore koach osei devoro l'mahara. V'chohanai v'alomai nigva'u kulham. Asara beis Yisrael v'alam adonoi ki naflu b'chorev. Uvamar yigoni ve'atzbiya le'alach bira kilos hakodesh harigas amayom bezachra. Now we're up to Worms. Gahalver maiza b'chuno v'chura gonei eretz unikiyei tahara. And in Worms, it wasn't just one day. In Speyer it was one day, the second day of Iyar, but in Worms it was Pamayim, Kitshu Shema Miyuchad B'Mora, B'Esrim U'Shlosha B'Chodesh Ziv L'Tara, Chodesh Ziv is also Chodesh Iyar, 23rd of Iyar, and B'Chodesh HaShlishi, B'Kriyas Halel L'Shorara, which was Rosh Chodesh Sivan. Rosh Chodesh Sivan was the second time that the Worms community was attacked, and they were Mosa Nefesh Al Kiddush Hashem in the spring of 1096 in Germany. Ishlimu nafshem b'yavok shura himo aleim b'v'chiyah le'lachashra kalule chesera rosham liatra beis Yisrael ve'alam adonoi kineflu b'charev v'aladire kal magensa. Now we're up to Mainz. Hahadura minisharim kalu me'aroyas lehis gabra ishlimu nafshem al yichud shem hanora v'aleihem zak hashever ezak b'nefesh mora al shnei mikdashai yisodam ka'ayom ur-ora v'al charvos ma'at mikdashai midrashei haTorah al beis Yisrael ve'alam adonoi kinaflu b'charev. And what happened in Mainz? B'chodesh hashlishi b'shlishi on Gimel Sivan. So Speyer was the 8th day of Iyar, and then it took till the 23rd of Iyar, so I don't know, 2 weeks later, till they got to Worms, and then they stayed in Worms for an extra week till Rosh Chodesh, and then 3 days later, on Gimel Sivan, they came and destroyed the Jewish community of Mainz. B'chodesh hashlishi b'shlishi nosaf lida'avon u'me'era hachodesh asher ne'apach li'ogon v'tzora b'yom matan das sibarti lehis ashra. It was a chodesh that was supposed to be, the Torah was given in this month. This is Chodesh Sivan. This is the holiday of Shavuos. And Ubiyom Nesinos, on the day that it was given, Kamo Kenos Chazara, went backwards and went back up. Also, Lo Lamorom Lemekom Medura, Takeoff in our Takeoff Ador Shavechokra, Lomdeo Vishoneo Beishon Kamova Ora. Not only the Torah went up, but all those who learned the Torah, all the, talking about those who were the leaders of the community. This is before the Balei HaTosfos. This is in 1096. Rashi was alive then. Rashi died at the beginning of the following century. So Rashi's grandchildren and the whole yeshivas in France did not exist yet. This is the middle generation between Rabbeinu Gershom and Rashi. They were all wiped out. Most of them were wiped out at this time. Al beis Yisrael ve'alam adonai kinaflu b'charev. Simonu alavavchem. So the author of the Kinnot asked the question, why am I mentioning it today if I just told you it didn't happen today? I just told you. It happened in the month of Iyar, and it happened in the month of Sivan. We're sitting now in Chodesh Av, and we're mentioning it as part of the Kinos for TISHA B'Av. Why am I mentioning it today? So I'll tell you why I'm mentioning it today. Simonu alavavchem misbeid mar lekashra kishkula arigasam le'isabelu le'isafra kisreifas beis Elokeinu ha'ulam v'habira. The truth is that it should be mentioned today, because the Shkula Misas Tzadikim, we mentioned that earlier in the context of Tzom Gedalia, is Shkula Ki'achurban Beis Elokeinu. So if we have a day that we're going to commemorate and fast and have mourning for Churban Beis Elokeinu, so we should have mourning for the demise and the killing and the murder of Gedolei Yisrael. So why don't we? Why are we subsuming it and putting it on TISHA B'Av? And the answer is v'chi ein lahosif moed shever v'saveira v'ein lahaktim zulasi la'achra tachas kein hayom leviyosi ha'orara v'es b'dovei lila v'efke b'nefesh mora v'anchasi kovdameo boker v'yad ha'orev al beis Yisrael v'alam adonai kinaflu b'charev. The Balakin here establishes a fundamental yisoid. We don't add days of mourning. Since we don't add days of mourning, everything is under TISHA B'Av. This has become a very controversial rationale, and in past years I've spent a lot of time unpacking it. But for now, for the time being, let it just be stated that the author of this KINNOT, who wrote about 50 years after the Crusades, was under the impression, or assumed, he just says it as a matter of fact, Ein lahosif, we don't add and therefore we're going to do it on Tisha B'Av, and therefore even though the Crusades happened at another time, we're going to do it today. Al Beis Yisrael v'Alam Adonai ki naflu b'charev. Aleilah nivochia v'libi nohem nehimos v'ekro lamakonanos v'elach hachamos Eli v'ilya kulan homos ayesh machov l'machovi l'damos michutz t'shakel cherev u'mechadorem emos chalalai chalalei cherev mutolim arumim v'arumos nivlosam kisucha l'chayas eretz v'livehemos yonekim ish sevo alamim v'alamos Al Beis Yisrael v'Alam Adonai ki naflu b'charev. Misateim ba'momo nayum arbim kalimos Eloheimo amru tzurcho soyu bo admos Yavo v'yoshia v'yachazir nishamos Chasen yomi chamocha nosei alumos Techshe v'sisa pak v'los achgor chemos V'amor elayim aligayim Elohim hu yorev Al Beis Yisrael v'Alam Adonai ki naflu b'charev. Eini yorda mayim ki nepach level mishorer. V'ugavi l'kol bochim elafeg u'lekarer. Miyonod li v'ein machzik l'sorer. Chema biyotza v'sar misgorer. Cholani hamomani etzar hatzorer. Shibar atzmosai zorer u'miforer. Silochola birai hatabur v'hashorer. V'tia u'mozor ein l'zorer. Makosi anusha be'ein mas'il u'mizorer. Alkein amarti shumeni amorer b'vchidim asiyah l'choyai l'tzarev. Al Beis Yisrael v'Alam Adonai ki neflu b'charev. The next KINNOT is based on the 24th Psichta in the Akdama to the Medrash, where Yirmiyahu goes to the Avos to try to get them to intercede on behalf of the Jewish people to stave off the Churban. And each one of them, Avraham comes to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and says, look what I did. I brought you down to this world, but it didn't work. Yitzchak said I was ready to give up my life. Yaakov says what I had to go through, Tzar Gidl Banim, what I had to do. Nothing works. He goes to the Imahos, and finally, the Medrash, in a very beautiful description, talks about how Hashem responds to Rachel's entreaties, and Mini kolech mi bechi ve'inayach mi dima, and this is described in this KINNOT. I want to go to Eish Tukad Bikirbi. I have here as Lamed Gimel. I don't know where you have it. Eish Tukad Bikirbi. The contrast between B'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim and B'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. If you look at page 66, you see that it's based on two Yalkut Shimonis. It's a Yalkut Shimoni in Eicha and the Yalkut Shimoni in Yirmiyah. Each one of them makes this contrast. Take a look on the bottom right on page 66. Kishayatsu Yisrael mi Mitzrayim, Moshe said this, and Kishayatsu Yisrael mi Yerushalayim, Yirmiyahu said this. Leaving Mitzrayim was exalted, was wonderful, was incredible, was amazing, was redemptive. And when they left Yerushalayim, it was the opposite. It was horrible, it was tragic, it was persecution, and the contrast is very powerful. When we left Mitzrayim, it was so great, and when we left Yerushalayim to go into Galus, it was so terrible. And the same thing in the Yalkut Shimoni and Yirmiyah. It's a shorter version, but it's basically the same point. And I think there's an interesting concept here. They can really only understand something if you contrast it with something else. If you see what the opposite could be, then you see what this is. Either how great this is when you can conceptualize or imagine how things could be bad, or how bad things could be when you realize how good things could be. When you holding in the good and you don't have that, you realize how bad it is. That each one is megala on the other, and that's the way to most strongly internalize the particular emotion. Eish tuka bikirbi ba'alosi alibi b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim kinim o ira l'manas kira b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim Oz yashir Moshe shir lo ninosha b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim v'yekonin Yirmiyah v'nahanihi nihiyah b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim Beisi hiskonon v'shulchan ha'anan b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim. V'chamas el shachno alai ka'anono b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. Galayam hamu v'chachoma kamu b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim. Zedonim shatofu v'al roshi tzafu b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. Degan shomayim v'tzur yosuf moyim b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim. La'ano v'samrurim u'mayim hamorim b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. Hashkem v'harev sevivos harchorev b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim. Korea level al naros bovel b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. Umarei chavod Adonai ke'ish ocheles lefonoi b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim. V'cherev litusha letevach nitusha b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. Zevach u'mincha v'shemen ha'mishcha b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim. Skulas elekucha katzon lativcha b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. Chagim v'shabbosos u'mofsim v'yosos b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim. Tanis v'evel u'redof ha'hevel b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. Toivu oy holim la'arba degolim b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim olei Ishmaelim u'machnos ha'reilim b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. Yovel u'shmita v'eretz shokeda b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim. B'chor letzmisos v'chorus l'chrisus b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. Kaparas v'aron v'avnei zikaron b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim. V'avnei akolach li'abola b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. Leviim v'aronim v'shivim zikenim b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim. Noksim umonim umochrim v'konim b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. Moshe Yirenu v'aron yanchenu b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim. V'chadnetzar tifsar v'adrianus Kesar b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim. Rochak mimenu v'hinei einenu b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. Naroch milchama v'adonai shama b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim. Rochak mimenu v'hinei einenu b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. Sisrei faroches v'sidrei ma'aroches b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim. Chemoni toches v'olai soichoches b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. Olos uzvachim v'ishen yichochem b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim. V'chutzos medukarim b'nei Tzion ha'yakarim b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. Parei migbos l'chavod nikbos b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim. Shrikos usros v'kolos uzvos b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. Tzitz azov v'amshel v'ra b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim. Ushlach hanezer v'ofas ha'ezer b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. Kedusha nevuah chvod Adonai nira b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim. Nigala morah v'ruach hatumah b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. Rina v'yishua v'chatzotzros hatrua b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim. Zakas olo v'nakas cholo b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. Shulchan u'menorah v'cholel u'ketorah b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim. Elil v'soevo fesel u'matzeva b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. Torah u'seuda v'seder ha'avoda b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim. And now comes the culminating line. Sasain v'simcha v'nos yagoin v'anocha b'shuvi l'Yerushalayim. So we took a little detour. We went into the Asara Malchus, into the Crusades. And then we went back to Tzeisi mi Mitzrayim, Tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. And now I want to begin to segue into the 20th and 21st century. But I want to do that first by moving from the end of the 11th century to the 13th century. Shali Srufa Be'esh. So I mentioned earlier that the Maharami Rutenberg witnessed the burning of 24 wagon loads full of Sfarim in Paris in 1242, and he wrote this, KINNOT Shali Srufa Be'esh, very, very much influenced stylistically by Rabbi Yehuda Halevi. Rabbi Yehuda Halevi has a very famous KINNOT at the end, where he talks about Tzion Halo Sishali, Bishlom Avelayach, and the poetic form is very much picked up here by Meir of Rothenburg in this KINNOT. Once again, I don't know for what he wrote it, but this commemorates a tragedy in the 13th century, which, as I've already indicated, belongs on Tisha B'Av, even though it didn't happen on Tisha B'Av. We happen to know that this one is identified as a Tainus of Erev Shabbos Parshas Chukas. For some strange reason that is explained in the sources, it's not identified by date at the beginning of Tammuz. It's identified by the Parsha. But it was not in Chodesh Av, and it was not on Tisha B'Av. But, as we already know, that doesn't matter, because all Jewish tragedies belong. And we're going to do this one, and then we're going to go to the Shoah, then we're going to go to October 7th, and then I'm going to have a concluding thought. Shali Srufa. The poetry here is very complicated. Shali Srufa Ba'esh L'Shlom Avelayach Hamisavim Shchon B'Chatzar Zevuloyach Shoafim Ba'afar Eretz Va'koavim Hamishtomemim Alei Moked Giviloyach Holchim Chashechim Ve'ein Noga Ve'kovim La'or Yomam Aleim Asher Yizrach Ve'oloyach U'Shlom Enosh Ne'enach Boche B'Lev Nishbor Tamid Mekonein Alei Tzirei Chavoloyach Vayisonein Kisanim Uvenos Yano Vayikra Misped Mar Big Loloyach Echonesuna Ve'esh Ochla to Ukal Be'esh Basar V'lo Nichvu Zarim Begachaloyach Aron Adino Tihi Shochna Berov Hashket Ufnei Frochai Alo Chosu Charuloyach Teshvi Berov Gava Lishpo Pnei El B'chol HaMishpatim V'savi B'fli Loyach O Tigzeri L'srov Das Deish V'chukim V'lochein Ashrei Yishalem Loch Gimuloyach Tzuri B'lapid Ve'esh halava avor zeh nisonech ki b'achris talait eish b'shuloyach Sinai Elochein b'cha b'char Elohim u'moas b'gedolim v'zorach b'gvuloyach L'yos l'mofeis l'dos ki sisma'ed v'sered mikvoda V'hein emshol mishaloyach Moshol l'melech asher b'chol l'mishtei v'no Tzofa asher yigva KINNOT b'miloyach Tachas mil Tiskas Sinai levushech besak, Ta'atel levush al menus, Tachlif simoloyach. Oridemos adei yihiyu chenachal, V'yagiu likvaros shnei sorei atziloyach. Moshe v'Aaron b'hor ahor, V'eshal hayesh Torah chadosha, V'chein nisrafu galiloyach. Chodesh shlishi v'akshara revi lashchis chem dosech, Choyofi kaloyach. Godal luchos va'od shino bi'valto L'srov be'esh das hazeh sashlum kefei loyach Esmal nafshi ve'echi erav l'chiki achol Acharei ra'osi asher asfu shelo loyach Al toch rechova kenidachas v'sofu shlal elyon Asher timas lavo ke'ol loyach Lo edo limtzo derech silu loyach Hayu avelos nesiv yosher misi loyach Yimtak b'fi midvash l'msoch b'mashke demaos U'leragli hayos kavul kivoloyach Yarav le'inai shov meimai demo'ai Dai chilu l'chol machazik b'chnaf me'iloyach Ach ye cheravu b'ridatam alachayai Avor ki nechmaru rachamai lindod be'oloyach Lokach tzror kaspo alach b'derech l'mei rachog v'imo Alon asu b'tzilo loyach Lani kishachol v'galmud nisharti levad mehem kesoren בראש הר מגדולויך. לא אשמע עוד לכל שורים ושרוס עלי, כי נסקו מסרי תופי חלילויך. אלבש ואסקס בשקי לי, מאוד יקרו עצמו ככל ירביון נפשוס חלילויך. אשמע מאוד על מאור היום אשר יזרח, אל כל אבו יחשיך אלי ואלויך. זעקי בכל מר לצור על שברונך, ועל חולייך ולו יזכור אהבס כלולויך. חיגרי לבוש שק עולי העברה אשר יוצא לחלק וסוסס תלולויך. כי מוס אנוסך ינחמך צור ויושיב שבטי ישורון ויורים אס שפלויך. או תעדי ועדי שוני וסוף תקחי, תלכי במחול וסעלי במחולויך. ירום לבבי בייס יאיר לך צור ויגיע לחשכך. יגיע לחשכך ויאירו אף אלוהיך. Turn in your packet now to page 70. Rabbi Soloveitchik said all the time that, of course, we should have a day to commemorate the Shoah, but the day to commemorate the Shoah should be on Tisha B'Av. So we'll say it KINNOT for the Shoah. Page 70. This comes from the Baba Vereb. Today's the day to remember. He was opposed to Yom HaShoah, to a separate day to commemorate the Shoah, but he felt it should be on Tisha B'Av. Zichrona v'konanu kol Yisrael kol chem yishama barama ki yishmida Germania esamenu b'imei za'am ha'milchama b'misos meshunos achzorios b'rav uvatzama al tishkechu b'chol hadoros adei sisku liros b'nechama tzakosam uvechi yosehem tzefufim usugurim bakaronim katzon latevach yuvalu l'sreifa bakiv shonim kol shava mizachar tamid lefnei shochein meonim. B'koram Shema Yisrael mosru nafsham ladoneo adonim. Rosh Yeshivos v'salmidehem v'hamonei amcha shama evidum binuyim koshim v'haragum biyod rama Demei elodim rakim tzoakim elecha mino adama nekom nikmas taf enoshim lo sachaye kol neshama. Al sreifas alfei midrashos uvoteichen esios rivavos sifrei Torah v'lomdeha nikonein b'sheiyos shilchu bo'esh mikdashei el hitzisu v'einenu tzofios Yishalem amaviras habe'era Yodin bagoyim Molei gevio zaku Shomayim va'adama al alfei ayaros mivtzarei sora Artzosei ropa kihiloseha No chale umekaimei misora Tzadikim zekenim v'chasidim Devekei emunah tahora Miyom golinu me'artzenu lo haya chazek ilayon nora V'chem al she'erei seinu habeitna mishamayim L'machanos hakadoshim pieser kiyotzei Mitzrayim Komeim beis kodshenu v'nachamenu b'chiflayim, Ramamenu ve'avienu l'Tzion v'Yerushalayim. Could you give me an extra packet that you have there? I'm sorry to bother you. Thank you. Sorry to bother you. This doesn't have it. Give me another packet. I gave in my sheets. Oh, here, thank you. I gave in my sheets to Rabbi Schacter 3 weeks ago, and I asked him, what about October 7? Because I did not have a KINNOT when I gave it to him for October 7. I didn't know what KINNOT he wanted to use. So on page 73, he chose the KINNOT from the OU, which we're going to recite now. So it's on. There are a few packets that may not have it, but I hope from Ruba to Ruba have this KINNOT, page 73. We're still deep in here. We're still deep in. Here again, Mi'iten Roshimayim. Mi'iten Roshimayim ve'eni mekor nozlai. Ve'efker kol yemosai ve'leilai. Al chalalai tapai ve'oilalai. V'yishishei keholai. V'atem anu avoi voi v'alalai. V'chein bacho becharav v'cherev. Abeis Yisrael ve'alam adonai ki naflu becharev. V'damo asid ma'ini ve'el choli sedei vochim. V'avakei mi morei. Levav hanev vochim. Abesulos hayafos v'liyadim harakim. Nechtofim v'latevach nimshachim. Ad muetzem mipninim sapirim v'novchim. K'motir chutzos nidoshim v'nishlachim. Abeis Yisrael ve'alam adonai ki naflu becharev. V'aleila ni bochia v'libi nohem nehimos. Michutz t'shakel. Cherev u'mechadorim emos. V'be'eri v're'im k'faraza u'sederos. Chalolai mutolim arumim v'arumos. Nivlosam kisucha l'chayas eretz u'behemos. Yonek imish sevo alamim v'alamos. B'satiim b'mo monai u'marbim chalimos. Al beis Yisrael v'alam adonai ki naflu bechorev. V'afa payiz lumayim dem alagira. V'akonein mar elei arugei atzava. Nesfu yachad nafsham ishlimu b'mora. Al yichud Hashem v'al agonas amo lo chamu b'gevura. Giborei choach osei devaro l'mahara. Shlimu nafsham b'ahava kishura. Ohima aleihem b'v'chi ele l'chashra. Chalulei cheser al rosham li'atorah. Mishpachosehem nisharim kalu me'aroyos le'iskabra. V'alehem zak hashever es shara. Ashnei mikdoshai yisodam kehayom ur ara. Abeis Yisrael v'alam adonai ki naflu bechorev. Hachag asher nefach liyagon v'tzara. Yom matan das zavarti lechogiga. It was Simchas Torah. B'makoma ad hayom tered eni dima ve'lila v'anuda. Amatorah asher mipaz yikar v'zav chamuda. Rotfei shalom v'olam b'yeshuva. V'tuharim kirotzchem u'makul kalim b'fikol. Ha'am shehu ha'or legoyim yoshvim b'choshech. V'al zeh sumo aleinu mispeid mar lekoshra. Abeis Yisrael v'alam adonai ki naflu bechorev. Sinas olam la'am olam holaches u'miskaberes. Omrim l'chu v'nachidei migoy v'lo yizocher shem Yisrael od. Al zeh anu misablim im sreifas beis Elokeinu ha'olam v'habira. Tachas chen hayom Livyosia o rara. Espedave lila vefke benefesh mora. Ban chasi chavda mi boker adorev. Obeis Yisrael v'alam adoino kinoflu bechorev. I have a final thought. The final thought starts on page 72. Final thought. So I've mentioned already a few times, and most recently in the context of the children of Reb Tzadok HaKohen, introducing the Kina about the children of Rabbi Shmuel Kohen Gadol, that the pasuk of Al-Eila Ani Bochia is interpreted by the Medrash as a reference to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that God is the one who is crying. Al-Eila Ani Bochia. The most famous example of this on the left side of page 72 is Psichta Chav Daled, which has a very elaborate description about God feeling bad that he brought about the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash. Left side, page 72, Medrash Eicha, Vayikra Hashem Elokim, it's a pasuk in Yeshaya, Tzvakos B'yom Hu Le'Bechil Le'Mispei. B'Shosh Bikash HaKadosh Baruch Hu L'Achrev Es Beis HaMikdash, God realized that at some point he has to destroy the Beis HaMikdash. So when it came that moment, Amar, he said, this is not really going to work. Kol zman she'ani b'socho, ein umos ha'olam nogim bo. How can anybody touch it if my presence is found within it? The only way that this can happen, the only way the Beis HaMikdash can be destroyed, Elo achabesh eseinai mimenu, I will remove my eye from it. Ve'eshava, and I'll take a shvua shelo eskak lo ad eis kates. I'm going to remove myself from it. I'm not going to have anything to do it until the end of days. And then, now that I'm no longer present, then v'yavohu ha'ivim v'yachrivu oso. Now they can come and they could destroy it. Do d'chsiv heshiv acher yamino mipnei oyev. He removed himself for the enemy. Osa shah, no sooner did Hashem remove himself from the Beis HaMikdash, nichnasu oivim laheichal. They entered into the precincts with the Beis HaMikdash, v'sarfu, and they burnt it. Kivin shenisraf. Amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu shuv ein li moshav ba'aretz. I don't have an address anymore in the earth. The Beis HaMikdash was my address. That's where I used to hung out. That was my place on earth. I don't have a Beis HaMikdash. So I'm now floating around. I'm now wandering. What am I going to do? Nowhere for me to stay here. So therefore, asaleg shchinasi mimena, I'm going to remove myself from the whole earth, the whole world, because there's nowhere for me to park myself, because the Beis HaMikdash is destroyed. Ela lemachoni arisha, I'm going to go back to heaven. Quotes a pasuk. Osa shaya Kadosh Baruch Hu boche. Here it is, God's crying again. Va'omer oili me'osisi. What did I do? Ishreisi shchinasi lemata b'shvil Yisrael. I came down to this world for the Jewish people. V'achshav shechotu. They sinned. And because they sinned, I destroyed the Beis HaMikdash. And because I destroyed the Beis HaMikdash, chazarti l'mekomei arisha. Chas v'sholem, you know what's going to happen now? Shehoyisi schok lagoyim v'lag labrios. They're going to make fun of me. Osa shaba metatron, some heavenly force, some heavenly angel. V'nafal al panav, and says, Rabbanu Shalom, I'll cry, you don't cry. You shouldn't cry, it's not right for you to cry. I'll cry, and Hashem says, no, absolutely, I have to cry. And I'm going to keep on crying and keep on crying and keep on crying. So there are repeated references to HaKadosh Baruch Hu crying, most significantly in this last Medrash Shecha that we read. Last page, with this I conclude page 75. When Rabbi Soloveitchik was a little boy, this comes from a sefer called Yemei Zikaron. It's a collection of essays. I want to end with this story of Rabbi Soloveitchik. I started with him, I want to end with him. We already encountered him when he was a little boy in a small town in Russia where the people used to come home from being peddlers and they were dripping, their payas were dripping on Erev Shabbos. So now it's not Erev Shabbos, now it's Erev Tisha B'Av. Kashisi ela katan lamaditi Torah etzel melamed chasidi. The Erev Tisha B'Av, so I'm learning with my Chassidish Shemalamed, and it's Erev Tisha B'Av, and we're in Cheder. Lamadnu ma'amare chazal al churban habayis. What are you going to learn on Erev Tisha B'Av? You're going to learn about the churban. Higana was, so in the course of our learning, we ended up l'mesupar b'psichta chav daled b'medrashecha. Nichnasu oivim lahechol kivin shenisraf. America the Zhuruch, what am I going to do? I have nowhere to stay. I'm going to leave. I have to leave. And he started to cry. Metatron says, I'll cry. God says, no, I have to cry. God is crying. Kasher shamati tior zeh, says Rabbi Soloveitchik, when I was a little boy, my Malamed is telling me, I asked an Eisen Akasha. It's an Eisen Akasha. Kasher shamati tior zeh sho'alti berov timi musi. In my naivete, I was a little pisher kid. I was a kid. I asked my Rebbe. I asked Rebbe She'ela Pshuta. I asked him a simple question. Al shum ma v'lama tzarech HaKadosh Baruch Hu livkos u'le'isabel al churban beis HaMikdash. Why does God have to cry? V'alo yochol hu lahakimo al tikuno b'rega echad. We're talking God here, right? We're talking God. God is God, right? So God can do anything, right? You believe that, right? So stop crying, fix it. This is not a shmerel here whose set was broken and he's all upset. Kadosh Baruch is upset that he has nowhere to go. Kadosh Baruch is upset that he destroyed the Beis HaMikdash. So you're so upset and you're crying. So stop crying, wipe off your tears, and fix it. This is what little Berila asks his Malamed. It's an Eisen Akasha. Why does God have to cry and cry again? 5 times already in the last number of hours God cried. Why does he have to cry? We're talking God. God can fix it. God feels bad. So God says, he undoes it, and God says, okay, we can feel good. Says the Rebbe, huge, massive Yesod, his Malamed. This is what I want to leave you with. Heishiv li ha-Rebbe oz. Ilu oisi baki chavivi b'inyonei Chabad. If you really knew Chabad Chassidus, so it's not only Chabad, general Chassidus, you would understand something very profound. And I want to walk away with this thought. Ki b'inyonim merubim, when it comes to many things, tzorech shetehei tchila hisarus milamata. There are 2 kinds of hisarus in Chassidic literature. There's Hisaris Milamayla and Hisaris Milatata. Hisaris Milamayla means that the feeling and the inspiration and the godless and the greatness comes down from the top. The Hisaris pours down from the top. And then there's another Hisaris. Hisaris comes from the bottom. You want to have Hisaris, you want to have inspiration, you want to have a rebuilt Beis HaMikdash. So what are you doing about it? You have to do it. Of course God could do it. In a nanosecond, God could do anything. But God says, Kindalach, I could do it, but I'm not going to do it. Because I'm looking to you to do it. You want to have a better world? You have to fix the world. You want to have a Beis HaMikdash? You have to fix the Beis HaMikdash. בוודאי שבאוסו שו לא יורדתי לסוף דעתו של רבי יומוריח לאחר שנים נסחברו לי השאלה והתשובה. Years later I figured it out. ריבונו של עולם הוא כל יכול בכל. Ach ka'asher shmo hagadol latzmo mischalel, then it's not for him to fix it. Al knesses Yisrael lekane ulehilochem leman shmo. Kiddush Hashem, listen to this. Kiddush Hashem maschil la'olam milamata v'lo milamayla. And so as we finish learning 8 hours, the question that we leave with and ask ourselves is Aleph Yud Chav Hey. So how many times have we said the word Eicha? Where's the first time Aleph Yud Chav Hey appears in the Torah? Ayeka. And that's what we leave. What does Ayeka mean? Where are you? Where am I? Ayeka. We can sit and we could cry and we could moan and we could be upset, and we are, and we're really upset, and we have reason to be upset about what's going on around us. Wherever we look, we have no Beis HaMikdash. We have a lot to be upset about. But it doesn't end. Oh my God, I'm upset. I'm sitting on the floor. I'm fasting. Inuyim. That's not where it ends. It ends with Ayeka. It ends with Eicha, Aleph Yud Chav Hey. It ends with not Hisayrus Milamayla, but Hisayrus Milamata Milatata. Our achrayus, our charge, our hischayvus is to make this world a better place, for us to do what we can. We're not going to fix it. You and I are not going to bring back the Chatufim, and you and I are not going to heal Nebuch, all of those pitzuim. We're not going to do that. But we got to do whatever we can to make this world better, to do Ma'aseh Chesed, to be Mispalel HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to say the Tehillim that we say after davening, and not just daven it up, which we do already by now because we've been saying it for 790 days, or God knows how many days. But to say with kavanah that we're being mispalel to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that we want, what are we doing? I leave myself and I leave you with what are we doing? That's ultimately where our direction and our thinking needs to go. A lot of time we spend thinking about the past, thinking about the present. If we want a future, we are tasked with the achrayas to ensure that there's a future for ourselves, our families, our community, and for all of Klal Yisrael. Let's stand up and say Elit Zion. Can I ask you to help me? I can't get up. Could you help me get up? Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm cranked in for 7 hours and I can't get up. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God. Just give me a second. What? I'm okay, I got it. Oh, God, yeah. Thank you. Elit Zion v'yoreha, k'mo isha v'tzireha, v'chibsu lo chagurasak, al bal neureha, alei armon asher nutash, v'yashmason adoreha, v'al bias mechor fe'el, v'soch migdash chadoreha, alei golus mishor seyel, nimei shir zimoreha, v'al domam asher shupach, k'mo meimei yeoreha, alei hegyon mecholeha, asher domam bioreha, ועל ועד אשר שומם וביטול סנהדריה עלי זבחי סמידיה פדיוני וחוריה ועל חילול כלי היכל ומזבח קטוריה עלי טפי מלוכיה בני דוד גביריה ועל יפיים אשר חשך ויסרוך יסוריה עלי כבוד אשר גולה ויש חורבן דביריה ועל לוחץ אשר לוחץ ושם שקים חגוריה עלי מחץ ורוב מקוס אשר הוכו נזיריה ועל ניפוץ אלי סלע עולליה נאוריה עלי שמחס משנאה בסך כמל שבוריה ועל עינוי ונכורין נדיביה טהוריה עלי פשע אשר אפסה סלול דרך אשוריה ועל צבאוס כעוליה שזופיה שחוריה עלי קולוס מחורפיה בייס רבו פגוריה ועל רגשס מגדפיה סוך משכן חצריה עלי שמחה אשר חולל ויקמי מצוריה ועל תחן ישבו לך ושובו שמע אמוריה אלי ציון ויוריה כמו אישה וציריה חיפשו לך גורסק על בעל נעוריה. We have to finish Shachris. Ashrei.
Do you have a custom to take the Haftarah or not to take the Haftarah?
No, give it to Rabbi. Give the Rabbi Schacter. Yeah, I'll take it. Yeah. What's that? I forgot already. What is it? I don't. Oh, it's a regular Tainus Haftarah. Okay. Yeah.
You know Marvin Sussman.
I know he died.
You know he's not okay.
Funeral's tomorrow.
Funeral's tomorrow at 11 at Lincoln Square.
Yeah, I heard this morning. I heard from Gary.
Yeah, okay. Gary called me last night. I didn't want to tell you before you had 8 hours.
Yeah. That's your seat. That's your seat. Go to your seat.
Thank you for this.
Okay, or I'll look out the door. Where's the
4,000 people to watch. For an average of an hour each.
Yes.
Amen.